Good morning and happy Monday, if there is such a thing. I'm never sure. I hope you all had a great weekend. I am Alternate Juror and welcome to my channel. Thank you for joining me this morning. If y'all went out and celebrated St. Patrick's Day this weekend, I hope you had a great time and woke up feeling not too bad. So I was boring and did nothing. We are going to continue on with the trial of Jose Ruiz. I will learn how to say his name by the time the trial's over, just like I did Jesse Krzyzewski's. But I won't before then. Just know that. Good morning, Gabby. Sounds great. And what time should I be there for dinner? I love homemade lasagna. It's so good. Good morning, Stormy. It is great to see you. I hope you are enjoying your Florida weather. We went from 73 last week to snowing. I saw some snow fall out of the sky this morning. So we're in that weird bipolar time of year for our weather. So anyway, we're going to continue on with day 4, and then we'll go into day 5, which is happening today. Day 4 is very short. I went to look to see why, because I thought maybe the state rested, which I thought, okay, that's going to be perfect. And they'll do closing arguments today, go to the verdict. I'll actually be home, hopefully, because they would come back with a verdict today. I'm assuming, don't know. That's not what happened. So I'll let you just see. We have about an hour and 15-minute total time from Friday that we need to get through before we go in to this morning's testimony. The audio, I think, is okay. I think. So it always sounds different to me than I know it does to you guys. I have everything boosted and everything is set. Ah, Stormy. You guys passing something around in chat? Chrissy's sick. Now Stormy's sick. I hate that. I hope you feel better soon. I hope it's not what Chrissy has. She's got the stuff. And I do hope she's feeling better. All right, just one more note before we start. My youngest Dane, Hera, is in here sleeping. She's like a child. When she goes to sleep, I tend to not disturb her. She's been super wound up this whole entire weekend, so she's out right now. So if you hear any heavy sighing, it's not me, but if she gets up and gets around, I will kick her on out of here. But for right now, she's in here, and the other ones may enter. Oh, well, isn't that just the way it goes, Stormy? Those kids, I tell you. I got to see my daughter-in-law had an ultrasound done this morning, so I got to see my granddaughter. She is just 1 pound and I forget how many ounces right now. Oh, there you go. So she's still growing, doing well, and just growing and growing. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. You guys know I don't know. All right. So this is Friday. Jury's coming in. It's going to be the medical examiner, so just be warned that this could be another tough day of testimony. There hasn't been an easy one yet. Fridays, I haven't stopped thinking about hearing that little girl in that video. I had to just take I couldn't even leave my whatever these things are called, and because that was horrible to listen to. I could still hear it. It was just a reaction to rip those out of my ears when she started crying. I can't imagine what the jurors saw. And I'm glad we don't get to see those videos because I can't imagine. I thought, it's too bad. I might get in trouble. It's too bad. Be like, hey, why don't you two, Katrina and Jose over there, you guys give us a demonstration. Here's some rice, kneel on it. Here's some thumbtacks in case you get tired and you want to sit down. We'll just make sure that you don't. Oh, and hold your arms out and hold these. Don't cry. and don't complain and don't get up. Like, just show us what you did. Show us what was okay to that little girl. Good morning, Adair. Sorry you got in on my rant. It's Happy Monday. Good. If the flowers get too much, I'll put my other stuff back, but spring starts tomorrow and I'm super excited. So I can put my other, if it's too much, if it gets too annoying, I will put my other background back. Um, sorry. There are usually clowns in the courtroom, but today it's just my flowers. All right, let's get going. Again, let me know how the audio is, please. Really loud for me.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Kimberly Molina.
All right, if you could raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. And if you'll state your name for the record.
Dr. Kimberly Molina, Molina.
State.
And she's super quiet.
Dr. Molina, Howard.
Yes.
Excuse me, Your Honor, this is the witness for the 705 hearing. We need to have it outside the presence of the jury.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
You got it.
Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right.
Well, that was quick. That poor jury.
Somewhere.
All right, if you have her CV, if you can email it to the defense. Her CV, do y'all need her CV?
Yes.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
I'm searching our system. I know it's our system.
Yes, I will.
Notice the man's not there again Friday. Yeah, there. I don't know.
So,
I turn everything up. It about blast my eardrums
maybe
out.
one of your co-counsels can look for her CV, and then if you can question Dr. Molina about her credentials, and then defense, you'll have an opportunity to question her as well.
Okay. Dr. Molina, where did you receive your schooling?
I don't think they're
I
using the
attended
mic.
and graduated from the University of Texas at Austin with a degree in mathematics. I then attended and graduated
It's
from
not
the
on
University of Texas
on
Health
their
Science
end,
Center
not my
Medical
end.
School
I
here
have
in
it
San
on,
Antonio.
but they don't have it on.
I completed my residency training, my internship at the University of Arkansas in Fort Smith, Arkansas. Then returned to San Antonio to complete my training in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Okay. And how are you presently employed?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner of the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office
How long have you been the chief medical examiner?
since 2020.
And before that, where were you employed?
I was the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office. Before that, I was a Deputy Medical Examiner, and before that, I was the Assistant Medical Examiner. So I've been with the office over 20 years.
And when you stated where you went to school, can you tell me the years that you got each different certification? If you remember.
I graduated from college in
That
1994.
better or worse?
I graduated from medical school in 1998. I received my board certification in anatomic and clinical pathology in 2004. My board certification in forensic pathology in 2005. I started with the office in 2003. I became deputy chief medical examiner in
Okay.
2007 and then chief medical examiner in 2020.
And to be a deputy medical examiner, for instance, what are the, besides the degrees, you mentioned the residency, what other requirements are there to get that kind of certification?
To be a deputy medical examiner in our office, you have to complete your residency training and a minimum of anatomic pathology and a fellowship, which is training after residency in forensic pathology.
And since being with the office, have you trained other people?
Yes.
In what capacity?
So I was the program director, which is the director of our fellowship program for a number of years, as well as being on staff. We train all of the fellows who come through our office. We also train medical students and residents who come through our office.
And over the years, can you approximate how many autopsies you have performed?
When I first started with the office, I believe there were 4 medical examiners, and we performed approximately 2,000 death investigations a year. Now we have 7 current medical examiners. We perform approximately 3,500 to 4,000 death investigations per year. We divide that up equally across the board. So if you do your math and divide out, that's how many examinations I've performed.
And other than performing, how many have you been a supervisor on?
Again, you would add a fellow in that math, and then I would perform my share of those. Again, all of the duties are equally distributed.
And when, in your current role, when a deputy medical examiner performs an autopsy, and on the report we see your signature attached, what does that signify?
So in our office, every autopsy that's performed is reviewed and co-signed by the chief medical examiner, signifying that the findings and conclusions are appropriate for that case.
And before you sign off saying that the findings and conclusions are appropriate, do you review the case at all?
It depends on the case, but at a minimum, I review the findings and conclusion.
What about in the case of Mercedes' Wood?
In this particular case, I reviewed the entire case, yes.
I'm sorry, was that response?
I reviewed the entire case.
All right.
Can you move closer to the microphone, Doctor?
Are you ready to pass?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness. All right, in defense?
You didn't do the autopsy, though, did you, Doctor?
No,
I'm sorry, my name is Teresa Conlon. Sorry, Doctor. You didn't do the autopsy.
correct.
Did you review the body?
I saw the body in the morgue, yes.
Did you review the body?
I don't know the extent of the question. I didn't perform the examination, but I saw the body in the morgue, yes.
In what sense did you see the body? Did you get involved? Did you just see it passing by on a table? What was the context of that?
Dr. Cannon called me down to see the body while he was performing the examination, and I reviewed the body during the examination.
How long were you there?
I don't recall.
Did you see the body while it was being opened and parts of it were being displayed? Or did you just look at the body and saw it next on the table? To what extent did you actually see the body?
Your Honor, I'm gonna check this outside the scope of the setting.
I'll allow it. If you can answer the question.
I believe that I saw the body before the examination began, before the body was opened, and then I was called down again and saw the body when the body was open to look at some of the findings that were present.
What findings did you observe?
Specifically, I recall I was asked to look at the injuries on the feet.
And just the feet.
On the feet, I said that's what I recall.
And Your Honor, I'm gonna interrupt you. This is outside the scope.
That question is outside that question is outside.
Don't worry, it gets
the
better.
live hearing. Ask your next question, counsel.
I'm not talking questions because I haven't watched that part.
What was your underlying scientific theory for what you saw? What was the basis of it?
At the time,
Yes.
I don't know. I had an underlying scientific theory. At the time that we perform an examination, we keep an open mind. We look at all of the facts in front of us. And at the time of the exam, that's only one piece of the information we need.
You only looked at the fate of Mercedes.
No, I said I recalled being called for that reason. However, you asked when I was in the morgue looking at the body. And again, that is part of what I recall. However, she was open at the time. I don't recall what else I saw.
That's what I say too, Adair.
Some of the questions that are involved in this kind of a hearing are the underlying, we have your qualifications, but the validity of the underlying scientific theory used by the expert. And we don't have a theory, is that correct?
You asked what theory I had at the time that I was in the morgue. At the time we're in the morgue, we're still examining. Our theories don't come into play until we have all pieces of the investigation, which includes all facets of the autopsy examination, which includes microscopy, toxicology, all testing that we do. You asked for my theory in the morgue. My theory in the morgue was simply to document injuries. The theories, again, come into play when we have all information available to us, which is sometime after the morgue.
Thank you. So you actually didn't develop the theory until after everything was completed.
Objection.
That's gonna be overruled.
Again, we take all of the pieces, all of the information that we have, and at that point, we come up with our conclusions. So again, we have to take all of this information, and it's not necessarily in the morgue.
What was the total amount of information that you used to make these determinations?
So in this particular case, it would have been the autopsy results, the results of the toxicology and chemical testing, the results of microscopy, the results of the radiology.
And I'm sorry,
The
but like,
final-
just 1 second. For the court reporter, microscopy. Could you
Microscopy.
spell that, please?
MICROSCOPY.
Thank
I
you.
had to do that before when I had to remember numbers. I'd have to type them out.
You prepared a separate report in context with conversation with District Attorney Mitchell, District Attorney Giovanco, your Chief Examiner, Dr. Godborn, DA Victim Advocate Marina Winter, and DA Intern Tony Rojas. Is that when you actually presented your theory?
Your Honor,
That'll be overruled. You can answer.
I did not prepare a report in this case.
You didn't.
No.
In the the report prepared by your office through Dr. Kane, he said he used police reports and medical records, yes, medical records. Did you review those as well?
I apologize. I did not hear the question.
In Dr. Kanan's final report, he said that it was all compiled with the contribution of police reports, medical reports from the past of the victim, Dr. Zamora Campos reports. Did you look at those as well?
So that information is outlined in our investigative report, which I did review our investigative report, but I did not recall reviewing the police report and the records other than reviewing our investigative report.
Your investigative reports included medical reports of the pediatrician, Dr. Zamora Campos, and the police reports were also indicated in the report as part of the compilation. Did you review those?
So I don't recall reviewing the police reports or the medical reports myself, other than the summaries that exist in our investigative report.
You bring records today pursuant to this statement that we prepared. And under the state's witness right now, but we prepared is in this statement. Did you bring those records?
Your Honor, objection, the Duke statement was months ago, she had an assistant bring the records.
All right, that objection, it's outside the scope. Unless you tie that into this hearing, that's outside the scope. So if you want to tie those records to this hearing and you're able to do that, then the court will hear your question. Ask your next question.
Did you review the records that were part of the Dukas Tecum at any time prior to you coming here?
The Dukas Tecum, as I understand it, was a request for any and all of our records as part of our file. I reviewed our entire file. I have our entire file with me today. So yes, I have reviewed the entire file with this case.
And in that, does it include the reports of Dr. Zamora Campos and Nutrition?
No,
It doesn't.
no,
Were you aware that the child, in viewing this record, were aware that the child, were you aware that the child had asthma?
yes,
And how did that figure into your medical report?
it did not. We ruled out asthma as the cause of death.
Dr. Cannon said in your.
Object to outside the scope, Your Honor. I hear so.
All right. With regards, just one second, with regards to hearsay, that will be overruled. With regards to outside the scope of this hearing, that will be sustained.
So, I mean, the reason for this, I believe, is she doesn't want her to testify. Obviously, it's going to be damaging to their case. So that's going to be the reason. Spoiler alert, she's going to testify. So, but that's what they're trying to, they don't want her to testify because she's going to have all the information about all the injuries that we've heard about and the cause of death. To me, she can ask all these questions when she cross-examines her.
Is it true that in your report, you said asthma couldn't be excluded and asphyxia couldn't be excluded? Is that
Objection
correct?
outside the scope, Your Honor.
All right, that will be overruled.
The report says couldn't exclude it. That's what I'm asking.
Exactly. Sorry, I had to take the flowers off. They're too happy for this.
Your Honor, I would.
Just one
I
moment.
have to.
All right, off the record. Could everyone please review the purpose of a 705 hearing and what should be asked in a 705 hearing? If y'all need 5 minutes to do that, you can do that. But we're only here for her expertise, whether or not she had the underlying data and whether or not she was able to come to whatever conclusion she can come to based upon the underlying data. We're just here to see if her expertise and the underlying data
Sorry.
is present for the conclusions. We're not here for this to be I don't want to say dry run, but for this to be a full open cross-examination. So if everyone could please focus on this hearing and what the 705 hearing is about, that would be appreciated.
Sir, Your
We're
Honor,
back.
if I may, the underlying data is what I.
Ask the question,
I'm
counsel.
sorry.
Just ask your question, please.
The underlying data from your report, from the medical examiner's report, included medical records from the pediatrician based on your report and police reports. That was your underlying data for this that you referred to. And
Objection, that's a misstatement, and again, I think this is.
Overruled. Here's the thing. Just ask your questions and the court will make a ruling. So ask your next question.
Your underlying data pursuant to this hearing included, based on the records, the reports of opinion nutrition. Is that correct?
I don't.
In a case such as this, underlying data would include past medical history, which is part of our investigative report, which I did review.
Yes. But you say it excluded asphyxiation.
This seems to be cross-examined
What
question.
excluded asphyxiation?
The report.
The report, if you're referring to the findings, includes a statement about asphyxiation, correct, having nothing to do with asthma
Which is different.
or any underlying medical illnesses.
Thank you.
I'm not an attorney. I don't know what a 705 is.
All right.
Apparently she doesn't either.
Do you have any objections to this witness defense?
Well, it said that she didn't perform the autopsy.
All
She
right,
only looked at the body and only examined the feet. So it's a matter of what she's able to testify to that she saw,
all right.
which
That
is limited to her feet.
all right. That objection, that will be overruled. You can object at the point in time that's appropriate if you believe there's something that she did not see or she did not view.
She testified that she only saw the feet.
No.
My understanding of her testimony is there was more than just her seeing the feet. Is that correct, doctor?
Correct.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
How do you not? She's making ridiculous arguments. That's the second time this trial the judges had to tell her how to do something as an attorney. She had to explain to her what an opening argument or an opening statement was. And then she just had to be like, review what a 705 is.
State, after this witness, is this your last witness?
This is our last witness.
All right, so defense, this is going to be their last witness. After this witness testifies,
I guess
I'll
they
give you all a break to make sure if you have
Good, right.
witnesses you want to bring, you'll be able to do that.
And just so the court's aware, we do have, they wanted us to recall CBS investigator Dame, and he is here.
All right, so I'll give you all a short break and then we'll proceed with your case if there are witnesses you wish to call.
it was sad when she had to tell her that. Gabby, like, that seems basic lawyer 101.
Well, down there, my mom said it was thunderstorming. But she's like, it was great for her grass and her plants. So I'm like, yay.
Why are they not standing? Just wait. All right, I thought that other lady's hair was green, but I think she has a scarf in it.
And everyone, please remember my previous instructions about no outbursts or anything of that nature. All right, we can bring it.
All right, for the jury.
The judge and the ME know each other because on her feed, they were chit-chatting before they went on the record. She's well aware of her qualifications. I don't think she stood a chance of disqualifying her testimony.
All
Well-
right, everyone, please be seated.
Maybe it's been tied to an invisible string to keep her upright, Gabby.
You're still under oath. And if you could state your name again, just for the record.
Dr. Kimberly Molina.
State.
Good morning, Dr. Molina. How are you presently employed?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
And as the chief medical examiner, how many other deputy medical examiners do you supervise?
We are currently an office of 7, so I currently have 6 medical examiners who report to me, including a deputy chief, although we are bringing in 2 more physicians. So we actually have an office of 9. We just currently have 2 vacancies.
capacity of chief medical examiner, did you have an opportunity to review the
Pretty much,
autopsy
Gabby.
of a child named Mercedes Lozoya?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what the significance of manner of death versus cause of death?
So manner of death is an epidemiologic term used on a death certificate to describe the circumstances of how a death came about. By law, it's limited to 5 choices: natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
Now, Mercedes Lozoya, can you describe the injuries that were present on her?
So the office performed an autopsy on Mercedes Lozoya. Autopsies being medical examinations performed by physicians looking for injuries, signs of natural disease, to determine a cause of death or the reason someone passed. In the case of Mercedes Lozoya, at the time of the autopsy, numerous injuries were identified upon the body, including contusions, which are bruises, abrasions, which are scratches, and a laceration, which is a skin tear. Specifically, the laceration was on the back of the head. The contusions and abrasions were scattered over the entirety of the body, most averaging around the size of an inch, but ranging up to about 4 inches.
And how old was Mercedes Lozoya when she was pregnant?
5 years old.
And counsel, you need to keep your voice up.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Judge.
She was 5 years old. And when you say she had injuries all over her body, from her feet to her head, am I understanding that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you have a 5-year-old child, how do injuries like that affect a 5-year-old child as opposed to a large adult? If you understand my question, I'm not sure if you do.
So, as I understand the question to me, having multiple bruises or abrasions, so bruises and scratches on the body affecting a child versus an adult, in both situations, these are usually considered painful injuries. So you may have some limitations of movement or activity, depending on where the injury is, the type of injury, and the severity of the injury.
Now, if someone, say an adult male, were to punch, let's say, the arm of an adult 5 to 10 normal sized arm, and leave a bruise the size of their fist, and also have a 5-year-old child of Mercedes' height and weight, with her size arms, also hit with the same force and with the same size fist and leave a same size bruise. Does the surface area account for how much it would impact an adult with that injury versus a child?
So the surface area can play a role. Again, what we're looking at is, let's say 4 inches, right? 4 inches on an adult's arm may be just a portion of the arm, whereas 4 inches on a child's arm may be, say, half of the arm. So again, that would potentially affect the use of that arm, or what could potentially be injured, just given it's a larger area percentage-wise on a child than on an adult.
Now, other than bruises and contusions and abrasions and lacerations. Did you notice anything in reviewing her case regarding her mouth?
She had a healing injury on the inside of the lower lip and some absent teeth corresponding to that injury. So the kind of the front teeth of the lower gum line were what we called traumatically absent, meaning there were holes for teeth but no teeth.
What about her hair? Did you notice anything about her hair when she was first brought in?
Her hair was sparse and thinning in locations, so kind of areas of thinning versus areas of more, what we'll say, normal growth.
Now, okay. Now, you mentioned there was a laceration to the back of the head. Was as part of the autopsy, did Dr. Cannon in this case perform the autopsy, correct?
Correct. This autopsy was performed by Dr. Cannon, one of the deputy medical examiners in the office.
And what is the standard practice after a review of the external body? What is standard practice in an autopsy?
So in an autopsy, well, the autopsy after the external would be the internal, would be opening the body cavities and looking inside the body.
You mentioned a laceration to the head. Was there any internal injury in the head?
There was some bruising of the scalp. So underneath that laceration, there's some bruising of the scalp. But inside the head itself, so inside the skull, there were no significant brain injuries identified.
What about along her spine? Were there any injuries identified there?
So on the back of the spine, at about the level of the kind of fourth thoracic. So easiest way to do this is if you kind of feel the bony points on the back of your spine. If you feel the first one and you go down about 4, that bony point on the back of the vertebral body, there was a little fracture of that bony point.
And what is significant about that particular part of the spine that there's a fracture?
So that is called the spinous process. And that is where some of the ligaments that hold our back together insert. And so fractures such as this can certainly occur with blunt force injuries, like bruises and abrasions, meaning, with a force to that area. But it can also occur with sudden or kind of over what we call extension of the back, because those ligaments that are anchored on that bone can get pulled with such force that it breaks a little bit of the bone off.
And what typically causes that kind of injury?
That type of injury is most typically, it's not a common injury, but it's most typically seen with that kind of ligament pull. So when we have kind of over flexion, over extension of the back.
Okay, and can you, I don't know if you can demonstrate with your arm, what an overextension would be?
So it would be kind of leaning, like if you were suddenly to flex is to bend, to kind of flex down, right? That could potentially, not just in doing this, but it would have to be a vigorous event.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted at Safety Exhibit 107. It has been identified as a photo of Mercedes Lozoya, and it has been identified that this is conduct where her arms had been bound up, and she is on the ground. Would a position like this be consistent with potentially causing that injury?
So I'm sorry, just to clarify, her arms are held in this position.
Her arms are held.
And is there a weight? or they're just held
They're just
by
held
something
and it could
above the ground.
above the ground.
It's possible, yes.
We'll talk about that. Be right back.
Okay. Were there any other injuries that could be seen internally?
Just from the internal examination, nothing that we haven't described, meaning those same bruises that we discussed that we saw externally. When we look inside, we can see those as well, because they go into the tissues beneath the skin. But there were no additional injuries other than those that we've discussed.
Now, after the physical examination of the body, are there samples that are inspected from, or were there samples inspected from Mercedes?
Samples are taken at the time of autopsy for additional testing. We take blood, we take vitreous, which is the fluid behind the eye, and we can perform additional testing on that, like chemical testing, toxicology testing. Samples were also taken from the organs at the time of the autopsy to look at under the microscope so that we could see if there was any disease or trauma under the microscope.
And which organs were examined under the microscope?
We examine what we consider kind of the major organs, so heart, lungs, liver, spleen, thymus, adrenal glands, kidneys, also sections from the skin where the bruises and abrasions were.
Yeah, excuse me, could you spell thymus?
THYMUS.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, when, well, you said the lungs. Was there anything remarkable about the lungs when they were examined?
The lungs showed some kind of scattered small areas of foreign material, consistent with what we call aspiration, without a lot of response. There was some early response to this. What that means is that easiest way to describe it, we've probably all done it, is you go to drink your coffee in the morning and it goes down the wrong pipe, right? So it goes in your airway instead of in your esophagus. You cough, you get that out, but some of it goes down into your lungs. If you were to die shortly thereafter, and we looked at lungs under the microscope, we might see that there was some material in the lungs that didn't belong there. Didn't cause the death, but we can still see that it's there, and we can see the body reacting to the fact that it's there. And we saw that in the lungs in this case.
Now, in Mercedes' case, you did review her medical history as part of this review. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in Mercedes' case, there were a lot of reports of vomiting. Is vomiting would that be consistent with possibly aspiration at the time of vomiting?
Yes, I mean that's a concern with vomiting, right? Is that as you vomit, you could potentially kind of inhale some of that into the lungs. It's certainly possible.
Now, as the body is dying, does that affect the ability for something to enter the lungs?
So yes, we tend to call this terminal aspiration, meaning in the dying process, we no longer have that protective mechanism that keeps our body from, say, swallowing food into the esophagus instead of into the lungs. So it's not uncommon for us to see, again, this aspiration, this foreign material kind of scattered in the lungs. Again, it's not something significant. It's something that we see, and it's not uncommon that we see it occurring right around the time as people are dying terminally.
This is just the medical examiner. You
What
haven't
was seen,
missed much at
was
all.
the level of aspiration anything that would have contributed to that?
No.
Okay, so once the samples, fluid samples and everything you mentioned were sent for testing, was there a review of her, I guess, her vitamins and all of the type of, when we go to the doctor, when we get, they take blood and they measure our glucose and all that kind of stuff. Were those kind of tests done?
So we performed a toxicology test, which is looking for any sorts of drugs or medications that are in the body at the time of death. And we look for everything from drinking alcohol to aspirin to prescription medications to illicit drugs. Additionally, we perform chemical testing looking at the electrolytes. So specifically like sodium, potassium, glucose. We do not necessarily look for things like vitamin levels or anemia, as they don't necessarily have a role to play in this death. And some tests simply cannot be done post-mortem. But we do the tests that we're able to do that are applicable to each particular case. So in this particular case, we did the toxicology testing as well as that electrolyte testing we just discussed, which looks at electrolytes, glucose, and kidney markers.
And what did that tell you and Dr. Payne at the time?
Well, all of our toxicology screening was negative, so we didn't find any sort of drugs or medications present. The electrolyte screening was within normal limits for post-mortem, meaning after death, although the kidney function was one of our markers for kidney function, urea nitrogen, was elevated, telling us that there was an element of kidney failure at the time of death.
Now, were there any further tests done of the kidneys?
So as mentioned before, we did do microscopy, which is looking at the tissues under the microscope. So we looked at the kidneys as well as the other tissues under the microscope and did some additional, there was a finding found in those slides. And so we did an additional test where we stained the kidneys with what's called an immunoglobulin. It's a test to see if we can identify exactly what the substance is that was in the kidney. We were able to do that, and we found myoglobin in the kidneys.
And what is significant about finding myoglobin in the kidneys?
Myoglobin is a muscle protein that needs to stay in muscle. It's very toxic if released into the bloodstream, specifically toxic to the kidneys, where it can accumulate, meaning it sits in our kidneys and causes renal failure. So the finding of myoglobin in the kidneys, in these what we call casts in the kidneys, is one, it tells us that there's renal failure, which is consistent with the test we did to show there was renal failure. And two, it shows us that there was significant muscle damage, that this myoglobin was released and then accumulated in the kidneys.
And how is there a word for that when you find myoglobin that has been released in the body? Is that a diagnosis associated with that?
The term we use is rhabdomyolysis. This basically means that the muscles are breaking down, releasing the myoglobin.
All right, could you spell that last word?
RHABDOMYOLYSIS.
Diana, you spell that correctly.
Don't mess up, Diana.
And
Court reporter.
that is rhabdo for short.
Physicians usually call it rhabdo, yes.
And is rhabdo something that can happen to anyone?
Yes, it's been shown to occur with trauma being the main cause, but also with exertion. Military recruits the military is well aware of this because it can happen with muscular exertion, as well as with certain drug toxicities, and other causes.
And you mentioned trauma. Is it your opinion that the bruising and injuries that Mercedes Lozoya sustained could have contributed to the trauma to the muscles, which contributed to the myoglobin kidney, otherwise rhabdo?
Yes, it is possible that the rhabdo resulted from the trauma that was present. Yes.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned exertion of the muscles. There has been testimony that, and video evidence actually, that Mercedes would be forced to hold heavy objects for hours at a time. Would that kind of muscle exertion damage the muscles and lead to rhabdo?
Yes.
So, could they independently cause rhabdo? The trauma, could that in and of itself lead to rhabdo?
Yes.
Could the muscle exertion in and of itself also lead to rhabdo?
Yes.
And having them together, does that increase the likelihood of rhabdo?
That's possible. Yes.
Now, other than the rhabdo, what else could lead to kidney damage that might be due to the injuries that Mercedes sustained?
So, additionally, we have a significant amount of bruises or injuries to the body. And each of those bruises, right, would result in what we call cellular injury. And when our cells are injured, they tend to swell. The way I describe this is, think about spraining your ankle. You go out, you sprain your ankle, and your ankle swells, right? When you have that isolated swelling, that fluid has to come from somewhere. And usually that comes from our bloodstream. And it's not a big deal, right? But imagine if you had multiple injuries all over your body. So you had lots of areas of swelling. This could potentially deplete some of the fluid that's in our bloodstream, meaning making it less. We call that hypovolemia. And that can also lead to kidney damage. It's like being dehydrated when you're not dehydrated, right? You're just pulling the fluids out into your tissues instead of having them in your bloodstream.
Can you explain to the jury what hyperkalemia is, and if that was something that was possible?
Hyperkalemia is when you have too much potassium in your blood. This can result from tissue injuries. Potassium is essential for us to have to survive, but it lives inside the cells. So when cells get injured and they release their contents into the bloodstream, they're releasing potassium into the bloodstream. And potassium is a very toxic electrolyte, must be kept in a very specific amount of range in our body. If we get too much, it leads to what we call cardiac arrhythmias, abnormal heartbeats, can lead to cardiac arrest. So too high can be lethal. So when we have a great deal of trauma, our potassium can get high as those cells die and release the potassium. So that could be from all of the different injuries that were present, but also in rhabdomyolysis. Remember, that is where the muscle cells are dying and are releasing their contents into the bloodstream. So along with that myoglobin we discussed, potassium is also released. So hyperkalemia, high potassium, is also associated with rhabdomyolysis.
Now, is rhabdomyolysis something that, if it were treated promptly, could be recovered from?
Yes.
If it is left untreated, does it pose a substantial risk of death?
Yes.
In the days leading up to Mercedes' death, there was testimony and evidence that she was fatigued, that she didn't want to eat, that she was vomiting. Are those symptoms of kidney or renal failure?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, right?
Defense.
Pay attention.
Defense, your witness. Your witness, she's passed the
Your
witness.
Honor, could we have a little break right now?
For what purpose?
I'm sorry?
What purpose?
Just a break. My blood sugars are pretty low right now. And,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you all a 10-minute break. Remember my previous instructions.
All right, the jury.
All right, so what we're not seeing, what the other feed shows, is actually the state, the blonde attorney that was just questioning the medical examiner. She comes over. She does try to help her. She's not doing well. That, what do you guys call her? Grandma Ethel is not doing well. Her blood sugar is super low. They're trying to offer her juice or anything, and she is turning everything down. I don't know what she wants. She does not come back. She gets taken away by ambulance. So they do come back to court. They do finish as witness. But she's not the one that's questioning because she left. Gabby, the woman in the green sweater, Teresa, I don't know, is her real name. I think you guys call her Grandma Ethel. Her blood sugar dropped too low because she asked her when they passed it to the defense. She didn't answer. She didn't respond. And the judge was like, defense? And she didn't say anything. And the judge like, defense, your turn. And then she's like, can we have a break? And judge kind of irritated because they've already sent the jury in and out. And then she proceeded to tell her blood sugar was low. On the other feed, no, she did not faint. On the other feed, it shows them interacting a little bit more with everybody, trying to help her and get her something, offering her everything, and she was turning down everything. So, yeah. So, she does not come back. She was taken out by stretcher, apparently. But they do come back into court. It's not very much longer to carry on, to proceed. If it's not on this feed, it's on the other one. I'll go get it because I know they come back. But they took a really long break. The judge was like 10 minutes. No. Yeah. She was back today. She's back today. So whatever her, there we go, issue was, well, I mean, we know what her issue was. It was low blood sugar. But pretty much Stormy. Well, I lost. All right. So we'll finish up and then we'll go to today's. Because this is not very long to question the medical examiner.
Right hand
After,
for me, please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you
after they
question
put up,
about?
after they put up such a fight. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, Felicia.
Place you under oath, but it's just to ask you a specific question about your counsel's presence. Do you understand? I'm not going to ask you anything about the case. All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record. All right, your attorney, Ms. Conley, is not present. So the attorney who's here is Lorraine Efron. The state has already completed direct examination of this witness, Dr. Molina. Do you have any objections to Ms. Efron conducting the cross-examination of this witness. All right, and Ms. Ephraim, do you have any objections to continuing without Ms. Conley's presence for the questioning of this witness?
No.
And Mr. Ruiz, do you have any objection to continuing with this witness without the presence of Ms. Conley? All right.
So Felicia, I understand exactly what you're saying. I get low blood sugar, not that low where I can still make decisions, but I know I don't feel well. My husband gets it. My daughter can get like low like that, where she's not making sense and she's not making good decisions. And she was not making good decisions. It was like everybody is like, do you want Coke? Do you want juice? Do you want candy? I've got candy. I mean, they were throwing everything at her and she just, no. So then the judge cut the feed. I don't know how she left the courtroom, if she left on her own or if they actually had to take her out in the courtroom on the stretcher. I just know she left on the stretcher. So I don't know. I know it's not typically, for me anyway, just a drop like that. It can be. So I don't know if it happened really fast for her, if she's a diabetic. I have no idea any of her medical information. But there's she can't think. She could not think because they were trying. They were really trying to help her. And good on the state. They were right there. That blonde woman that's doing this questioning of the medical examiner was right there to just, what do you need? So I was happy to see that. But this doesn't take very long, and then we'll go on and get to today's, which we probably should catch up with them live once we fast forward through the breaks. But I do kind of feel sorry for this attorney because she just got thrown to the wolves to go ahead and question the medical examiner without being prepared at all.
Let's bring the jurors in, if you'll let her know, please.
All right, for the jury.
Gabby, it made me wonder how she was feeling when we were going through all those pointless questions when they were trying to not let the medical examiner testify. Feeling not good then? Because it was an hour.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
It's that long?
So where we ended is state you had passed the witness, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Combs not here, not proceeding without her, right? So, with regard to this examination, you can describe to the jury what you saw, correct?
Correct. What is documented in the examination.
Right,
Yes.
what you saw, what was documented. But you cannot tell this jury who caused a particular bruise, correct?
Correct.
And you cannot tell this jury who caused a particular injury, correct?
Correct.
And the I'm gonna call it rhabdo. I could never pronounce that whole word. That is a progressive, it can be a progressive condition, correct?
Correct. It actually develops, again, you have your muscle injury, then those chemicals are released and you develop renal failure. So it's a full progression of rhabdomyolysis.
That would be
And
me.
it might not happen. Does it happen does that process begin at the time anybody has a severe muscle injury?
Well, the process begins when you have the muscle injury. But then again, whether or not you develop into renal failure, that depends on how much of a muscle injury you have, the ability of your body to clear it. But normally the whole rhabdomyolysis syndrome, so we're talking about the injury.
Your Honor, may I object to non-responsive?
All right, that will be sustained.
Thank you, Doctor. the rhabdo is, you wouldn't be able to give any kind of particular time frame as to how it develops, correct?
So as I was getting to, it usually takes 2 to 3 days to develop.
Um,
And let me finish.
but one injury can add to a prior injury, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And with regard to who caused the death of Mercedes, you cannot say, can you?
Correct.
It would still be hard.
Now, this you can say is a homicide, correct?
But you
Correct. It was determined to be a homicide.
But that's not a murder, is it?
Correct. As we
You cannot tell this jury that the crime of murder has been committed, can you?
correct, I cannot.
That's for them to decide. You agree with that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so can you illustrate or describe to us what the homicide is and what the other categories that you make in an autopsy?
So again, we're referring to manner of death. And manner of death on a death certificate, these are epidemiologic terms. These are so people who study how and why we die and generate those graphs that you've probably seen why people are dying, right? It's so that public health can see why we're dying. For instance, you've probably seen things about the suicides going up. That's from death certificate data based on these manner of death determinations. So natural deaths being deaths due purely to natural disease processes. Accidental deaths being due to acts of nature, like hurricanes, tornadoes, floodings, or events with no intention for injury. So for instance, car accidents, right? Suicides being a death where someone has caused injury to themselves. Homicides being where someone has caused injury to another. And undetermined being we don't have enough information to decide between the manners of death.
And so those are when you determine manner of death, those are the 5 categories that I guess the state of Texas has established for you?
Correct. Those are the manners of death that appear on the death certificate as defined by state law.
And you've never met Jose, correct?
Not that I know of, no.
And you've never met Katrina, the
Not,
co-defendant in this case.
not that I know of, no.
And you were obviously not present when any injury occurred.
Correct.
And it's a lot of information, but the information you're communicating is solely as a result of what you saw and what you reviewed for today, correct?
Correct. It's part of our investigation into the death.
And did you review things before you testified today?
Yes.
Your autopsy notes and those kinds of things.
Correct. The entire file, which would be the autopsy report, the investigative report, the photographs, the radiographs or x-rays, the microscopy that we discussed, the slides under the microscope, all of that was reviewed.
Okay. And when you say a particular injury was the result of trauma, you can't say what particular kind of trauma it was, can you?
Other than blunt force trauma.
Other than blunt force.
Correct.
But blunt force trauma, would you agree, can occur in many ways. It's not necessarily from a physical act. It can happen if you forcefully bump into, crash blunt force trauma can happen in many ways.
Correct. It can happen in an infinite number of manners.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that it came from, say, a strike or a blow by another individual.
Correct.
That's what this is.
Say,
Dr. Molina, was there anything in Mercedes' medical history that suggested that these injuries were all because of an accident?
No.
Was there anything in Mercedes' medical history that suggested that these were self-inflicted injuries?
No.
Got any approach?
Yes.
Oh, you guys are funny. That paper hurt.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted at State's Exhibit number 97.
It depends if you need to move around to see what's being shown, you may do so.
This is a photo that has been identified as a photo of Mercedes that was taken with Jose Ruiz's phone. In fact, by Jose Ruiz. And there has been evidence that this picture was taken at 4:44 p.m. And then there's additionally video evidence from basically from 6:30.
Your Honor, object to the testimony from counsel.
Sustained. If a child is forced, this is Mercedes. Mercedes holding an item like this with their arms out like this from 4:45 p.m. till roughly 7 p.m. Would that be something that you would feel would contribute to the rhabdo?
Yes, that could certainly cause rhabdomyolysis.
Last witness. Any further questions, defense?
And again, that's because the rhabdo can be caused by contact injury or exertion, correct?
Correct. In this particular case, I'm being asked would be exertional. Yes.
And again, you're not here to make any legal conclusion, correct?
Correct.
I think that's what it's this time.
No further questions.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse from the state.
It's just subject to recall.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. You can't view anything. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the.
I probably would have kept her too, just in case Teresa there at the end gets back and wants to ask her questions. Although I don't think she has any help for the defense whatsoever. I am curious what he just passed her. What were his questions that he wanted asked? Because I only made her hold it for like an hour, not 3 hours or 2 hours. Ugh. It's almost. Let me get today's up. It reminds me of if somebody was a soldier, was a prisoner of war, and the stories that they would come home and tell you of the torture they went through. That's what that just makes me think that's what that little girl went through. And I know we were talking Friday about who comes up with this stuff, who how do these people that are doing these things to these kids come up with this stuff? And in his case, it's because I think a lot of it was done to him. I'm not excusing that in any way, shape, or form. He talked about it in one of the interviews with the police of not his dad, because his dad was already in prison for something that happened with a 15-year-old. Don't know what that was. Probably don't want to know what that was. And then I'm assuming a stepdad or boyfriend or something stepped into the picture, and it wasn't good for him. Doesn't excuse him, but it wasn't good. So that, in my process of thinking over the weekend after Friday, was the only thing I could come up with to find any reasoning for his actions, and there is no excuse for it. I think my brain just needed something to. I don't know what it needed, but because Friday was so bad, it was so hard, and like I told you earlier, I've thought of them over the whole entire weekend, and then just sitting here today, it's like, it's just war. It's just being a prisoner. So this is today, jury coming in. You can see Teresa's back. She's feeling better. I hope. Hopefully no more stuff goes on.
I hope
And we have
everyone
closed
was able to
captioning.
find parking easily. All right, defense, call your witness.
Judge, Your Honor, I don't believe we have officially arrested this
Oops, sorry. I was trying to move the closed captioning.
All right.
arrest.
All right. Defense, call your first witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. State calls Mr. Adame.
All right. If you can raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand. Just make sure you keep your voice up for members of the jury and the court report. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Anthony Adame.
All right, defense.
Good morning, Mr. Adame. We've met before.
Yes, ma'am.
Since the time that you were here before, have you reviewed any records from CPS?
No, ma'am.
And you did know you were subject to the call, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Directing your attention to the last interview that Heather Bryant had with the Sawyer family. As far as you know, she never examined Mercedes' body that day.
Ma'am, I do not have personal knowledge of that. I was not there that day when Heather Bryant conducted that body check.
Your Honor, I'd like to show Defense Exhibit 2, which are the CPS records, all 6,015 of them. They're on a thumb disk here that Mr. Munoz is going to show.
Judge, my objection is there's been no foundation laid. It's hearsay.
All right. With regards to him viewing the records, he is allowed to view the records, and then the court will respond to any objections as to hearsay. With regards to foundation and relevancy, that's going to be sustained. So you'll need to lay the foundation, what's the purpose, and you'll need to show that it's relevant by asking this witness questions.
Have you ever seen the entire file, Mr. Munoz?
I'm not Mr. Munoz, ma'am.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Forgive me, Mr. Adame. I'm sorry. Have you ever seen the whole file?
I have glanced through the file. Yes, ma'am. But particularly paying attention to what I was involved in.
Is that the whole story to CPS? Only people only handle what they're involved in, not the whole case, not the whole person?
There is different divisions in Child Protective Services. The division that you're talking about with Heather Bryant is the Child Protection Investigation. CPI is what it's called. She is in a different section of Child Protective Services other than myself. We don't answer to the same supervisor, so to speak.
Is there any chain that follows the child all the way through?
I think it's more of a collective, and we all have bits and pieces, ma'am. So when Mercedes Lozoya died, I came into that piece of the puzzle to investigate predominantly just her child death.
Did you bring anything with you in terms of knowledge to the death scene, to the hospital where the child was pronounced dead?
Just my training and experience from previous child death investigations, ma'am.
So you didn't know about any of the history, is that right?
Whenever I was called to the scene, no, ma'am. I called San Antonio Police Department that was on scene, and then I responded.
Your group is called Child Protective Services, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do to protect a child from being killed?
I'm gonna object to relevance.
Oh, I wanted
What
to.
do you do to protect a child?
I'm gonna object to relevance.
The same. What do your job duties entail?
My job duties as a special investigator, I conduct investigations into child death involving abuse and neglect. I conduct any kind of serious incidents such as, or serious injuries such as broken skulls, broken bones, burns of no nature that can be really explained that involve abuse and neglect. I've worked in labor trafficking cases involving children, sex trafficking cases involving children.
Hey,
I've
Christy, good morning.
been involved in cases involving law enforcement, involving our own employees, school personnel who perpetrate on children at school, in addition to some of the investigations involving our foster children in Child Protective Services.
But you did nothing personally to save Mercedes Lasoya.
Object to relevance and argument day.
Did you do anything personally to save Mercedes Lasoya?
Object to relevance.
Sustained. Your Honor, we're here about Mercedes Lasoya, just argument in terms of that. We're here because of Mercedes Lasoya, and it's not relevant what was done to protect her?
The objection has been sustained.
Do you recall the last person to interview or confer with the family of Mercedes?
Which are you referring to her paternal side or her maternal side?
That's horrible.
Whoever had her. Do you know who had her?
The maternal side, our mother, Katrina Mendoza.
What was done?
What was done with what, ma'am? I'm trying to understand your question.
Mercedes Lasoya, was she the subject of the investigations? Or was it Katrina?
She was listed as a victim in that investigation. And in this particular one, the last one,
Lately.
Katrina Mendoza was listed as the alleged perpetrator.
So your job is just follow up when it's all over. Is that right?
In this,
I know you've given descriptions, but from what I see of your involvement, it was only to follow up when it was over. Is that wrong?
when what was over, ma'am?
The child's life. She was dead.
Mercedes' life, Mercedes Lasoya's life, when she passed away. Yes, I came into the piece of the puzzle to investigate why she died, what were the circumstances that led to her death, and to figure out all that information entailing her death.
Is there any path within CPS to ensure something like this doesn't happen again?
Object to relevance.
Sustained. Specifically, what behavior is required of a CPS person to help any child?
Object to relevance.
Sustained. Laura, I'd like to introduce this. Have you seen any of these records? These 6,015 pages?
Hey, TG. Good
Can
morning.
you clarify what these records are?
If I could show them. Thank you.
So we just started today's testimony.
Coach, do I have permission to move along the well?
Yes.
Thank you.
What was that?
Go ahead. I just asked for permission to move.
Yeah, I'm actually for me.
It's not detected,
Any,
it's special
if
investigation.
it's mine or their end, I tried to fix it. It does get better though.
Start from here and go down.
Yes.
Well, be careful because Hamilton was listening at work and she got in trouble because this trial made her so mad she messed up something. So Hamilton, I saw you on here. You be careful. And good morning, Hamilton.
Oh, sorry.
So I did hear the judge say there's a doctor I think is going to testify by Zoom. I don't know if that's if that's a state rebuttal. I don't know if this is the only defense witness. I have no idea. Well, Stormy, do not get in trouble while at work. I mean, I will write you all notes. You know that. All right, Hamilton. Probably still be here.
Yes.
I can write you a note. I can also say that you can only work on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And you expect the same pay. Going to do less work. Stormy. I don't want anybody to get in trouble. Are they making this guy look at 6,600, what was it, 15 reports or pages of reports?
This all looks like criminal history. Criminal history.
All right, so just 1 second. The
This-
reason, while you all are having the conversation up there amongst the three of you all, do you want that on the record or not? Because it's difficult for the court reporter to hear.
I understand, right? I wasn't having a conversation. That's my understanding. He had a question, and I would respectfully ask that all questions come from her. So, are you done, sir? Or would you like more time?
No more time.
Then Diana, as soon as he's finished reading everything, we'll go back on the record. Yes.
Thanks.
All right, we're back on the record. Defense,
Are you familiar with those records that were shown to you?
Some of the ones that are not involving the child death, I am not familiar with those. No, ma'am. Those are cases from before this one.
Okay, how early, how far back did you go?
I looked at that document that he showed me.
You didn't look at all 6,015 pages, right?
And I was scrolling through most of them. Yes, ma'am.
Look at that many pages.
Did you see a claim in there where there was any connective tissue that would follow through?
I'm gonna object if him testifying to anything in the records that were not being made.
all right, that's gonna be overruled. You can answer the question if you know the answer to the question. All right, you can answer the question if you know the answer to the question.
Ma'am, the connective tissue is maybe that it's Mercedes Lasoya. It's Jordan Lasoya and her mother, Katrina Mendoza. And then I also seen their father as well.
So, was it helpful for you to see them at all?
Helpful in what way, ma'am?
In that you're able to understand what's going on with this case other than the death of Mercedes?
Again, ma'am, my focus was in on the child death portion of that.
Maybe I asked for the wrong witness. Who would I ask for that has the overall picture on how to save a child?
I'm gonna object to relevant.
Sustained.
Who should I have called instead of you?
I'm gonna object to relevant.
Sustained.
Best witness.
Any questions?
Just one, Judge. Mr. O'Donnell, you mentioned that Katrina Mendoza was an alleged perpetrator. Were there any other alleged perpetrators?
I'm
Yes,
sorry, I didn't understand that question. Mr. Director.
I said you testified that Katrina Mendoza was an alleged perpetrator. Isn't it true that Jose Ruiz was also an alleged perpetrator?
yes, ma'am.
Have the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, from the state.
Don't.
No call, Your Honor. It doesn't.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone or watch anything. The only persons you can speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense, call your next witness.
Your Honor, I'd like to call the district clerk.
And Your Honor, we would object to this on relevance.
All right, we'll see what the district clerk has to say.
If the audio is not good on this, I can switch to her feed.
Your
So
Honor, this could be ordered that the state stipulate.
No.
Your Honor.
Stop. Witnesses need to be called. The court will hear any objections at that time. The requests for stipulations need to be done outside the presence of the jury, and I think both parties are aware of that.
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I wasn't.
All right. The requests for stipulations need to be outside the presence of the jury.
yes, he was a defense witness, and no, he didn't help at all. He testified earlier in this trial. He's not the guy that could have removed Mercedes. And then after she was already gone. And she said, did I call the wrong witness? Yeah, absolutely. She is very, very. Oh. I'm trying to get used to my new glasses, sorry.
And everyone just give us a moment.
That's really static, you guys.
Your Honor, apparently, the clerk isn't here yet. I'd like to instead recall Katrina Mendoza.
All right, if deputies, if you all could bring Katrina Mendoza.
The video that we only heard the audio of Friday, if he wasn't already, they weren't already leaning guilty by that point, I don't know how they wouldn't be. That one, I just feel the deal.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you all step outside for a moment because since Miss Mendoza is being called back, her attorney needs to be here as well. So remember my instructions. Do anything, you're not allowed to start deliberating individually with yourself or with each other. You're not allowed to watch anything or do any investigations. Does everyone understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I assume the room is open for you all? the jury room.
Whew, that is really loud. A lot of background noise. So, Chrissy, we watched Friday's testimony, which was the medical examiner. So right before when the state passed the witness, the judge was saying, "Okay, defense," and she wasn't responding. The lead defense attorney there, and her blood sugar ended up dropping. So she was taken out. They didn't show it. I read this. She was taken out by a stretcher. She was not there to question the medical examiner. I will be curious if they recall her, because the other woman that's sitting there with her, she got basically, "Here you go," and she didn't do a great job. So you see she's got her Sprite and her drinks there to hopefully keep her blood sugar level up today, because that's not a fun feeling. And she was not making good decisions. They were offering her everything. The blonde defense, or the blonde state attorney, was right over there trying to give her stuff, and she just kept no, no, no. I just don't think she could make that decision for herself at that time.
It's not showing yet because he hasn't unmuted or started his video.
I'm not a medical doctor. Good grief. Sorry.
All right, Dr. Cannon, if you could unmute, please, and start your video.
Wait. What happened to Katrina?
He needs to unmute and start his video.
Where is it showing?
It's not showing yet because he hasn't unmuted or started his video.
Where will it be shown?
It's right here on the screen. All right, Dr. Cannon, if you'll unmute, please. All right, if you can make sure you keep your voice up so that we can hear.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Awesome. All right, defense, call your next witness.
Good morning, Dr. Kanan. My name is Teresa Conley.
No, call your witness, counsel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
I'd like to call Dr. Kanan.
All right, you may be seated. Dr. Kanan, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. State your name for the record, please.
Yes, my first name is Rajesh, Rajess. Last name Cannon, K-A-N-N-A-N.
All right, this witness is appearing by Zoom. Any objection to the witness appearing by Zoom? State.
No objection, no.
Defense, any objection to the
No
witness
objection.
appearing by Zoom?
No objection.
Judge Bennett?
Mr. Ruiz, any objection to this witness appearing by Zoom? All right, defense.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You're here specifically regarding the autopsy that you performed on Mercedes Lozoya on February 8th of 2022. She died on the 7th, but it's my understanding you performed the autopsy on the 8th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you have those papers in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Going through this the whole record, which is extensive, your first contact about this case was with whom?
It's really when I saw the case.
Do you recall speaking with Detective Lawrence Size?
It's probably at the time of autopsy,
When was the time of autopsy?
on February the 8th, 2022.
At what time?
It's about 9 o'clock, 9 a.m.
And how long did it last?
Autopsy, probably a few hours.
You don't remember specifically with this one?
No, ma'am.
Is it noted on the form anywhere? I didn't notice it.
No,
Hey, if you guys are having a hard time understanding him, which I am, I can switch to her feed because we're not going to see any pictures. He's the guy that did the autopsy. That it's very echoey. I've got a lot of background noise on my end because they have everything turned up so loud. But I would say that Judge Boyd's feed is better. So if you guys want me to switch over to that one, I can't understand him. because the TV channel 12 has, I think their stuff turned up so much because the attorneys are so quiet. And it's just a lot of stuff. Whatever. I'm not an audio TV person. All right, give me a sec. If I can find my cursor. Because I'm curious what he has to say too. He is the guy that they were just questioning the Emmy about. Give me a second to catch it up. The funny thing about Judge Boyd's feed is we get to hear all the stuff that we don't always get to hear. All right. One sec. I got it. I just took it back to where she swore him in. Hopefully this is better. You guys let me know. Oops.
Testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
It is
You
way
can
better
lower
for
your
me.
hand, state your name for the record, please.
Yes, my first name is Rajesh, Rajesh. Last name Cannon, Kannan.
All right, this witness is appearing by Zoom. Any objection to the witness appearing by Zoom? State.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense, any objection to the
No
witness
objection,
appearing
Your
by
Honor.
Zoom?
No objection.
For me too.
Mr. Ruiz, any objection to this witness appearing by Zoom? All right, defense.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You're here specifically regarding the autopsy that you performed on Mercedes Lozoya on February 8th of 2022. She died on the 7th, but it's my understanding you performed the autopsy on the 8th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you have those papers in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Me too, but I have a feeling it's going to be rough.
Going through the whole record, which is extensive, your first contact about this case was with whom?
It's really when I saw the case.
Do you recall speaking with Detective Lawrence Size?
It's probably at the time of autopsy,
When was the time of autopsy?
on February the 8th, 2022.
At what time?
It's about 9 o'clock, 9 a.m.
And how long did it last?
Autopsy, probably a few hours.
You don't remember specifically with this one?
No, ma'am.
Is it noted on the form anywhere? I didn't notice it.
No, it just whenever we finish them.
I'm sorry, sir, what did you say?
Whenever we finish,
Whenever you finish.
yes.
You don't necessarily notice when you finish, though.
He
No,
whispers
we don't.
here.
So when you started the autopsy, I imagine, did you observe the outside of the child's body first, or did you go inside? What is your
Oh,
procedure?
no, it's a routine to look from top to bottom, outside, document, take photographs, and then we'll look inside.
Did you reach any conclusions from the observation outside?
I did the observation outside, yes.
Did you make a decision based on what you saw?
No, ma'am, we have to go inside and then wait for every test, and then we have to decide.
What kind of tests were you waiting for?
In this particular case, I did do additional microscopic examination of the tissue.
Which tissue was that? A particular place?
Yes, we We did a comprehensive study on all the tissues, major organs, including heart, lungs, liver, adrenal gland, pancreas, spleen, thymus, uh, intestines, and then also the kidneys, portion of the skin. And the kidneys, I did additional tests for a stain for myoglobin, which is myoglobin.
Now, when you performed the autopsy, you didn't have any prior information, is that correct?
Prior information.
Prior to that child being on your table?
No, it's all started. It all started at the time of autopsy and after the autopsy. We met with the detectives.
Excuse me, Dr. Cannon, I know you're probably having difficulty hearing, but when an objection is made, I'm going to need you to stop talking so I can make a ruling on the objection. And
Okay.
attorneys need to use your microphones. All right, you may continue, Dr. Cannon.
It's at the time of autopsy and after.
Who was present with you when you performed the autopsy?
It's from the law enforcement. I believe it's Detective Saints, but I could be others. I can't remember.
It's not specifically noted who was there?
No, ma'am, no.
When you looked at Mercedes, when you looked at her, you didn't have any initial first impressions?
Object to leading.
That'll be overruled. You can answer.
Yes, yes. First impression is yes. This child suffered trauma.
How much trauma?
Well, it's extensive from top to bottom, all over the body.
Was Dr. Molina present when you were doing this?
No,
I'm
All right,
sorry,
that'll be overruled. You can
no,
answer.
ma'am, no,
she was not present.
no.
Okay. When you do an autopsy, do you have anybody helping you?
No, it's just me.
And possibly Detective Size?
Yes, if they come for observation, we allow them because they're the lead law enforcement agency.
Observing isn't helping.
There was evidence of medical intervention. Your notes indicate defibrillator pads are present on the chest wall.
Yes, ma'am.
Needle puncture is present just above the right knee.
Correct.
And intro,
Osseous.
thank you.
Yes.
Needle is inserted in the left shin.
Yes.
And that indicated that somebody tried to save the child?
Yeah, it's from the hospital. It's pretty routine to see this.
All right, now, the first thing note I have here is that the head. What do you recall about Mercedes' head?
Yes, I listed on each section because the injuries are pretty all over. So the head had a lot of abrasions or scrapes, and on the front, back, cheek, and also the back had a small a tear of the skin as well.
Where was that, sir?
In the back of the head.
The top? What part
In
of
the
the back?
In the back.
Plain old center back, or,
Yes.
and what do you think that was from? Could you tell?
It's a blunt trauma.
Blunt trauma?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you have considered that a cause of death?
No, that's not alone as a cause of death.
But was it significant enough that potentially it could have been a cause of death?
Like I said, we don't infer just on one small tear. It's the overall picture which matters.
Yes. So that tear wasn't enough to
Ugh.
give you a distinct impression at that point. Is that
No,
fair to
not
say?
at this point, no.
You talked about Mercedes' lip.
Yeah.
Broad 5 by 3 centimeter area of erosion with lying superficial layer of thin tan granulation tissue. What does that mean, granulation tissue?
It's,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm gonna object to her reading from a document that's not in evidence.
All right, that'll be overruled.
yeah, what it means is it's a tissue trying to heal.
What part of the face was it?
It's on the inner side of the lip.
Inside her lip.
Yes,
Could you ascertain what the source of that injury was?
no, we can't tell.
Like a child biting the inner side, inside of her
No,
mouth?
it's not biting. It could be any kind of trauma on top of the lip.
Did you notice some missing teeth?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember how many?
A few.
Was it unusual for a child of this age to have missing teeth?
I mean, one is we can happen if they fall, but quite a few with overlying trauma with different stages of healing is not common. It indicates there is some repeated trauma.
For how long a period?
It's probably days.
Why are you
Days?
asking?
Yes, ma'am.
These were her baby teeth, as we lay people call them. Was
Yes,
that what-
these are. Yes, that's right.
I mean, that was a horrible question to ask. No, no, that was just a
forgive me
horrible.
with these words, but present on the proximal mid-occipital scalp head are 2 contusions measuring 2 by 3 centimeters. What is that?
It's on the back of the head are contusions or bruise.
Were
Exactly.
these recent?
They appear recent. Yes.
And when we say recent, are you talking in terms of hours, days?
I would say days.
Have you, at this point in time, begun to formulate a cause of death in your mind?
No, because these are complicated case, and we need to gather all the information.
Why was it complicated?
Because when I also need to look inside the body, not just outside. And
that-
inside the head, I did not see any obvious immediate cause of death.
So it was not, is it fair to say it was not the focus of your examination, her head?
Head is the main part of the examination, but I also look at other cavities like chest and abdomen.
The abdomen. You talk about a cluster of 3 contusions measuring 1 to 2 centimeters present on the lower left abdomen above the inguinal region.
Yep.
Was this done with, can you ascertain what caused these injuries?
It's just some kind of blunt trauma, and I can't really tell exact mechanism how it happened, but there is some trauma.
She seemed surprised by that, didn't she, Stormy? What's the abdomen?
You talk about her fingers being swollen. What is that from? Was there an obvious injury there, or? why
No,
would-
what it is it's an injury, but the tissue is reacting to the hand, and that it's swelling is common in injury.
even post-mortem?
Well, it's around the time of death, so yeah, I can still observe it.
But it was observable, that's that.
Yes.
And
The prosecution is over there just waiting for him because he's a
her arms
dream
had several
witness.
different kinds of contusions, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
There was no evidence of sexual assault, am I correct?
I did a complete examination and collected trace evidence. Um, I'm not sure if it was submitted, but based on my exam, I examined the inside of the anal canal, vaginal canal. I did not see any tears or trauma.
They did arrest Chrissy. This is the defense
At any
witness.
point did you examine her throat?
Yes, inside, yes.
Did you see anything there?
But no, I could not see anything.
There was an allegation against the mother in her indictment that she had shoved a utensil down her throat. Did you observe any injuries from that?
I mean, not at the time of death, no, ma'am. No, there was no evidence of trauma.
Inside her throat?
That's right.
The child, did you know the child had asthma? Was that obvious to you?
I looked for signs, but I did not see anything
You did not.
obvious in the body. Nothing in the body.
Typically, if a person came before you and had asthma, is that something you would notice right off the bat, or you'd have to
No.
look for?
No, because asthma, remember, they don't come to medical examiner. It's a treatable condition. And we have signs of asthmatic attack when they go to hospital. Typically, they tell us what happened. And we kind of already know what to look for. In this case, that was not obvious.
But have you seen deaths from a bad reaction to asthma?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Look at Dutch Boy's face. Sorry.
You did a full dissection of Mercedes' back, is that correct?
I examined, yes.
It says a full dissection of the back.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Now, I've seen autopsies on television, forgive my lack of knowledge. Do you turn the child over to examine the back or?
Correct. Yes, we have to.
Okay, and you cut the back as well?
Yes, yes.
Specifically, what did you observe that could have caused her death?
Well, I mean, like I said, all the injuries in the back, like around the buttocks, there were blood seeping into the deep tissues, which indicates the injuries I observed on the top went a little bit to the bottom. But again, these are only skin and soft tissue injuries. And that is not the immediate cause of death, but it can contribute to the death based on the severity and the distribution in a small child.
I know.
There were, I'm reviewing your report, it said there was no evidence of skull fractures.
That's right.
The hyoid bone, where is that?
Hyoid bone is a U-shaped bone, especially in a child. It's in the neck, and it's very flexible, very soft and thin in a child.
And you said that the hyoid and larynx are intact.
Yes.
the highest bone was dissected and there was no evidence of trauma.
Correct.
The airway is patent and unremarkable.
Yes.
Did you notice subsequent, or rather, excuse me, before this, is it fair to say that you did not see the ER charge nurse's report?
We look into it, but we don't look into that much detail because I have the body in front, and if necessary, I will go back and read.
Yes.
If
They-
the charge nurse had said that he removed food from the child's windpipe area, would that have affected anything that you looked at?
Well, the thing is, we need to know, is it really significant? Because there is chance of terminal aspiration, meaning if somebody is in the process of dying and the breathing kind of is not normal, and sometimes food can get aspirated. So it's we have seen that before. That's not the sole cause of death.
But it could be.
It only if it is significant, like a big chunk of meat, and then that needs to have evidence, like somebody saw somebody choking and went blue and then suddenly died, not slowly deteriorating. So it's a different scenario.
When you observed this autopsy of Mercedes, could you determine whether it was a sudden death or?
It did not seem to be based on the scenario presented. It seems like the patient or the child was deteriorating for a while.
What a Don't even ask a question, State. You don't need to.
Stomach and intestines says the stomach is distended with large amounts of partially digested food material, which consists of partially digested fragments of what appears to be thin, white, noodle-like material, along with soft white material. Is that something very unusual or not unusual?
Not unusual. It just depends on what they ate.
Were you able to determine what the actual food was?
No.
Just noodle-like.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Chrissy. She's not helping anything for her client.
You tested for COVID,
Yes.
and what was that?
Just maybe at the time, just to rule out if anything else was going on.
Thank you. Now, I noticed in your microscopic examination of the lungs that the alveoli were slightly dilated and there were scattered minute elongated foreign material in the alveoli under polarized light. Could that have been the noodles?
No, I think it's probably over time, something in the food, what she ate could have been there.
Exactly. This gonna convict him just a little faster, that's all.
There's a whopper of a word here, EOSINOPHILIC. Would you pronounce that?
Yeah, eosinophilic.
Yes, eosinophilic infiltration. No evidence of that?
Yes, what it is I'm describing, those are signs of asthma. And I didn't see any acute signs of asthma attack. So I'm saying a negative finding.
All right, thank you. Mucus, well, there's also no mucus plugs or thickened bronchial muscles, correct?
Yes, so again, those are also signs of asthma.
But that did not kill her. That's been established. Don't try to go there again. He'll bring you right back.
It said that there was decalcified a decalcified medial end of the clavicle. What does that mean?
What it is I took a small segment of collarbone, and then you can't cut a bone, so you had to thin it out and then look under the microscope just to make sure that there is no problems with the bones. It's not a brittle bones or anything which can fracture. So documenting a normal finding,
She should have known the
just
answer
to be
the
thorough.
question, DG, before she asked.
There was
He's dead.
a comment here that healing abrasion of the skin, crater-like ulceration of dermis. What does that mean?
I took a section of uh, the trauma or the scrape, which looked like old, and I want to confirm it, and it confirmed that it's an old skin lesion.
Again, it couldn't be ascertained the cause.
Or it's trauma.
Yes, and you don't ask a question you don't already know the answer to. And she seems
The
all her questions.
tubules, where are they?
That's in the kidney.
There's evidence of necrosis in the kidney.
The kidney under microscope, the tubules are the small tubes which collect the transport the urine, and those under the microscope showed evidence of damage, meaning the kidney is failing.
It failed prior
It's
to
just,
or,
it's not functioning.
but was this prior to her death or
This is around the time of death.
around the time?
I was going to say Helen Keller.
Is that unusual?
Yes, it should not be there.
How would it get there? If you
I'm
know.
sorry.
Repeat your question.
How would that get there?
So the damage is caused in this condition by the products of the muscle being broken down by repeated trauma, and kidney is a filtering organ, so it's can't handle the load and shutting down.
Okay, we're almost through. Excuse me. The findings, multiple blunt force injuries of the body and their extent. Evidence of rhabdomyolysis. Would you explain rhabdomyolysis, please?
Yes, yeah. So the word rhabdo means muscle in Latin, and lysis is breakdown. So what's happening is due to the repeated trauma to the body, whatever injuries you see on the skin is affecting the muscles underneath, and the muscles over time break down, and the small molecules of the muscle gets to the bloodstream and to the kidney, and then eventually everything shuts down.
Are you able to quantify?
No,
You're not able to quantify the
No.
degree to which they've broken down?
no, I can't quantify.
Is there a test that would quantify it?
No, I mean, we are even lucky to detect this stain in the kidney, which detected it. So that's the best we can do.
But there's no definitive determination about this, is there?
I mean, that is what it is, and then we know that based on the circumstances of the death, the extensive injuries of the death on the body, that it's resulted of trauma.
You said the circumstances of the death. When
Yes.
you performed this, were you aware of circumstances of this death?
After the autopsy, yes.
at this point, when you wrote these forms after the autopsy, not
Yes.
during?
Yes, we have to wait for all the evidence, talk with the investigating police agency, and then I have to come to a conclusion after.
People can survive rhabdo. Can I use the shortened term rhabdo? They can.
Yes,
they
if
can-
you are made it to hospital in the right time, not at the end stage, yes.
The testimony indicates that she was brought to the hospital with no life signs.
I think she was pretty much collapsed.
Now, which muscle was it that caused her death?
Well, no,
What?
well, we can't say which one. It's just general all over the body.
Well, you have muscles in your legs. Was it the muscles in her legs that caused her death?
Any muscle.
Any muscle could cause her death?
No, here in this particular case, the breakdown is resultant of muscles.
I'm sorry, so the breakdown of what?
Of the muscle, any part of the body.
So if just your leg muscles broke down, that would kill you?
No, not just alone. The extent of the injury and over a period of time, it just adds up.
But at some point, there's this specific muscle that'll cause the death, right?
Objection.
No, it's not.
All right, just one moment. All right, what is your objection?
Object to leading and also object to asked and answered.
Sustained.
State, she's helping you. Just they don't need to ask a thing. She's I think she had to
It's
state
fair
the
to say
question.
that you don't know specifically which muscle broke down to cause her death.
No, we can't say.
So could you have been wrong with that?
I'm sorry.
Could you have been wrong in your analysis?
Object to
No.
argument.
All right, that'll be overruled.
No, I'm not wrong. It's just my opinion, and we agreed with the other doctors. It was quality control analyzed, so we had a discussion. So it's not just my opinion alone.
And nobody else was able to determine which muscle it was.
No, I don't think anybody can. That's not how it works.
I'll make a note.
Well, it's kind of important to be specific here.
No, I mean, as a doctor, we can only do so much.
Now, you notice that she was reported to have weakness and altered mental status for a few days. Who reported that? Do you know?
It's probably hospital as well as the law enforcement agency.
And where would they have gotten their information?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Who would have known prior to her death?
Whoever was taking care.
Whoever was taking care, yes.
Yeah.
Or not taking care, as the case may be.
Object to sidebar, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Reportedly, it says the decedent was reported to have weakness and altered mental status for a few days and was terminally witnessed to collapse suddenly and went unresponsive while being fed. Witnessed to collapse.
Your Honor, I object to her reading of a document that's not in evidence.
Sustained.
I don't get this.
You can ask your next question.
I'm considering, Your Honor.
Chrissy, that won't show up on through
Now, you have
StreamYard.
a fact here,
I can see it on YouTube
that there
though.
was evidence of terminal aspiration. What was that evidence?
Just like the food particles, a little bit of a microscopic evidence of possible in the lung alveoli.
I don't know that she knows that.
In the report, you indicate that asphyxiation could not be ruled out. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Would this be evidenced by the terminal aspiration?
No, it's nothing to do with that.
What does it have to do with, Your Honor? I mean, Judge, no, doctor, excuse me.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
Check your blood
Um,
sugar again, please.
so I did receive information from the law enforcement agency that in the past, there was evidence of loss of consciousness due to nose and mouth being covered, and that is a form of asphyxia. So what I'm trying to imply is if it happened in the past, I can definitely rule out that happened at the end.
You have a note here, as per the investigating police agency. And who was that?
The San Antonio police.
I subpoenaed, in addition to subpoenaing you, I subpoenaed the police records and medical records.
Object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What I subpoenaed was not provided.
All right,
Did you-
excuse me, counsel. You need to ask a question. We're not here about your subpoena. You need to ask a specific question. State's objection will be sustained. Ask your question.
Did you receive any written medical reports?
Yeah, I probably reviewed medical reports as well as police reports.
Do you have the whole file in front of you there?
No, not the file, no.
Do you have your bench notes?
No, I don't. I have my report, which is the permanent record.
But you do make bench notes during the course of an autopsy, don't you?
Yes, that's for transcription purposes only.
Do you recall any particular notes that you might have made that were not provided?
No, I mean, anything important or relevant, significant will be in my report.
I'm sorry, significant what?
Information will be in my report.
You have a notice here that the investigating police agency in the past before death, the decedent was made to hold heavy objects and outstretched arms, and the upper extremities were strapped to a pole with bandage to hold them outwards. Do you remember where you got that information?
From the police agency.
And you have no idea where they got that information?
No.
Relevant.
Sustained.
It's not for him to figure out.
There's a report here that the decedent was witness to suffer asphyxial events in the past. Again, that's only from police reports, not from your personal knowledge. Is that correct?
Not from my personal knowledge, no.
Why did you say that asphyxia could not be ruled out?
Object to ask and answer.
That'll be overruled. You can ask.
Well, what it is in a child with extensive trauma and with prior history of trauma, and especially with a history of asphyxial event in the past, I cannot for sure rule out the same happen at the end.
If her bronchial, if her windpipe was blocked, could that have been a cause of death?
Like I said, that is a very specific event. They need to have those specific findings, and the terminal circumstances should indicate that without any prior trauma or any injuries on the body, then it's a different scenario. So it's case by case basis, and that's not what happened here.
Is it too?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
No, he's on Zoom.
Did she
Zoom.
approach?
I meant the court reporter, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Yes, you may approach the court reporter.
Dr. Kanan, do you have the investigative report and an autopsy report in front of you?
I have the autopsy report.
And what is the case number on your report, which is different?
It's 2022-0365.
How do I short this?
All right, so here's my question. is she seeking to admit that into evidence?
Yes.
Or is there going to be any objections to that being submitted into evidence?
Your Honor, I object to the state of it. It does have highlights, which.
All right, does anyone have a clean copy?
Absolutely,
I can print
Chrissy.
one off.
All right.
Yep. Everyone's confused because nobody's. Everybody just wants. What are you doing? It's like you're sitting on the other side, on the other table. But I would have see her walk up there. Been hilarious. Oh, somebody cleared the aisle of her walker thingy. She'll kind. I seriously don't want her to trip on it. She does not walk well. Yes, somebody move it, please. Well, that might be scary, Chrissy. Or should I be scared? That's what I should have asked. Should I be scared?
Dr. Kanan, do you remember how many autopsies that you performed a year while you were here in San Antonio?
I mean, each year,
I'm sorry,
is it per year or,
when you were here in San Antonio for that year, 2020?
Oh. I don't know, probably more than 200?
You're familiar with Dr. DeMayo, Vincent DeMayo?
Yeah, I trained under him.
Back to relevance.
Overruled.
He said in his book that
Object to counsel testify.
Sustained.
if he were to say in his book that more than 230 autopsies a year is too much and it can't be accurate, would that be true?
Object to relevance.
That'll be overruled.
Object to hearsay.
All right, that'll be overruled. You can answer the question if you can answer.
Yeah, I mean, that's just an arbitrary number set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. They don't want each ME to go more than 250 autopsies. That's just a number.
Just a number. It doesn't, in your opinion, does it indicate that there's not as much accuracy in those kind of cases beyond that? Thank you.
I mean, there are some offices, they have to do more than that, but ideal is should be below that.
All right, just one moment. Mr. Munoz, would you state, are you going to have any objection to, it appears they want to enter an exhibit?
I don't have an objection. Madam.
All right, what exhibit number is that?
That's exhibit number 2, Your Honor.
All right, any objection to defense exhibit number 2?
No.
And for the record, what is exactly is defense exhibit number 2?
It's the investigative report of the medical examiner's office and the autopsy report.
All right, defense exhibit number 2 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just the autopsy. For clarification, Your Honor, it is just the autopsy report here labeled as defense exhibit number 2.
All right, that is admitted without objection.
We approach the court reporter.
Yes.
I just,
Is that the part you intended?
that's not what.
All right, ask your next question.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Yeah, another. Oh. Your Honor, this is the second half of my exhibit. The state objected to because there were markings on it. And this is still exhibit B. Sorry, D2.
All right, you all want to label that as defense exhibit number 3? State, are you going to have any objection to defense exhibit number 3?
No objection. Your Honor.
All right, and what is, for the record, what is defense exhibit number 3?
Defense exhibit number 3 is the investigative report. The one that was sent in, when I cross-examined. the doctor,
Stop,
it was-
counsel. My question was, what is defense exhibit number 3?
The investigative report. of
Any
the-
objection state for defense exhibit number 3 being admitted?
No.
All right, defense exhibit number 3 is admitted without objection.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, state.
Okay, good morning, Dr. Cannon.
Good morning.
And I think we skipped introductions. You are now the Chief Medical Examiner in Nueces County, correct?
Yes, that's right.
When did you leave Bear County?
I left Bear County September of 2022.
Now, you mentioned earlier that this was a complicated case, correct?
Yes,
And you did the autopsy and then you looked at other evidence and you said you collaborated with other physicians.
yes.
And is it common in a case like Mercedes that it actually took a couple months to get the report back?
Oh, yes, yeah, because you have to put all the evidence in. When you don't have any one big diagnosis on the day of autopsy, we need to hold on and put everything together and make sure we have everything.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to go through some of the things you talked about to kind of solidify. So it is your testimony that the lip, based on the location and the state of it, that it was definitely from outside trauma, correct?
Yes,
Now, there was some question about, well, can this happen post-mortem? Isn't it true that living processes that like swelling and temperature control, they stop when you die, correct?
yeah, I mean, tissue reacts different after trauma, and I could differentiate postmortem trauma versus trauma happened before because we are the experts in interpreting trauma.
Now, you said there was no evidence of sexual assault. However, you did notate that she had a dilated anus, correct?
Yes, that is the outside part,
Mhm.
but I didn't really know what to make out of it.
Okay. And then you said there was no evidence of any trauma to her throat, correct?
No, no trauma.
And you mentioned a couple examinations for asthma. What were those?
First of all, when we open the airway, we are going to see some like mucus or like a slimy plugs obstructing the airway. I didn't see that. And also under the microscopic section, I did not see evidence of asthma.
Okay, so there was no physical evidence that she would have been having an asthma attack.
No, I don't think so.
The hyoid bone, that's something that is usually looked at if there's a suspicion of, say, suffocation by the neck, correct? Or strangulation, I should
Yeah,
say.
strangulation manual, we see that, and I don't think there is anything evidence of that here. No.
Okay, so if the medical history and what witnesses have said is that the defendant Jose Ruiz would put his hand over her mouth and his hand
Objection,
over
Your
her
Honor.
nose.
Stating a fact not presented.
All right, that'll be overruled.
If
It was presented.
the witnesses said that he would put his hand over her mouth and hand over her nose to restrict her airways, that would not impact the hyoid bone, correct?
No, that's way higher up. It will not show evidence in the hyoid.
And I just want to make this clear because this phrase terminal aspiration has been thrown around a lot. That means that the aspiration happened while somebody is already dying, correct?
In the process of dying, yes. That's nothing to do with the cause of death.
Okay. And rhabdomyolysis was something that was absolutely confirmed in Mercedes' case, correct?
Yes, we confirmed it by microscopic evidence, and we confirmed with the other doctors. Multiple eyes looked at it. Yes.
And you testified that rhabdo can be caused when the muscles suffer trauma. but it can also be caused from extreme exertion as well, correct?
Yes, it can. And, those can be corrected if taken to the hospital immediately. And whereas here, it looks like it's happened over time.
Yes, and independently, trauma such as Mercedes could cause rhabdo, correct?
Yes, it can. Yes.
But then also, if you had a 5-year-old like Mercedes who was forced to hold objects for 3-4 hours at a time over a 2 or 3 week long period, that would also explain rhabdo as well, wouldn't it?
Yes, because you're using muscles over a long period of time. It can happen. Yes.
So in Mercedes' case, where she has extensive injuries and there's evidence of long-term exertion of her muscles, it makes sense that she has rhabdo, doesn't it?
It adds up, all those scenarios.
And you would agree that rhabdo is treatable if taken responsibly when they start showing symptoms, correct?
Yeah, early stages, yes.
However, it does pose a substantial risk of death.
Well, especially in a thin individual and young child, they don't have much reserve.
Yeah. And when you say especially in a young child, what makes them more susceptible?
Well, in medicine, young and old are similar. They don't have like a well-developed adult, so they're vulnerable to disease.
So Mercedes, being a 5-year-old, was more vulnerable to being abused, basically.
Well, I mean, that's a general statement, but
Understood. I'll retract that. Now asphyxia. When someone dies of asphyxia, would you consider that to be a sudden death?
it depends on the mechanism. If somebody's holding uh, the airway obstruction like nose and mouth, it still takes some effort to do that.
Would you expect somebody who has asphyxia to then vomit and start talking before they die?
No, I mean, if that is the cause of death, they should die as a result of that.
Okay, so asphyxia would happen and then they should die after that without.
If that is the only trauma, and then that is the end of it, yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kanan. I'll pass the witness.
Defense?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Doctor. I'm using you, but I respect you, and that's why I'm calling you Your Honor. Mrs. Mitchell mentioned to you, and she used the word absolutely determined that it was rhabdo. Would you have used that word absolutely?
No, I mean, we are positive.
We are positive, but
Yes,
that's
positive.
absolutely.
I won't say absolutely, no.
I have a hypothetical. If someone was watching and saw someone jamming food down Mercedes' throat, and then Mercedes vomiting it out, trying to get rid of it, and that person were to jam a spoon down Mercedes' throat, and Mercedes then fell on the floor and had no breath, would that affect you at all if that was evidence put in front of you?
No, I mean, that mechanism doesn't sound right in this particular case. That doesn't fit the story
What story?
of the findings I see in the body.
But if you had been presented with that fact before you did all this, would that make a difference?
Well, even if it's presented, I would research into it, look into it. Like I said, it sounds like a choking death, which I have investigated many. We would particularly look into that, and I don't think there is any evidence of that here.
There was no evidence that you searched into it either. Was that correct?
I did not think that happened here because there was no facts presented to me, and then I did not see any evidence of that.
That's the point. No facts were presented to you about that. But if facts like this had been presented to you, would you have done your autopsy differently?
No, I mean, it wouldn't be any different. I would still do the same. And like I say, each case is different, each scenario is different. Uh, did that really happen in the case is question.
And again, it's impossible to say which muscles broke down.
No, I mean, we just say general because the test doesn't say which muscle did it.
It's not very precise though, is it?
No, I mean, it's not supposed to be precise. It's just to diagnose the breakdown
Why isn't it supposed to be precise?
because there is not particular a stain or a test which can distinguish each muscle. The skeletal muscles in the body are all the same. So
And there's no way to quantitate.
no, we can't quantify it. No.
It sounds very vague to me. Was it vague?
I mean, it's a phenomenon and it's a known phenomenon and we found evidence of it. So
But it also fits the narrative of the very badly damaged little baby's body, right?
I'm sorry, damaged.
It fits your narrative.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Your narrative.
Would you have been able to diagnose this as rhabdo immediately after the autopsy, or did you have to talk about it with your colleagues?
No, not immediately. We had to talk about it.
So you weren't able to determine immediately that rhabdo was the cause of death?
No, not immediately. No.
That's the witness.
Gabby, I don't blame
All
her.
right, is this witness excused?
Excused and not subject to recall.
All right.
Thank you.
The rule has been invoked. Dr. Kanan, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone except for the state of the defense.
Thank you, Your
For
Honor.
zooming in. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
You're excused.
All right.
Wow.
If you all will bring out Miss Mendoza.
Yes, Your Honor. Call the district clerk. She's here.
Judge, he
He
was
was here.
Todd. He was here. I guess he
No,
left.
well, is the district clerk in the back?
It's understanding it's in the hallway, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in the district clerk. Just one moment.
DG, I think that is something that what was that? Something that builds up in the muscles, but it caused her kidneys to fail, if I remember correctly. They talked about it a lot at the beginning with I think it was the emergency room nurse that saw her. If I'm remembering that correct. I don't know that it was like the only cause, because they keep talking about I can't even talk now. This I don't think she was strangled, but asphyxiation. They keep talking about that as well. Is that what that is, Felicia? Do you know how to explain that better than me? Because I'm thinking it's something to do with the buildup of the muscle in the muscle with the trauma, and then it caused her kidneys to fail. If I'm remembering that correctly. I am not a doctor. The only thing I will say that defense attorney did there at that point was she made that horrible stuff not so horrible to listen to because she's ridiculous. When the state started asking questions, it got horrible again. It's like then you're just reminded of everything this poor little girl went through. I don't know why she's calling the mom back up. She tried to get the guy to say the story that they're trying to go with the mom, that the mom shoved a spoon down her throat and that she did it and he just wasn't having it. She's not innocent. I'm not saying that at all. Don't get that confused. Okay, thank you. I could not remember exactly how to explain that. I'm going to call it rhabdo. I'll read it. Is a horrible body condition. The muscles break down into lactic acid, and the kidneys cannot handle the excessive amounts of the lactic acid, and then they shut down. That's what happened here. Again, I don't know that that was the sole cause. I think it was probably the main cause, unless she was suffocated. I'm hoping this is the last time. So I will hit play and we can start the horribleness. And I hope they find
Deputy
Todd.
Laura, if you could check in the back to see if Todd was stopped yet. Thank you.
Which is funny. That's my husband's name. I should call him and be like, I heard you were lost. State's like, we lost Todd.
Yeah, so.
And she has no idea how to whisper with the mic.
Thanks. So you think I'm asking.
Hello, if you'll take a seat here, please.
I don't know who that is. Is that her attorney? I believe, DG, it was the repeated trauma to her body with the way.
If you could raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up for members of the jury and the court reporter. If you'll state your name for.
All right, I think this is the district clerk. This is obviously not the mom.
The record.
Donnie Gonzalez. Miss Donnie, my name is Teresa Conlon. Good morning. Did you bring the records that you have for Jose Ruiz and Katrina Mendoza?
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to object to the relevance of this witness and to ask for a voir dire outside the presence of the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you in the back briefly. Remember my previous instructions. Everyone, please rise for the jurors.
That's not the mom. I'm not sure if it's, I think it's a district clerk because that's who they couldn't find earlier. So they had to move on. I think they were saying that that was from her being, having to hold those
next because
everything and be in those
you have
positions
left,
for
but
hours.
after this witness, you'll be next. All right, everyone, please be seated.
I mean,
All
that's
right,
what she
State,
was.
you want to take the witness on voir dire?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning. What records were you requested to bring in?
On the subpoena, all indictments or charging instruments for Jose Ruiz and Katrina Mendoza.
And what did you bring with you, if anything?
None.
Why not?
There are no indictments.
I'm sorry, Donnie, what was that?
There are no indictments.
Are
I'm sorry. In regards to, related to murder or capital murder charges.
Is that the sole extent that you were requested to come and testify from?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
No questions.
Your Honor.
So what's the relevance of
Exactly,
this
there's no
witness?
relevance.
It's relevant as to what they've been charged. This is a capital murder case. It's a child under 10.
No, this is not a capital murder case.
It's not charged as a capital murder case, but under Texas law, murder of a child under 10 is capital murder. And Ms. Donnie is just saying that there is no record of a charge of capital murder or even of murder in this case. And that's relevant to my case.
All right.
Your Honor, we would say that this is not relevant. Further, the witnesses or the jury knows what the indictment is. It was read to them, and defense counsel read the entirety of Ms. Mendoza's charge. They are aware that there is no murder charge and this is not relevant.
All right, state's objection to this witness is going to be sustained. The court is finding that her testimony is not relevant. The court is basing that decision on the indictment that is before the court and the indictment that was read when the accused entered his plea of not guilty. In that indictment, there is no listing of a murder or capital murder. So You're excused.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
and
you,
I,
Ms. Donnie.
I'm pardon?
Just said thank you to Ms. Donnie.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, if you'll bring out Miss Mendoza. Yes. All right. Mr. Todd McCray, where are you? Okay.
Verna, can we have a break, a bathroom break,
Uh,
rest break, whatever you want to call it?
5 minutes.
Thank you.
Can you let her know 5 minutes? And while they're doing that, Dana, are you able to switch over? Or do you need a break? For their state's exhibit 1? Yes, you can take a break after them. You can take a break after them. Yes. All right, come forward. Yes.
We've come to an agreement and have an exhibit for substitution.
No, no, no.
I don't know.
All right, so just tell me what's going on.
State has,
This probably doesn't have anything to do with what is going on right now. She has hearings before this trial started, and I'm guessing that's what this is.
All right, so we're going to go on the record. All right, and let me call the case number. Let me see.
Let me mute this because this has nothing to do with what we're doing. And I don't remember them not charging him with that myself. So give me a sec. I did too. Give me 1 second. Well, maybe a little bit more, but I will find it. Okay, well, the news story says he's accused of of her death. And he's facing life. I don't. Hang on. You guys will probably find it before me. Well, if I could type, it would go a lot faster. "13 counts of injury to a child" is what it says. So he was indicted on 5 counts of injury to a child. Oh, whoops. No, she was indicted on 5 counts. He was indicted on 8 counts. Sorry. Sorry. He got 8. 8 counts. But they're all injury to a child. So, like, count 8 was intentionally knowing causing bodily injury to Mercedes by striking her with a cell phone. I'm reading these backwards because I'm scrolling backwards. Count 7, causing injury by pulling her hair. Count 6, by striking her with a belt. Inserting tacks into her feet. Pinching her. Striking her with his hand was count 3. Count 2. knowingly and recklessly causing bodily injury to Mercedes by covering the mouth and nose with his hand. Count 1 is he intentionally knowingly caused seriously bodily injury to Mercedes by pulling a sock out of the mouth of Mercedes with the hand of Ruiz and by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. It also alleges that he, I'm kind of paraphrasing here, intentionally and knowingly by omission caused serious bodily injury to Mercedes, and that Ruiz had assumed care, custody, and control of LaSoya, and that Ruiz failed to seek adequate medical treatment for Mercedes. So, yeah. Sorry, guys. I was reading and I've missed. Let me look at your comments here. Make sure there's nothing going on. Hang on. All right. She's got it muted. I would have thought the same thing. I guess yeah. And neither one of them did anything. To me, she had five counts against her. Yep. And nobody did anything. Nope, this is not a pretrial. This is it. He's facing life. Kathy. I was about ready to start banging my head against the wall because it would have been more productive than her questions were. Yeah, no, appeal's not going to help him. There's too much evidence. And it's just too much evidence. The audio of that video we heard is a lot. That was a lot. And those indictments, reading that's a lot. So I think he admitted in his police interview, which it was super hard to hear him, but he admitted to some of the stuff that they charged him with. And he took pictures and sent those to Katrina. So they kind of provided their own stuff again. It was very hard, Hamilton. I listened, but I took these out. As soon as I heard her cry, it just was instinct. I couldn't do it, but I could hear it. Oh yeah. I don't disagree. She's a horrible attorney. Horrible. Yeah, and I'm not. Yeah. I'm not sure. So she pled to testify against him. I can look and see what her charges are. I felt bad for a lot of people because I've never been through any type of abuse like that, but I know people that have. You guys have shared some of your stories here, and I just felt really bad because that was probably very triggering for a lot of people to hear her crying. All right, Judge, I unmuted. Make sure. So I don't know what she's going to do with this mom. Again, It's not going to help her. It's not going to help him. So she got count one by forcing the spoon into Mercedes' mouth. And then it alleges that Mendoza intentionally and knowingly by omission caused seriously bodily injury to Mercedes, and that I'm just using their first names. Katrina had a legal duty. Oh, she did have a legal duty to act and failed to do so, and that Katrina failed to seek adequate medical attention or medical treatment for Mercedes. Count two, Mendoza used and exhibited a deadly weapon, her hands, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury
Well, I mean, I was just.
to Mercedes by holding Mercedes underwater. Pulling her hair, striking her foot, and striking her with her hand. That's the mom. That's mom for you.
Right, everyone, please be seated. Defense, call your next witness.
State defense calls Katrina Mendoza.
The jury at this point has to be wondering why we are doing why she did not help at all. She would have been better if she would have just rested. Obviously, just my opinion.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, Chrissy. I'm hoping she's going to be in jail long enough that it won't
All
matter.
right, you're still under oath. Make sure that you keep your voice up so that members of the jury and the court reporter can hear.
Thank
Defense?
you, Gabby. I always forget that. You guys know that. So yes, please hit the
Good
like
morning,
button
ma'am.
if you haven't already. I would really appreciate it. And the subscribe button if you'd like. Oh no, she ain't gonna help.
When
They're
was
just
the
gonna try to
last
blame
time
her.
that you actually lived with Jose on help?
During the month of January in 2020, 21 and 22.
What's wrong with her mic?
You don't know for sure.
No, I don't have vision.
Were you living with him on January 13th,
Of what year?
2022?
I think so, yes.
Would you have sent him texts if you were living in the same house with him?
Yes.
Do you recall a text where you were complaining about you couldn't take much more of Mercedes? Do you remember writing a text like that?
Yes, probably.
You remember telling him that
I'm gonna object to reading from items not in evidence.
Sustained.
did you ever tell him that you made Mercedes?
Again, Judge, same objection.
All right, let me hear the question.
Did you ever tell him that you made Mercedes in timeout hold her arms up for 2 days in a row?
No.
Did you ever tell him that you couldn't have her with you much longer because you were afraid of what you might do?
No.
What was your phone number?
I don't remember.
Could it have been 210-551-0891?
I'm gonna object to reading.
Overruled.
Don't call it.
I'm not sure.
I agree with you, Felicia.
Did you say at any time, if I'm either gonna live with my stepfather or whatever, I'm sorry, whatever he was called, and your biological father, do you remember ever saying that to him?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you remember ever saying to Jose that you were gonna find a different place to live?
No,
That you were deciding between your godfather and your biological father?
I don't remember.
Did you ever tell him that you had to get a stable place to get the children in school?
Yes,
So they really weren't in school in January or February of 2022. Is that correct?
no, they were enrolled.
They were where?
They were enrolled.
Where?
I don't know the name of the school.
Did they attend that school at all in January?
I can't remember.
How many children did you have?
2.
She doesn't remember much about him.
Was Mercedes in school at all?
Yes,
Where?
I can't remember the name of the
Was
school.
she in a school or was she in a daycare?
School.
Was it a free school or was it a paid school?
Object to relevance.
That'll be overruled. You can answer the question.
It was a free school.
In order to get her into that school, do you remember what address you might have used?
1106 Caspian Point.
I'm sorry, 1106.
Caspian Point.
And where was that?
In 5 Marbach and Fulton.
And who lived there?
My godfather, my godsister, my 2 little brothers, and my godsister's husband.
And you too, is that right?
And me and my kids, yes.
So they only went to that school when you were staying at that house, is that true?
Yes, God.
She's covering for herself, but she's trying.
On January 12th, I'm sorry, 13th of 2022, do you recall telling Jose that you had Mercedes hold her arms in the air for 2 days in a row? When she got up the next morning, it started 2 full days. Do you remember telling him that?
No,
So if it's in an email, it must be a mistake.
I'm not sure. I don't remember seeing that.
You were saying that Jose beat your child to death about 3 weeks before her death. Do you remember that?
What I meant was his abuse caused her death, yes.
It couldn't have been the abuse that you caused on January 13th of 2022.
No,
What did you do to your child that day? Do you remember?
no.
If you have a text that says you did something, did you lie in texts?
Sometimes I would lie to Jose about what I was doing just to avoid an argument.
Pass the witness.
State.
I have 1 second here.
Stormy, I don't remember the address of my school, but I do remember my own.
Katrina, for what purpose would you lie to Jose about what you were doing with Mercedes?
Because he would get angry if I treated her a certain way, so I knew what he wanted to hear, so sometimes I would just tell him what he wanted to hear to avoid an argument or to get physical altercations or just to avoid an argument.
And what did he want to hear?
That I was punishing Mercedes in any type of way.
And you were living, you just testified you were living with your godfather, that's Homer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but on January 21st of 2022, there was an altercation and you moved out, correct?
Yeah, around there, yes.
Okay, and prior to you leaving Homer's home, Mercedes the day before had gone with Jose.
Yes.
And there was testimony, and defense asked you questions about, that you had said that Jose had beat Mercedes 3 weeks prior to her death. Isn't it true that you're actually meaning he beat her for the 3 weeks, prior to her death?
Yes, that's exactly what I
Not
mean.
just 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Pass the witness.
3 weeks, the 3 weeks prior to her death. You testified on my direct examination that he hadn't seen the children for 2 days before her death. Was that a lie?
Can you ask again?
You testified on my direct examination that Jose had not seen the children for 2 days, 2 full days prior to her death.
Yes, that's true.
It is true. Definitely didn't see them. And at that point, say the 3rd day, where were you living?
I was staying with Jeanette.
Staying with Jeanette. What kind of an altercation was it that you had at your godparents' home that you left?
We got into it because Jordan was playing with one of my little brothers, and I got upset for some reason, I don't remember, but I confronted my godfather, Homer, about it, and he kind of didn't want to like get after his son for, I think they were fighting over something, him, Jordan and my little brother. And I told my godfather, and he didn't really like, he kind of just pushed it to the side, he didn't address his son about it. So I got upset, and my godfather kind of pushed me, and so,
I'm sorry, physically pushed you?
yes.
Where were you when this happened?
I'm gonna check the relevance.
Sustained.
Were you in his house when this happened?
Yes.
What part of the house?
I'm gonna object to relevance.
Sustained.
You said he pushed you. He took his hand and threw it against your body, is that right?
I'm gonna object to relevance and ask and answer.
Sustained.
How did he push you?
Object to relevant.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that the fight was really about how badly you were treating Mercedes and they had gotten sick of it?
No.
Isn't it true that on the 21st, when this supposedly happened, that the CPS worker had been to your house there?
Object to.
That'll be overruled. You can answer the
No.
question.
What day was she there?
I don't remember, but it wasn't the day before we left.
But it was around then, wasn't it?
No, about like maybe 2 weeks before we left.
2 weeks before you left. What are we talking about in terms of time here? You left on the 21st?
No, I believe I left on the 22nd.
22nd. And if the witness testified that it was the 21st of the last appointment, that would be a mistake, is that right?
I'm not sure, I don't really remember, so I could be wrong.
Her timeline it sucks. It's wrong. She either is lying or she doesn't know. But that defense attorney is not going to be able to. I don't think she's going to be able to narrow her down and
In
like
the course of this
get her.
testimony, you've remembered some things very clearly and other things not at all.
I'm gonna object to argumentative.
Overruled. And ask your question.
Overruled, Your Honor?
Ask your question.
Can she answer that? If you overruled?
Yeah, ask your question. And she'll answer it if she can.
I'm sorry, Ms. Diana, would you mind reading it back?
Yeah, she.
In the course of this testimony, you remembered some things very
Yep.
clearly and other things not at all.
Thank you. Why is that?
Cause it's been 2 years,
3 years?
2.
3 years. And is there anything else more significant in your life than something like this that you would forget it?
There's just some things that I don't remember.
That you don't want to answer or that you don't remember?
That I don't remember.
Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness testimony of her daughter, Jordan. I need help with the state putting it on.
She didn't care about Mercedes. She already said Jordan was her favorite. It seems that way, Stormy. I don't know because they were talking about things were so bad. I don't know. And I don't know that she should have. I mean, this poor girl.
They're grabbing a distract. Might be one. Hold on. We got one.
All right. Ask your question as it relates to this exhibit. What question do you have of her?
I have to put it on, Your Honor. I wanted to see it and then I'll ask.
All right, no, that's not how it works. But
Nope. Now you're in trouble. Good. I don't want to hear that again. Oh, I was like, what are you talking about, Gabby? Significant. It's like surveillance, which is my new word now. Oh, well. You can check her nose and her teeth. Hamilton, are you doing okay? Are you doing okay, Hamilton? That's for reals. Because I know this is
Did
tough.
you ever talk to your daughter Jordan the day after Mercedes' death was announced?
No.
I would like to get your opinion on what your daughter said about you.
No objection.
Objection?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I thought she was done. I'm gonna object irrelevant.
that will be sustained.
If your daughter said that you were jamming food into Mercedes' mouth and Mercedes was spitting it out, would that be true?
No.
If Mercedes was spitting out globs of food, would that be true?
No.
Why were you feeding her anyway?
I wasn't feeding her. She fed herself, but I gave her food because it was time to eat.
What time was it?
Maybe about 1:30 to 30 o'clock in the afternoon.
Was she on a regular meal time?
Object irrelevant.
That'll be overruled.
No.
What food do you recall giving her at 1:30, 2:30, whatever?
Well, due to the swelling of her mouth and the missing teeth that she had, I gave her soup, I gave her bananas, I gave her yogurt, I gave her water.
You didn't shove it in her mouth.
No.
Jordan was lying.
I believe she's been coached.
Who would have coached her?
I'm not sure because I didn't have her right before, when I was in the hospital, she was not with me.
Where was she?
She was with Jose and Jeanette.
And who would have coached her about what she said?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
The witness testified that somebody coached her. What I'd like to ascertain is who would have coached her?
Right, the objection has been sustained to speculation.
So do you retract your statement that she was coached, since it's all speculation?
All right, the court makes its rulings. I have ruled that with regards to speculation, the objection is sustained. Ask your next question.
Can't
I asked her, Your
answer.
Honor,
That will be
She
sustained.
retract-
Ask your next question.
would you retract your statement that she was coached?
Objection, argumentative, speculation, relevance.
Sustained.
I'd like to put that video on now, Your Honor, because of prior inconsistent statements and for impeachment.
It is not her statement. It's someone else's statement. That will be,
I'll object, Judge. That's not proper impeachment.
right. You're not allowed to do that. It's not proper impeachment.
Was sustained?
Yes.
Thank you.
This woman. This woman. I think she just got her law license. I'm thinking she's starting late in life. Nothing wrong with that. But I think she just started. This judge has had to explain so much to her.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank
No
you.
further questions, Judge.
Thank
All right, is
you.
this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the state.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, you may step down.
Testify? When we find out.
All right.
She's not
Defense,
good.
call your next witness.
Your Honor, I don't believe she came. It was the pediatrician, but as far as I know, she's not here. If you could just give us a moment. Are you going to testify?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you all step outside for 5 minutes.
She's like, they're like, sure. 5
Remember my
minutes.
previous instructions.
Only good for her if she could do it well, Chrissy, but she can't do it well and she has people's lives in her hands. You'd think.
And
You'd
State, I'm
think.
gonna have you step out in the hallway while she discusses things with her client.
Yes, Judge.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And Mr. Porter,
Some more.
Mr. Porter, if I could see you, please.
Yeah.
So it sounds like somebody didn't show up, but what's a pediatrician gonna do? The mom couldn't even remember when they went. The mom couldn't remember what her treatment for asthma was. The mom couldn't remember anything. That's what I usually do. It's just hard. It's hard right now. Oh, I know. I was trying to give her something. Just something. No, they're gonna see if they're gonna ask him if he's gonna testify because I assume he's not going to testify, which he should not. I read that as Jose's on a vacation far away. Oh. CPS didn't step in though. Chrissy, they saw her 2 weeks before and they did nothing. The police didn't get her. They were right there. Whoop. He's not going to testify. Oh, yeah. But it's not going to matter. Oh, it would be great. But he's not going to testify. The defense, yes, the defense is trying to pin it on anybody else but him. I'm not blaming CPS, but this is just another one of those things where we just see a failure of it. And the police. I've told you guys, I love On Patrol Live. I love watching that. Anytime there's a 911 call in those on those things, they have to see everybody. Like if a woman calls and a man answers the door, if a woman calls 911 and the man answers the door, they're like, we have to see everybody. We have to see her. I would think if somebody called and said, hey, we think we hear a child being abused, when they went, it should not just be enough that the mom came and said, nope, nothing happened in here. They should have said, we need to see everyone that's in the house. Now, they could have just marched Mercedes out there, Jordan out there and said, look, she's good, and kept Mercedes hidden. But they didn't even look to talk to any of the kids or just look and see the kids. And one time they didn't even come. So, yes, yeah, you guys are all right. Yep, yes, yes, yes. And it sucks. She did. I just, you hear horrible stories about CPS sometimes. I don't think they're all horrible people. This case clearly got that woman, she doesn't even work for CPS anymore. She went back to work at the prison. So she's probably couldn't, trust me, she's going to see some stuff there. But it's apparently better than what she saw at CPS. So yep. And there's some people that you think they get investigated and then something does happen, their kids get taken away and there's no reason for it. And then this right here, and they don't do anything. I don't know. I told you guys the story when my kids were in elementary and I was a teacher assistant at the school, and the little boy that came in had clearly had the crap beat out of him the night before. And we did everything we could. The teachers were active. The principal was active. They called the police. Everything we possibly could. He wouldn't speak. He wouldn't tell what happened. That tied their hands. But we tried. It was so obvious. His injuries were so obvious. Maybe it'd be different now. That was a long time ago. But he was so scared. And it was so sad. I didn't really ever expect to see him again after he went home that day. Did, fortunately. But so I don't know what the protocol is for these things. I assume the police contacted CPS. I have no idea. But it was heartbreaking to have to send that little boy back into that situation. Yeah, that's true, Chrissy. Yikes, Hamilton. And Chrissy, I believe there was a little sister at home. He talked about her all the time. Hamilton? I don't have any words for that. They didn't even like put him. Oh, she must be gonna. Judge Boyd always does 2 things, 2 sessions. But they didn't even put him in like a mental facility. A hospital.
No, they need to be on Zoom now. Just have them zoom in.
She has a room full of patients, Your Honor. She can't do it in 12:30.
What are you expecting her testimony to be?
That she was treated for asthma, that Katrina missed any number of appointments, that she was prescribed medicine for asthma.
All right,
So
do you have any other witnesses other than this witness?
Mr. Ruiz may testify. I don't know about.
All right, y'all need to talk to him and see if that's the case. If that's the case, then he can be put on, and then we'll take your other witness in the afternoon.
I'm not controlling that part of the case.
Okay.
He said no.
Nope.
He's saying no, that he's not going to testify at this point.
All right, so other than this last witness, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then this is what's going to happen. Your witness needs to be here at 1 o'clock. And y'all are going to remain here. We're going to go over this jury charge
4 minutes because
there will be closing argument today.
Fine.
All right, any objection to me letting the jury know that they're released and we're going to come back at 1?
No objection.
No, Your Honor.
All right.
We might get a verdict today. If they're doing closings today, perfect. Perfect. Let me go find her other feed. Because she always does this in 2 parts for whatever reason. What's that? Dang, she's not back up yet. All right, well, there's nothing going on. When they start this, I'll go back and find, because they're supposed to be back at 1. It's almost 2 my time. They're an hour behind me. Well, behind anybody that's with me on Eastern time. Okay, Hamilton, that makes me feel a little bit better. He should be in that facility. It's the bowl cut. It's making a comeback, kind of like the mullet. I thought he was going to testify. I was too. I was too. Oh, I thought they said the doctor had to be there at 1, which is 2. But they're not. It's just going to be about asthma, and asthma was not the cause of death here. Yeah, we are caught up. I'm just waiting for them to come back. See, I told you guys Friday, if we did that little short morning Friday session today, we would catch up. Oh. Pretty much, it's not like it's not out there. My first name is Debbie. Everybody pretty much here just calls me AJ. So whichever. Hey, you, I'll answer. I So I don't know if Felicia is still here. I think I cannot say that word. That she was asphyxiated. I can't say that word. And then there was the other thing that caused, with all the physical exertion they forced her to put her body through, it caused a buildup of lactic acid in her muscles. And then I think when that was released all at once, it caused kidney failure. I'm probably not explaining that exactly right. Yeah, the mom and the doctors thing, that was just nuts. You know why one, made me laugh because it came out, it came out of left field. But two, all I could hear was Robin Williams saying that from the movie where he had the cream pie all over his face. And I don't even think he says Toodaloo, but he says something similar. And that's all I could hear in my mind. So yeah, we are just waiting for these guys to come back. They haven't been on time yet. Yes, Mrs. Doubtfire. I could not think of, but that's what it made me think of, and that's what I was saying in my mind, and you just got me laughing. Thank you, Felicia. Thank you. I'm not even going to try to read that word right now. Yes, been that. But I don't know, Felicia got me pretty good. when she's when y'all naming doctors or lawyers, actors, whatever, that would have been better lawyers. And she said that they could have seen it coming. That they're going to find Granny guilty. What? I don't think it's going to take them long to convict this guy. And yeah, well, yes. I don't know if she's a public defender. I'm going to guess yes. And there are good public defenders out there, so I'm not saying anything bad about that. But yikes. Well, probably. Oh, the video. Yep. He told on himself. You're right. He told on himself in the video. And then her sending an email. They don't even know how to do a crime. They should. Her health obviously is not great. I don't think her memory is great. They probably need to. Public pretender. I was listening to a guy. He kept saying, my honor. And I think it was a pretender. Wait, did I miss something? Oh, we're back. Felicia, did I miss? Uh, you could throw Wisconsin in there too. Oh, sorry. That's me. That's my fault. Dang it.
The truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. This witness is appearing by Zoom. State any objections to the witness appearing by Zoom.
No objection.
Defense, any objections to the witness appearing by Zoom?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ruiz, do you have any objection to this witness appearing
I'll
by
not
Zoom?
talk with Mike.
All right, if
I
you'll
love
state
that
your name
show.
for the record, please.
They have so many.
Dr. Veronica Zamora Campos.
All right, defense is your witness, and please make sure, everyone, that you speak into the microphones.
Doctor, you're a pediatrician, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you a member of a practice?
Yes, I am.
How many doctors are there?
We have 4 providers.
Currently, when did you first treat Mercedes Lasoya?
I treated Mercedes on September 21, 2017.
Were you the first person to treat her?
That is correct.
And after that time, did you treat her or were other doctors in your practice treating her?
The other providers treated her.
If you were to treat Mercedes today, and you can't because she's dead, but if you were, would you be referring to those records before you dealt with the child?
Yes, yes, I would.
Is that a common practice?
To refer to the record when we treat our patient, yes.
Yes. Okay. Do your records indicate that there were appointments that the child did not show up for?
Yes.
Can you tell us which dates the child did not show up for appointments?
May 3rd, 2018. September 5th. No, correction. That's an error. November 15th, 2018. March 5th, 2019. July 9th, 2019. April 27th, 2020. August 11th, 2020. March 10th, 2021. And July 23rd, 2021.
Okay. Do your records indicate why the child did not show up?
I'm gonna object. Calls for speculation and hearsay.
All right, if you know, you can answer the question.
No indication. No indication on the record why they did not show up.
Thank you. Do you have a diagnosis in your records for the disease of asthma?
Yes,
And does it notice in your records when the child was first diagnosed with asthma?
For mother's history, August of 2017.
2017, so, what was the regime that was recommended to the parent to care for the child with asthma?
In which visit?
Whenever, the first time, whenever she first got instructions on how to deal with the disease.
According to her I believe it was her March 28, 2018 visit that she received instructions on.
Hang on, guys. That's my fault. Sorry. I didn't switch. Because I couldn't hear it. I'm gonna have to figure out where she's at now. Hang on. What is happening? You guys are going to have to kind of let me know where they're at because I could not understand what they were saying.
We're going to go back on the records. Defense, call your witness.
Defense calls Dr. Veronica Zamora Campos.
All right. And my understanding states you wish to take the witness on voir dire.
Yes.
You may, before you proceed, is there any objections to the witness appearing by Zoom?
Did we see them do voir
Mr.
dire?
Ruiz, do you have any objection to this witness appearing by Zoom? All right, state.
Doctor, tell me, where are you employed? Excuse me? Where are you employed?
didn't
Viva
see that.
Pediatrics. Okay, and did you have a patient by the name of Mercedes Latoya?
Yes,
When was she your patient?
she was my patient, effective, I saw her once on September 21st, 2017, out of her 7 provider visits.
Okay, and that was the only time that you saw her in office?
That is correct, for her 18-month well check.
That's the witness.
Teresa Collin, Your Honor, doctor, excuse me. You're following the case, is that right, as a member of this practice?
Correct.
The other 2 doctors that were here during that period are no longer with your practice, is that correct?
Yes, they're with another practice.
Now, in my subpoena to you, doctor, I requested a copy of the medical records. Obviously, you're not here today, but I did request them, is that correct?
Yes, you requested the records and we turned them into you, yes.
You gave me records, yes, at some point. They weren't notarized, however, and so I can't put them in as evidence.
Oh, okay.
I just have a few questions. I would pass the witness.
I have nothing further done, and I'm gonna object to the relevance of this witness when she only saw Mercedes when she was 18 months.
All right, defense. The witness has stated that the only time they saw the child was one time in September 2017. What is the relevancy?
Relevance is she has access to the whole file. She's a treating physician in this practice, Your Honor.
All right, then someone needs to ask that question to make this relevant.
Dr. Zamora Campos, are you the treating physician for this child based on those records?
I am not the primary pediatrician. I did see her once, I did treat her once, yes.
But if you were to treat her again, and you can't because
Yes, 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 I would see her again, correct.
you would base what you were doing on previous records, is that correct?
That is correct.
As the witness.
All right, so off the record, here's the court's point. She's saying that she's only seen the complainant once. That was September 2017.
Yes.
Is there anything else from this witness, be it other doctors in her practice who saw her, that goes beyond the date of September 2017? Because if she only saw her one time, September 2017, I need to know what the relevancy is.
Relevance is that she's the treating physician, that she goes by the whole record of the client in her office, and that I need that she knows what the child was treated for.
All right. You're on the record. Ask the question, somebody ask a question where potentially this is relevant. Defense.
I'm saying it's relevant, Your Honor, to establish that the child was treated by this practice for the disease of asthma.
All right, then you want to make it relevant by asking her that question. I don't know if she treated her for asthma or not. That hasn't been presented.
Was your practice treating the child, although you hadn't, was your practice treating the child for asthma?
Yes,
Were you prescribing asthma medications?
the practice was prescribing asthma medication.
In your records, is there a section that indicates that you provided instructions on how to deal with asthma?
Yes, there is instructions in the record.
Thank you. Is that enough, Your Honor?
Yes, that's enough for the court.
Briefly, Judge, when was the last time she was seen by a doctor in your office?
April 23rd, 2021.
But we would still object to the relevance of this witness and also cumulative as it's been well established from two prior witnesses that were being had.
All right, I'm going to allow the witness to testify. If you could bring the jurors
Wow.
in.
I kind of thought maybe she wouldn't. See what we miss when we don't watch Judge Boyd. So sorry. This is going to be a little bit of what we saw on the other channel, but I couldn't understand it. And the cameras.
All right, for the jury.
Be aware of your cameras when you stand up. Although there was no complaints from my chat the day that the
All right, everyone, please be
op
seated.
was there and the camera was there, was where it was.
All right, defense, call your witness.
Defense calls Dr. Veronica Zamora Campos.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. This witness is appearing by Zoom. State any objections to the witness appearing by Zoom.
No, Judge.
Defense, any objections to the witness appearing by Zoom?
No,
Mr. Ruiz, do you have any objection to this witness appearing by Zoom?
No, ma'am.
All right, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Dr. Veronica Zamora Campos.
All right, defense is your witness, and please make sure everyone that you speak into the microphones.
Doctor, you're a pediatrician, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you a member of a practice?
Yes, I am.
How many doctors are there?
We have 4 providers.
Currently, when did you first treat Mercedes Lasoya?
I treated Mercedes on September 21, 2017.
Were you the first person to treat her?
That is correct.
And after that time, did you treat her or were other doctors in your practice treating her?
The other providers treated me.
If you were to treat Mercedes today, and you can't because she's dead, if you were, would you be referring to those records before you? Child?
Yes, yes, I would.
Is that a common practice?
To refer to the record when we treat our patient? Yes.
Okay. Do your records indicate that there were appointments that the child did not show up for?
Yes.
Can you tell us which dates the child did not show up for appointments?
May 3rd, 2018. September 5th. No, correction. That's an error. November 15th, 2018. March 5th, 2019. July 9th, 2019. April 27th, 2020. August 11th, 2020. March 10th, 2021. And July 23rd, 2021.
Okay. Do your records indicate why the child did not show up?
I'm gonna object. Calls for speculation and hearsay.
All right, if you know, you can answer the question.
No indication. No indication on the record why they did not show up.
Do you have a diagnosis in your records for the disease of asthma?
Yes,
And does it notice in your records when the child was first diagnosed with asthma?
Her mother's history, August of 2017.
17. So, what was the regime that was recommended to the parent to care for the child with asthma?
In which visit?
Whenever, the first time, whenever she first got instructions on how to deal with disease.
Oh, according to her. I believe it was her March 28, 2018 visit that she received instructions on wheezing, and her medications were initiated. So just can't speak for the physician what they spoke verbally, but they gave her guidance on when to follow up in 1 month.
Did she show up for that visit in 1 month?
No, but she was rescheduled. She was rescheduled like 3 weeks later, 26 days to be exact.
Did she show up for that?
Yes, she did. She did show up at that visit, and then, but she usually had another reason for coming in. Hers was a hand, foot, mouth. She had gone to she'd gone to the ER. She had gone to Baptist ER for a rash.
Good job.
And that's when they gave her a breathing treatment. So yes, they discussed it at those 2 visits.
What kind of medications were prescribed, if any?
Albuterol, which is a bronchodilator, that was an inhaler, and a Flovent, which is an inhaled corticosteroid, as a preventative measure for asthma flare-ups.
Do you know if those prescriptions were filled?
No, I do not.
There is, if a child holds her breath with this condition, would that be a voluntary thing more than likely, or?
I'm gonna object, calls for speculation.
All right, you can ask your question, then the court will hear your objection.
Repeat the question.
If a child were to hold her breath with this condition, would it be a result of asthma or just bad temper or what? Can you say?
Unlikely for a 2-year-old to hold her breath willingly.
Are there any other specific maladies that Mercedes was diagnosed with?
When I saw her specifically, it was just her speech delay. That's throughout all her 7 provider visits. Most of them are well checks. Most of them are about her speech delays and getting referred out for early childhood intervention, speech therapy.
I noticed she missed an appointment in March of the following year when she'd have been 1 year old. Up to that point, did she have all her appropriate vaccinations and shots?
I'm gonna,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, doctor, I'm gonna object to relevance.
Sustained.
There's a diagnosis down there and not so much a diagnosis, but a recommendation that she received cardiovascular care. Which doctor recommended that?
Dr. Setlick. That was her last visit in the office, April 23rd, 2021.
Is there any indication that she followed up on that with a cardiologist?
We do not have records, but it's not uncommon for us not to receive the records from the specialist.
Did Dr. Settler describe why she was recommending cardiology treatment?
Because she heard a heart murmur on exam.
What does that really mean?
There's an extra sound between your heartbeats. So like lub dub, you're going to have a sound in between or after. So it's an extra sound that we hear, and we investigate it. Majority of them are benign, but as a rule, we try to be complete and refer to cardiology just to rule out any other problem.
You have no further information on your file, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, the witness.
State has no questions.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Good job, State. I'm glad you didn't ask any
Defense, call
pointless
your next
questions.
witness.
Rest and close, Your Honor.
All right, state, do you close?
State rest and close. Yes, Judge.
All right, and defense, you close.
Yes, Your Honor, rest and close.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is all the evidence you're going to hear at this phase of the trial. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send you to the back. We still have a couple more things to work on the jury charge, and then I'll bring you back. Remember my previous instructions. All right, everyone, please rise for the juries.
This jury's getting their exercise in today. Back. It's like back and forth. It will be. Yep. Let me
Please be seated.
just see what's
She's
going to
just
happen here.
correcting a typo in the charge, and so I'll email it to you all.
Yes. I really just want to make sure that she's not going to say anything else dumb. Because I thought it was pretty much like he wasn't going to testify, and then they all looked at him like, "Are you going to testify?"
I just saw that. 40 and 41.
There, that one over time. Like, you know.
And well, yes. All right, Judge, are you cutting your feed? What are you doing? Dang it, Judge. All right, hang on. Oh, does anybody know what the mom in Ohio that went on vacation for 10 days and left her 18-month-old was sentenced to today? I started watching that. Well, I was kind of listening to it when I was finishing up getting things set up, but I didn't get to hear what the sentence was. I assume it was, I don't even know what they were trying to get. Oh, I do have an update for you guys. While we're waiting. Chad Dorman's unaliving confession was tossed out. Gabby, she went on vacation for 10 days and left her 18-month-old daughter at home in the playpen alone, and she didn't make it. Dang it. They're not doing anything. They're just sitting in court. So give me a sec.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant.
Shh, Julie. I would say that officer not reading Miranda is probably very much the problem. Not reading all of the Miranda.
We have some brand new developments in the case of an Ohio father accused of murdering his 3 young sons. A judge has ruled that Chad Dorman's confession that he allegedly gave during his interrogation will be thrown out. On Friday, the judge ruled that the defendant's rights were violated twice when police skipped parts of the Miranda warnings and when detectives continued questioning Chad Dorman after he asked for an attorney. Dorman could face the death penalty if he is convicted, and his case is scheduled to go to trial in July. But now with this recent ruling, that could change. This is big, big news and could really be key to this case. Let me bring in our guests. I have with me retired Deputy Inspector with the NYPD, Corey Pegues, and Attorney Tommy Pope, retired SLED agent and former prosecuting attorney in South Carolina. Oh my, we had a guy who stayed put after his 3 sons were shot to death, and police said he confessed. He told us all about what he did, and now the jury is not going to hear any of it. And the reason the judge has found the police really messed this up. I want to get your reactions on that as 2 people who have served, and we thank you for your service, respectively, in law enforcement. How they bungled this, and now one of the best pieces of evidence against this guy, poop, has gone out of the trial. Corey.
Sad, despicable, horrifying.
Yep.
This guy allegedly murdered those 3 babies, one of them running out the house from the first shooting.
Right.
And they get to toss all of this information out.
Yeah.
This is almost, Tommy agrees, this is like policing 101.
Isn't this horrible?
This is
horrible.
But again, you know, for me coming from big city policing, I look at it and say, this is small town policing. Everyone knows the clock stops. They ask for a lawyer, the clock stops.
Yeah.
You read them their Mirandas, if they want to hear them or not. You read them anyway. You just read them all the time. This is policing 101.
Thank you.
I would love to see, Tommy would agree, who was interviewing him. And when I say that, like, how much time did this person have on the job?
Oh, yeah. We got a clip of the guy doing the interviewing. Let's look at
Is it a
him.
rookie, Tommy? You understand?
You know,
a detective?
That's a good question.
did
His
you
last
blow
name is
this?
Ross. Let's roll that clip now where he's talking about how he thought that defendant Chad Dorman was playing games. Let's take a look.
Everybody knows, we trust, except perhaps for the detectives involved, that when a custodial interrogation is underway and the suspect clearly says, I want a lawyer, that isn't the start of a test. That isn't the start of an officer's an invitation to a detective to quiz about name, rank, and serial number of a lawyer. That's the time they stop. They stop, get up, and go. That's what they should have done. That happened within about 5 minutes of the interrogation. 45 minutes goes by. He asks again, where's the lawyer? And at that point, he is again ignored. If he had the wherewithal, as the state asserts, to know his situation, to know where he was, to assure officers he posed at no risk, then likewise, he had the wherewithal to clearly say, I want a lawyer, period.
What do you understand you're supposed to do when a suspect who's in custody clearly asks for a lawyer?
If they clearly ask for a lawyer,
Yeah.
which I've done on other cases, on other homicide cases, they clearly ask for a lawyer, I stop questioning them. Right. Which I've done before. In this case, he did not clearly say he wanted a lawyer.
But you said that you tried to clarify it with him. That's what you're saying, these questions you asked him about, whether he had a lawyer or not, were designed to do.
I did try to explore that and clarify his comments, but he continued playing games with me.
Okay, Tommy Puppy saying every other homicide case he knows to stop, but in this one it was gameplay. This were 3 dead kids. He thought, let's not be cautious, let's push, as this guy is unsure of what he wants. Your reaction, please, Tommy.
I think you pointed out the issue. I think, and again, as Corey said, I don't know this guy's experience. It sounded like he has previous experience. I think the emotion of the horror of this case, of the nature of the deaths of those children, overtook this officer's emotions. In other words, instead of just, you have to be cool under fire, no matter the nature of the case. I've had it in death penalty cases. You can't threaten somebody with the death penalty. And I've had officers that are so angry about the circumstances of the murder that they'll, allude to the death penalty and getting it off your chest and all the police tactics, but ultimately they take it too far. My guess is here, this was a horror like that officer had never seen. I can tell you, child deaths are worse than anything we deal with in law enforcement. And I think probably what happened is they tried to gild the lily, because I'm not sure ultimately this is going to change the verdict. You and I have talked before about death penalty cases. You need a solid penalty before you can a solid guilt before you can get to the penalty. I don't think it's going to change it because of the nature of the facts and circumstances. I think he let his emotions overtake him.
Yeah, and this is really messed up. I mean, it also makes me wonder if it will have any effect on what the jury finds if the defendant goes for some kind of a mental health related defense. Tommy, I keep thinking with this confession taken out, what kind of statements was he making? Was he in his right mind when he sat down and talked to police? And it's just like that. It's just, like I said, poof, the case just changed in an instant with the judge's ruling. I want to go back to that horrific day where we know that there were a couple 911 calls that were placed. I've got one of them now. Let's take a listen.
Can you tell how many people have been shot?
I think 2 children.
Okay. All right. What was
I've seen?
There's a girl running down the street saying that her stepfather is killing everyone in her family. And what did the female say to you? And she says that her stepfather is killing everybody in her house. I did. I'm on the phone with them right now. Did you say how or what was happening? I asked her to get in the car with me, and she said she couldn't leave her family.
Okay, and thank goodness, we still have this evidence, right? The child who survived, the stepdaughter who witnessed this. Corey, your thoughts, please.
That's heart-wrenching. Just imagine that. She says, my stepfather was killing everybody in the house. She offered to for her to get in the car, and the girl was like, I can't leave my family. That's heart-wrenching. That's going to really move the jury. Let me get back to what Tommy said, though. Spot on. Police officers got to keep their emotions out of the interrogation. Just do your job.
Yeah, and I'm sure it is so hard. I could never do the job that you both have done. Never could. Have the utmost respect for everyone, all of the men and women who serve in law enforcement. I say all the time, it's the toughest job in the world. I will say this, though, and I can speak from the experience of someone who was an ADA. When your police bungle something on a case and you're left to deal with their mess, it is aggravating. And when you think about, right, like when you mess up the Miranda warnings, like something that, like kids in grade school know the Miranda warnings, don't they, Corey?
Right.
This is really bad.
Even listen to what the detective said, Tommy. I wasn't clear on what he was saying. That right there. Even if you're not clear, stop. If you even think that they alluded to a lawyer, stop.
Exactly.
And where was, I know when we do investigations or we're interrogating, there's usually a boss outside or nearby, Tommy, watching us interrogate. It's a triple homicide. There's nobody else to tell him, hey, Joey,
Great point.
Stop.
Great point.
Small town policing. I promise you that.
Yeah. Tommy, your thoughts on this? I saw you nodding as Corey was speaking.
Well, I was thinking what Corey said. You normally have a partner. I always, even if I tried a case, even if I was the senior prosecutor, I'd have one of my new folks, somebody that's outside the bubble of what's going on, because there's been times that I let my emotions get the best of me in the courtroom, and I might accidentally open a door on something we got ruled out. I remember I got frustrated with the psychology, and I said, well, why would she say that? Which is the dumbest question, you could ever ask, an open-ended question. And my my co-counsel dropped a book on the floor to snap me out of it, to make me go back to the table and get me there. So that's what you want. It's almost somebody saved me from myself. And I think this officer could have used some of that.
Right. And no, I appreciate you sharing that story, Tommy, because you're right. That's what a great trial partner is going to do. What a great, police partner is going to do. Stop you when they can see something you can't. And if this guy was either inexperienced, emotional, in his head, whatever the issue was, you're right. Where were all the other detectives? I mean, this is a triple homicide. 3 babies are dead and their dad is suspected. And you know what else, too? This wasn't like an adrenaline rush of a chase. This guy's sitting on the porch. He's on his porch. He waited for the cops to come. He submitted. There was no fight. There was no brutal takedown. There was no struggle. This guy was totally submissive, totally cooperative.
Okay, I cannot listen to anymore. The guy didn't read. He read Miranda. He didn't read all of the Miranda. And when the attorney for Chad Dorman asked him why, didn't he say he didn't think it was important? It was some kind of dumb answer like that. That he just didn't think it was important. Sorry, I'm putting up. Hang on. Go away. Yeah, and I agree. Sled was bad. I did get, I think it's FIO. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Said the woman in Ohio got life without a chance of parole. That's what she probably needed to get. That case was horrible because that poor baby suffered a lot for 10 days by herself. 18 months old, completely helpless. There was no way for her to help herself. All right, just so you guys know, you're missing anything. You're just missing that. I'm trying to watch that. Keep an eye on, because I want Judge Boyd's feed. I assume she's coming back. I haven't heard anything about Boone, so I assume we're still a go. That's the beginning of May. If Ty's case goes on the May date, that's, I believe, the exact same day as hers. Generally, I'm far enough behind that I can fast forward through jury instructions. I think they're just doing final instructions. I think we'll hear them, though. yeah, that'll be a very, very busy time. Good news, though. My husband and son are about to start on a project, which is going to keep him very, very busy. So I will have time if that's what happens. I figured you would like that. They are, but hey, he wasn't pro se, which was perfect because we didn't get any of that mess. He didn't come up with any stupid things like, where's the state of Florida? He didn't ask that. Is the state of Florida in this room? So he was respectful, and he really is trying to just, plead his case. It's a pretty big, uh, okay, I'll have to keep an eye on that. I'm sure I'll have to wait for him to post it again. It's a pretty big project, so it should keep him busy. They need to get a lot of work done before Miss Madison makes her arrival into the world. And end of June, early July. We're hoping July 4th. But she's going to be my granddaughter, so she'll do whatever she wants to do when she's ready to do it. That's what I'll just say right now. You got storms down there, Carmen? We just made everybody's day by showing up. I plan on streaming Tucker. That's what Gabby and I were just talking about. If his May date goes, that's going to be Sarah Boone's start date as well. So we're going to have to figure some times out there because we're doing her trial too. And they're both in Florida. I know that shocks y'all. Yeah, I bet that was loud. Was it more than meets the eye? Sorry. I know that was bad. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what happens. He could have pushed it if he wanted to. Stormy. No, not Florida. Never. Stormy. Yeah. Everywhere's not great. So I'm sure when I ask this question, everybody here will say no and never heard of it. But last night I was so tired and I just wanted to I was like falling asleep and it was early. So I told my husband, like, just find whatever you want to watch, and because I'm probably just gonna go to sleep. He turned off on the most random thing that I don't even know, I would have never guessed, and all the listed things. He turns on the show Prison Brides. Well, guess who didn't go to sleep because I had to stay I had to stay up and see what happens. And then it's over, he hands me the remote, and he's like, "Alright, I'm going to sleep." And I have said, "I am so mad at you right now," because he goes, "Why?" And I said, "Because now we have to watch all of this, because we have to see how this turns out." And he goes, You're right. We're gonna have to watch all of this. I see. Christy's heard of it. Yes. Oh my gosh, it is so. No, they're not. The women aren't in prison. The men are. The women live in Germany, Australia. Where was the other one? They're not from America, but they're started writing these guys online as, well, not online, pen pal things. And it followed the one from Australia. She came over to meet her guy. I was like, he was so mean to her on the phone because he was very frustrated about getting released and had to go to halfway house. And it kept saying at the end of the call, like, thank you for using GTL. And I told my husband, I was like, she should GTFO back to Australia. And he just busted out laughing. Like, that's not going to work. This one's not going to work. The woman from Germany, it seemed like they probably had the best chance of working, but I don't know. And then there's another woman, she's just like, she's kind of had her own issues. And her parents were like, well, we're here to sweep up your mess. That's what we do. And she's like, yeah, if I just pretty much do what I want. And I thought, I don't have any kids like that ever do whatever they want. And I think that's going to be a train wreck, but I have to watch and see. So if y'all, I think the season's probably over, but it's on Lifetime. Surprise. So if y'all want to watch it. I don't know if their whole thing is to come here and get married so they can become citizens, because you could probably get over here from the UK, Australia, or Germany pretty easy. So I don't know. I would have never, neither does my husband. I would have put everything I owned on the list of shows that were listed across the page that he was on Hulu. He was not going to pick that. And that's what he picked. And now I'm like, we have to watch it all. So we're going to watch it all. So that was my night. And then I was awake. I thought, what are these people doing? Oh, and the one from Australia left her kid behind to come to America. Like, what are you doing? I think so. It said it was live. Don't scare me, Gabby. Yes, it's on now. Well, nope. I'll resume shortly. I'm watching this one, but Judge Boyd's is the one I want. It still says it's live. Well, go enjoy the rest of your day. This one's getting ready to go to closing arguments if you don't have anything to do. Hopefully we get a verdict today. That would be awesome. Carmen moved to first shift, so which is better for her. But then she probably won't get to join us much anymore. Except for when Transformers blow up. Oh, and also to DG's job, because he wants to go home too. He's also in Florida, so you just got to hit Florida. Oh, I hope not, but you never know with juries. You just never know. That used to be Carmen driving everywhere, but she's slowed down now. So, and to California. So just send it all the way. Don't send it to me. All right. Well, yeah. Yeah, okay. We won't send it to your house. We won't send it to Chrissy. Hey, it's done. Nothing. I'm not saying a word. All right, Carmen, be safe. I don't think that was all me, Gabby. I really don't. I think that was some of them. Especially because the whole thing blacked out, and that definitely wasn't me. But I've been working on it. I mean, I can't do much about my internet connection. Kinda. We're doing things. I'm doing things. So if this trial ends today, which I hope it does, not trying to rush a jury by any means, but we started a trial before this one. We got 1 day into it. It has 2 days left. It's in Judge Wolf's courtroom in Tennessee. It's a young lady at the time. She was 28. She's not old. Well, I need to start in my internet company in my backyard. It'd be perfect. Anyways, she was 28 at the time, and her fiance went out to pizza and then Oktoberfest in, I think, Dixon, Tennessee. And when they left there, the defense says that it was obvious that he was way too intoxicated to drive. She drove. She ends up coming through a road about 60 miles an hour, which apparently was way too fast for that road. And she hit a pole, didn't break it, didn't knock it down, and ended up, her fiance was pretty much killed instantly. She's on trial finally. So I think it happened in 2022. The trial just happened 2 weeks ago, I think. Whenever, just we watched one day and then I saw this one, so we jumped to this. But I do want to finish that one, so I'll finish that one this week unless something else weird comes up, but I'm going to finish it at some point. So that's my plan. And then we'll have to wait and see what happens. I don't know. Yeah, she's charged with I think vehicular, that word you said that I can't say, with recklessness, and another count of vehicular that with DUI and then DUI. Now, the problem is the police investigation, her BAC is going to get her because they do have that. 2 hours after the accident, it was 0.16. But yes, the yelling and screaming when she found out he did not make it. But then she's a sergeant now. At the time, she was just there on scene, and this woman is just talking and talking and talking. They never Mirandize her. The ER physician gets onto this officer because the woman got confused that her dad was the one in the accident. And so she felt like she needed to straighten it out. So she goes in, she straightens it out, which sends this woman back over the edge again. The ER doctor comes up and says, you don't ever tell anybody that somebody didn't make it out of a crash that somebody didn't make it out of whatever it is when they're in the ER, because now you have just set it back. I can't examine her. So is she under arrest or is she not? Because I can't release her and I can't examine her in her current state because you did that. Well, that made the officers got really defensive, and she didn't handle it well. She didn't handle the criticism well. She was training somebody that day that was there. She was a mess with that. I didn't like her at all. It's like she just didn't want to be in trouble, so she kind of, to her captain, was kind of explaining stuff away. But it's like, you messed up. Just say you messed up. And she can't do that. So if you just be able to admit your mistakes if you make them, especially in something like that. I think that was pretty much as far as we got. So that was all day, the first day. And then I've got the other two just ready to go. So yeah, she's in trouble because they have the BAC. He was, when they did his, he was 0.225, I think. So neither one of them should have been driving. But yeah, I think the defense is saying, well, he wasn't maybe wearing a seatbelt, which to me, like, that does not matter. I don't know. Like I said, we didn't see the car. They did play the body cam footage, so I was a little worried about that they might show it because it was just in the courtroom. It didn't have to be necessarily censored like, court TV does or anything. But they didn't, thank goodness. So, yeah, she was the one driving. And her screams when she found out that she wrecked and he didn't make it were just hard to hear. Right. I think you did, Stormy. Was that the one that you were talking about when we were watching that first day of that trial? So I'm assuming this area around Tennessee is small because this officer had went to school with this woman. So I don't know. But the firefighter there, the first responder, he also broke protocol because he told her in the ambulance that he didn't make it. And apparently they're not supposed to do that. So I don't know why everybody was so anxious to tell her she didn't make it. Yeah, it was, they were just gut-wrenching screams. Yeah, Gabby. Yep. So I don't know why everybody was so anxious to tell her that he didn't make it. The defense actually has done better job at questioning than the state has at laying out their case. Like I said, but they have the BAC, it's not going to matter. It just, maybe they won't, convict her of the worst stuff. I don't know. I don't know how they don't. But that's my plan for Wednesday and Thursday if this does finish up today, which I believe it will. So, yeah. So I don't know. Sad. 2 lives are over. And so that was in 22, so she's 30 now. But like I said, I don't know why it took so long to come to trial and to get to court, because it just went there. So I'm not sure what the holdup was there. So if you do watch it and you hear 2022, it's a current trial. It just happened. But it just shows you, not like these sensational trials, what's going on every day in just courtrooms around the country. So it's just interesting to me. I haven't heard anything back. I sent them both. I just did an email to both of them thanking them for coming on. I didn't ask anything. I was going to ask him, but I didn't, because I know they're busy. But I haven't heard anything back. So I will just wait a little bit and see what happens. Jerry's like, we knew it wouldn't be 5 minutes, Judge. Well, now what? Let's see. Yeah. I don't think any juries believe any judge when they say 5 minutes. What else is going on in the world? That trooper's wife in the bathtub trial, that's been going on for a long time. Yeah, that's been going on and on. So, Stormy, at the beginning, she kind of alluded to I believe they are married, but I don't believe they are living together at this point, because she started talking, she said something about COVID. It was hard enough, and then because he's basically on house arrest, and then COVID put everybody back together, which made things even harder. And so I don't believe that they are living together, but I do believe they are still married. I thought, just by watching them kind of interact with each other, to me, it's like, it's very obvious they care for each other very much. But one thing about COVID, when COVID sent everybody home, the divorce rate went up. All those little problems everybody was having that maybe they could go to work and get away from and not deal with, were all of a sudden right there. And man, people were just dropping left and right. Like, nope. Yeah, I believe that to be the case. But just watching them look at I know they weren't looking at each other in the same room, but just looking at each other on the screen, and just the way they talk to each other, and talk about each other, you could just tell. We had a good time too. My husband still was kind of working. They did kind of a weird layoff, but my husband likes to build things, so he built a room. And I love it. It's my favorite room in the entire house. Yeah, Carmen was essential at that time, and my daughter-in-law, not saying Carmen isn't essential now. She's always essential to me. She worked at the jail. And then my daughter-in-law, she's a respiratory therapist, so she was very essential at that time. And it wore on them a lot. I think it's still kind of wearing on the medical people. Sorry, Carmen. You know what I mean. All right, people, come on. Oh, hang on. Let me switch back to feed. Let me switch feeds. Yes.
Did you say brisket and when?
Brisket.
Did you say brisket?
That trial is going to be
Thank you.
something.
All right, I appreciate it. All right, and if there were a punishment phase, does everybody have their witnesses available?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thanks. She's just going to do it all today, isn't she? Stop it and drive. That is a big divide between people. And from what I've seen, I don't know that she isn't. That's right. Don't worry. She doesn't always answer me like that. Or Gabby will yell at you if you don't stop at a stop sign. I haven't had a chance to keep up on everything. Um, I don't want to talk over these guys. So anything you guys want to say or add, go for it.
All right, George.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
Oh, whoops. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you what's entitled Charge of the Court.
Right.
You do not have to
surprised I too.
memorize it. You'll have it back with you when you begin your deliberations. Charge of the court. Members of the jury, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, is charged in count 1 of the indictment with the offense of injury to a child, alleged to have been committed on or about the 7th day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Jose Ruiz, is charged in count 2 of the indictment with the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, alleged to have been committed on or about the 28th day of January 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Jose Ruiz, is charged in count 3 of the indictment with the offense of injury to a child alleged to have been committed on or about the 21st day of January 2020 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Jose Ruiz, is charged in count 4 of the indictment with the offense of injury to a child alleged to have been committed on or about the 23rd day of January 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. Deputy Laura. The defendant, Jose Ruiz, is charged in count 5 of the indictment with the offense of injury to a child alleged to have been committed on or about the first day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Jose Ruiz, is charged in count 6 of the indictment with the offense of injury to a child alleged to have been committed on or about the second day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Jose Ruiz, is charged in count 7 of the indictment with the offense of injury to a child alleged to have been committed on or about the third day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Jose Ruiz, is charged in count 8 of the indictment with the offense of injury to a child alleged to have been committed on or about the 5th day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. To all of these offenses, the defendant has pleaded not guilty. 1, our law provides that a person commits the offense of injury to a child if the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, by act or by omission, causes to a child 1, serious bodily injury, or 2, bodily injury. 2, an omission that causes serious bodily injury to a child is conduct constituting the offense of injury to a child if the actor has assumed care, custody, or control of the child. For purposes of an omission that causes serious bodily injury to a child, the actor has assumed care, custody, or control if the actor has by act, words, or course of conduct acted so as to cause a reasonable person to conclude that the actor has accepted responsibility for protection, food, shelter, or medical care for a child. 3, a person commits the offense of assault if the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causes bodily injury to another. A person commits the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon if the person commits an assault as defined above and the person uses or exhibits a deadly weapon during the commission of the assault. 4, child means a person 14 years of age or younger. Act means a bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntary, and includes speech. Omission means failure to act. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Deadly weapon means anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. A person acts recklessly or is reckless with respect to the result of his conduct when he is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. 6, the phrase on or about means that the state is not required to prove that the alleged offense happened on that exact date, but the date of the offense alleged in the indictment must be some date anterior to the presentment of the indictment and not so remote that the prosecution of the offense is barred by the statute of limitations. The statutory limitation period for the offense of injury to a child is 10 years from the 18th birthday of the victim of the offense. The statutory limitation period for the offense of aggravated assault is 2 years. The indictment in this case was filed on May 3rd, 2022. 7, our law provides a person is criminally responsible as a party to an offense if the offense is committed by his own conduct or by the conduct of another for which he is criminally responsible, or by both. A person is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense he solicits, encourages, directs, aids, or attempts to aid the other person to commit the offense. Each party to an offense may be charged with commission of the offense. Mere presence alone will not make a person a party to an offense. 8, you are instructed that an accomplice witness, as the term is hereinafter used, means any person connected with the crime charged as a party thereto, and includes all persons who are connected with the crime as such parties by unlawful act or omission on their part, transpiring either before or during the time of the commission of the offense, and whether or not they were present and participated in the commission of the crime. You are instructed that a conviction cannot be had upon the testimony of an accomplice witness unless the jury first believes that the accomplice witness's testimony is true and that it shows the defendant is guilty of the offense charged against him. And even then, you cannot convict the defendant unless the accomplice witness's testimony is corroborated by other evidence tending to connect the defendant with the offense charged. Such corroboration is not sufficient if it merely shows the commission of the offense. It must tend to connect the defendant with its commission. The witness, Katrina Mendoza, is an accomplice as a matter of law. If any offense or offenses was or were committed, and you are so instructed that you shall consider her as such and treat Katrina Mendoza as an accomplice. Therefore, you are instructed that you cannot convict the defendant, Jose Ruiz, on the testimony of Katrina Mendoza alone. You are instructed that the testimony of Katrina Mendoza must be corroborated by other evidence tending to connect the defendant with the offense committed. Moreover, you cannot convict the defendant upon the testimony of Katrina Mendoza unless you first believe that the portion of her testimony that ascribes guilt to the defendant is true and shows that the defendant is guilty as charged in the indictment. And then, as stated above, you cannot convict the defendant upon said testimony unless you further believe that there is other evidence in the case outside of the evidence of the said accomplice tending to connect the defendant with the offense committed. If you find that an offense was committed and the corroboration is not sufficient if it merely shows the commission of the offense, but it must tend to connect the defendant with its commission, and then from all of the evidence you must believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged against him. You are further instructed that you are required to agree unanimously on the evidence that you believe corroborates the testimony of Katrina Mendoza. You are further instructed that the state must prove the corroborating evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, and if they fail to do so, then you cannot consider that evidence as corroborating. 9, a person is criminally responsible if the result would not have occurred but for his conduct operating either alone or concurrently with another cause, unless the concurrent cause was clearly sufficient to produce the result and the conduct of the actor clearly insufficient. Therefore, as to each count, you cannot find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty unless you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the injuries, if any, sustained by Mercedes Lozoya, if they were, would not have occurred but for the conduct of Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza. So that if you believe that the conduct of another person or persons alone was a concurrent cause sufficient to cause the alleged injury sustained by Mercedes Lozoya, and the conduct of Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, was clearly insufficient, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. 10, it is a defense to the prosecution for the offense of injury to a child that the act or omission consisted of emergency medical care administered in good faith and with reasonable care by a person not licensed in the healing arts. Therefore, with regards to the allegations in paragraph A of count 1, even if you unanimously find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Jose Ruiz did intentionally or knowingly cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury, but you further find from the evidence that, or you have a reasonable doubt as to whether at the time he did so, Jose Ruiz was administering emergency medical care in good faith and with reasonable care, then you will find in favor of Jose Ruiz on this defense. However, with regards to the allegations in paragraph A of count 1, if you unanimously find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Jose Ruiz did intentionally or knowingly cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury, and you further find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time he did so, Jose Ruiz was not administering emergency medical care in good faith and with reasonable care, then you will find against Jose Ruiz on this defense. With regards to the allegations in count 3, even if you unanimously find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Jose Ruiz did intentionally or knowingly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Lozoya with the hand of Jose Ruiz, but you further find from the evidence that, or you have a reasonable doubt as to whether at the time he did so, Jose Ruiz was administering emergency medical care in good faith and with reasonable care, then you will find in favor of Jose Ruiz on this defense under count 3. However, with regards to the allegations in count 3, if you unanimously find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Jose Ruiz did intentionally or knowingly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Lozoya with the hand of Jose Ruiz, and you further find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time he did so, Jose Ruiz was not administering emergency medical care in good faith and with reasonable care, then you will find against Jose Ruiz on this defense under count 3. 11, count 1, paragraph A. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 7th day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury, and you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defense of reasonable emergency medical care as instructed in paragraph 10 does not apply, or paragraph B, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 7th day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did intentionally or knowingly by omission cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, had assumed care, custody, or control of Mercedes Lozoya and failed to do so, and that Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, failed to seek adequate medical treatment for Mercedes Lozoya, then you will find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 1 of the indictment, and do not consider paragraph 12. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 1 of the indictment, say by your verdict not guilty of the charged offense of injury to a child in count 1, and next consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child under count 1 as instructed in paragraph 12. 12, count 1, lesser included offense, paragraph A. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 7th day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did recklessly by act cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury, and you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defense of reasonable emergency medical care as instructed in paragraph 10 does not apply, or paragraph B, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 7th day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did recklessly by omission cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, had assumed care, custody, or control of Mercedes Lozoya and failed to do so, and that Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, failed to seek adequate medical treatment for Mercedes Lozoya, then you will find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 1. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant Jose Ruiz not guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 1. 13, count 2. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 28th day of January 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did use or exhibit a deadly weapon, namely his hand, that in the manner of its use or intended use was capable of causing death or serious bodily injury, and Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya by covering the mouth and nose of Mercedes Lozoya with the hand of Jose Ruiz, then you will find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as charged in count 2 of the indictment. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant Jose Ruiz not guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as charged in count 2 of the indictment. 14, count 3. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 21st day of January 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Lozoya with the hand of Jose Ruiz, and you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defense of reasonable emergency medical care as instructed in paragraph 10 does not apply, then you will find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 3 of the indictment, and do not consider paragraph 15. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 3 of the indictment. Say by your verdict not guilty of the charged offense of injury to a child in count 3, and next consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child under count 3 as instructed in paragraph 15. 15, count 3, lesser included offense. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 21st day of January 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did recklessly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Lozoya with the hand of Jose Ruiz, and you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defense of reasonable emergency medical care as instructed in paragraph 10 does not apply, then you will find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 3. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant Jose Ruiz not guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 3. 16, count 4. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 23rd day of January 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by pinching Mercedes Lozoya with the hand of Jose Ruiz, then you will find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 4 of the indictment and not consider paragraph 17. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 4 of the indictment, say by your verdict not guilty of the charged offense of injury to a child in count 4, and next consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child under count 4 as instructed in paragraph 17. 17, count 4, lesser included offense. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 23rd day of January 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did recklessly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by pinching Mercedes Lozoya with the hand of Jose Ruiz, then you will find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 4. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant Jose Ruiz not guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 4. 18, count 5. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the first day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by inserting tacks into the feet of Mercedes Lozoya, then you will find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 5 of the indictment and do not consider paragraph 19. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 5 of the indictment, say by your verdict not guilty of the charged offense of injury to a child in count 5, and next consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child under count 5 as instructed in paragraph 19. 19, count 5, lesser included offense. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the first day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did recklessly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by inserting tacks into the feet of Mercedes Lozoya, then you will find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the less included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 5. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, not guilty of the less included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 5. 20, count 6. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the second day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Lozoya with a belt, then you will find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 6 of the indictment and do not consider paragraph 21. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 6 of the indictment, say by your verdict not guilty of the charged offense of injury to a child in count 6, and next consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child under count 6 as instructed in paragraph 21. 21, count 6, lesser included offense. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the second day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Lozoya with a belt, then you will find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 6. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, not guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 6. Count 22. I'm sorry, number 22, count 7. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 3rd day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by pulling the hair of Mercedes Lozoya with the hand of Jose Ruiz, then you will find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 7 of the indictment, and do not consider paragraph 23. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 7 of the indictment. Say by your verdict not guilty of the charged offense of injury to a child in count 7. And next consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child under count 7 as instructed in paragraph 23. 23, count 7, lesser included offense. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 3rd day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by pulling the hair of Mercedes Lozoya with the hand of Jose Ruiz, then you will find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 7. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, not guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 7. Number 24, count 8. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Lozoya with a cell phone, then you will find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 8 of the indictment, and do not consider paragraph 25. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 8 of the indictment. Say by your verdict not guilty of the charged offense of injury to a child in count 8, and next consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child under count 8 as instructed in paragraph 25. 25, count 8, lesser included offense. Now, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, either acting alone or together as a party with Katrina Mendoza, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Lozoya with a cell phone, then you will find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 8. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, not guilty of the lesser included offense of reckless injury to a child in count 8. You are instructed that your verdict in each count must be unanimous. If there's evidence presented of more than one alleged instance that could constitute an offense committed by the defendant against the complainant, if any, you are instructed that your verdict on each count must be unanimous about which specific instance, if any, constituted the commission of the offense in each of the individual counts. Evidence of any other alleged acts of misconduct by the defendant against the complainant in this case is not to be considered unless you believe those acts, if any, were committed beyond a reasonable doubt. With regard to those other acts, if any, you are instructed that said evidence was admitted, if it was, only for the purpose of showing the state of mind of the defendant and the complainant and the previous and subsequent relationship between the defendant and the complainant, if it does, and for no other purpose. You are instructed that under our law, that no evidence obtained by an officer or other person in violation of any provision of the Constitution or laws of the state of Texas or the Constitution or laws of the United States of America shall be admitted in evidence against the accused on the trial of any criminal case. Therefore, if you believe or have a reasonable doubt that the evidence was obtained in violation of any provisions of the Constitution or laws of the state of Texas or of the Constitution or laws of the United States of America, in such event, the jury shall disregard any such evidence so obtained. Our law provides a defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so. This, however, is a right accorded to the defendant, and in the event he elects not to testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify, and you're instructed that you cannot and must not allude or refer to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against him. You are instructed that you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone or receive any information from anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, iPad, tablet or computer, the internet, any internet service or any text or instant messaging service, or any social media platform, internet chat room, blog, or website to include, but not limited to Google, Facebook, MySpace, Instagram, Snapchat, LinkedIn, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, or X, to communicate with anyone, any information, or receive any information from anyone about this case, or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Written statements made by a witness to investigators or other officers or police reports made by officers and tendered by the prosecution to the defense for purposes of cross-examination are not part of the evidence unless introduced in evidence. Many times, statements and reports may be marked with an exhibit number, but are neither offered nor received in evidence. I can send only statements and reports received in evidence to the jury room. You are instructed that the statements of counsel made during the course of the trial or during the argument, if not supported by evidence, or statements of law made by counsel if not in harmony with the law as stated to you by the court, and these instructions are to be wholly disregarded. You must disregard any comment or statement made by the court during the trial or in these instructions which may seem to indicate an opinion with respect to any fact, item, or evidence or verdict to be reached in this case. No such indication is intended. You are instructed that the grand jury indictment is not evidence of guilt. It is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence, nor can it be considered by you in passing whether this defendant is guilty or not guilty. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case, which is not shown by the evidence. You are instructed that you are not to let bias, prejudice, or sympathy play any part in reaching a verdict in this case. After argument of counsel, you will retire to the jury room, select your own presiding juror, and proceed with your deliberations. After you have reached a unanimous verdict, the presiding juror will certify thereto by filling in the appropriate forms attached to this charge and signing his or her name as presiding juror. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given the testimony, but you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is herein given to you, and be governed by that law. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree to that verdict, but jurors have a duty to consult each other and to deliberate with a view to reaching unanimous agreement, if that can be done without violence to individual judgment. A unanimous vote means all 12 jurors must agree. Each juror must decide the case for himself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with his fellow jurors. In the course of deliberations, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his own views and change his opinion if convinced it is erroneous. However, no juror should surrender his honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of his fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt. Gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict not guilty. Suitable forms for your verdict are attached to the charge for your convenience if you care to use them, but they are not intended to suggest to you in any way what your verdict should be, and you may or may not, as you see fit, make use of them. At any rate, your verdict must be in writing and signed by your presiding juror. Your only duty at this time is to determine whether the defendant is guilty of the indictment in this cause, and you must restrict your deliberations to the issue of whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and nothing else. After you have retired to the jury room, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the officer who has you in charge. Do not attempt to talk to the officer or anyone else concerning any question you may have. Instead, address your questions to the court in writing. If you want to communicate with the court, notify the bailiff. Any and all communication relative to the case must be written, prepared by the presiding juror, and submitted to the court through the bailiff. Respectfully submitted, Judge Stephanie Boyd, 187 District Court, Bexar County, Texas, and suitable forms are attached. Before we begin, could I have parties approach, please?
Okay. So they did not charge him with unaliving this child. They charged him with causing serious bodily injury to her. So he will not get any other penalty, saying this the nicest YouTube way I can, any other penalty except for life in prison. He can face up to life in prison. So they don't have that. There we go. That filled that time. Everybody's all spring colors down there today and color coordinated.
Yes, that's correct, Judge.
All right, Ms. Conley, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon. First of all, I apologize for the drama on Friday and for the minor drama on jury selection when I became disoriented. Did recover from that one, but Friday was a disaster and I apologize for it. What I'm asking you to consider, first of all, what if Jose wasn't home that day? Would he be in that chair right now? I think it's an interesting point. Mercedes is dead. Mercedes, precious Mercedes LaSoya, 5-year-old child, is dead. How did she die? The state's not worried about that. They're just worried about what happened before she died. There are plenty of charges. I won't go into all of them. I don't want to drive you crazy. You've been here long enough.
I am most deeply influenced by Jordan. She had a front row seat to everything that happened. Maybe she was asleep sometimes. Basically, she was there. I don't believe she had an opportunity to be coached. She gave her statement to a social worker, apparently the day after her sister was found dead. And the testimony she gave was that her mother was jamming food into her sister's mouth. Her sister was spitting it out. She kept jamming it in. And ultimately, she shoved a spoon down Mercedes' throat. At that point, Mercedes fell on the floor, according to Jordan, and she had no more breath. Jordan said that her mom tried to put breath in Mercedes, but it didn't work. I believe she said it happened twice, but it didn't work. Mercedes had no more breath. My recollection is that Jordan then said, my mom took me and Mercedes, and we went to her boyfriend's apartment somewhere in the complex. Mercedes had an opportunity to say, oh, Jose brought her back to life when we got to his place. She never said that. As far as she was concerned, her sister was dead when they left Jeanette's apartment. And they were in Jeanette's apartment. They weren't in Jose's apartment. Who was Jeanette? You never saw her. State never brought her. But she was there. She had been the place where Katrina had stayed with her children for 2 days before her death. Katrina told you that. Now, I'm telling you things that I saw, my perceptions, my beliefs. You are not required to listen to me. I'm required to tell you what I think and to hope you'll go the direction that I'm trying to put you in. But you don't have to. You are the final determiner of what is truthful and what you've just seen for the past week. What did CPS, Child Protective Services, do to protect Mercedes? His name is not called Jose Protective Services. The name of the agency is Child Protective Services. Did you hear anything that indicated that they protected Mercedes? Anything at all? I would suggest to you that you didn't. You heard a very fine man, Mr. Adame, report on what he saw as an investigator. But you didn't hear any testimony about, well, we're CPS and we did this or that. To my knowledge, you didn't see it. Again, it's your information, it's your beliefs that count, not what any lawyer tells you. And then there's the police. We had, I believe, 3 neighbors that testified that they called the police because they heard a child crying in agony, not just moaning and groaning because she didn't have a toy, but crying in pain. They heard they heard hits, they heard smacks. They called the police. With the witness Mo, as I recall, they didn't show up. With the other witness, the couple, the woman said they did come to the upstairs apartment, but they didn't go inside, to the best of her knowledge. They just stayed outside. I didn't hear any follow-up. It's up to you. Did you hear any follow-up by SAPD? Now, I'm not telling you that that cop should have broken in the door. In the present climate, he'd probably have been arrested if he had broken in the door. But could have followed up with somebody from his department the next day looking into, was the child all right? You didn't hear any evidence whatsoever that anybody checked up on Mercedes. There was another time that that neighbor called, as I recall, and she said that there was no response at all. In both cases, that neighbor was not contacted apparently by anybody to follow up on the story about whether the child was safe or not. Ultimately, that's really what we're talking about in this whole case. Who protected the child? The state has submitted Katrina Mendoza, the co-defendant. as the witness against Jose. Technically, there, in my opinion, only 3 people, pardon me, that would have the information on what actually happened. Katrina, Jose, and Jordan. The judge has instructed you cannot rely completely on the testimony or evidence produced by the accomplice. And I asked you, what was produced, except what Jordan said, other than by the accomplice? I would say everything. Everything came in from her. Was she believable? That's your decision, not mine. She called her daughter a liar. She said Jordan didn't really see her shoving food down the child's mouth. Jordan didn't really see her put a spoon in her mouth. Jordan didn't really see her fall to the floor. And Jordan didn't really see her stop breathing. Jordan never used the word stop breathing. Again, what I'm saying to you is what I recall. I'm not trying to mislead you. Your statements, your thoughts and remembrance may be different than mine. It's you that count. Can't say that enough. She also said that reports from police and whatnot were wrong. An interesting thing I thought about Katrina's testimony was her memory that sometimes was crystal clear and other times she couldn't remember anything. She only had 2 kids. She couldn't remember what schools they went to. She couldn't remember what medicines they got. She couldn't really recognize asthma and that's a serious disease in her child. She said, as I recall, that it wasn't very serious asthma. Who do you believe, Jordan or her mother? We have the detectives, Size and Detective Lawrence Size and Detective Cahill, who gave an extremely expert analysis of what they had seen. They were horrified, understandably. But they were, I believe, flawless in what they did in terms of investigation. Gustavo Cervantes was the charge nurse, as I remember him to be. He didn't see Katrina run into the hospital carrying Mercedes saying, "Help my baby," but he heard it. According to the charge nurse, she had no life in her. She was cold. She had no signs of life. They tried to resuscitate her. I think it was 3 times that they had to do it under the Glasgow rules or something, but they couldn't resuscitate her. They put an instrument in her knee and various other places to try to get blood and put IVs in, but they weren't successful. At that point, we have Katrina, I believe, feigning an emotional situation. Detective Cahill didn't believe her at all. He thought she was faking emotion at the time. And this was right away. This wasn't days later. It was right away. If you're carrying your child into an ER, you have to fake it. If she's not breathing, again, your call. I suggest to you that if you believe, and I don't know what you're going to believe, so I'm covering different angles of this, but if you believe that Mercedes was alive when Jose saw her and that he gave her resuscitation, and I believe he said held her over his shoulder like a baby, patting her, trying to clear her lungs. If you believe that, and if you believe he acted carefully and reasonably, that's a defense. It's a defense by the statute. It's not a defense by Teresa. It's a defense by the statute.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to a misstatement of the law.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the law will be given to you in the charge of the court. You may continue. And 5 minutes, counsel.
Thank you. When you look at your charge, it will explain probably in better language than I just used because I didn't have it memorized. But if you feel that that part really did happen and that she didn't come there dead,
then you find him not guilty. Katrina is going to get a benefit out of her testimony. She could get probation, which is the other term for deferred adjudication. The most she can get in jail, the most under her plea agreement, is 45 years. She can get anywhere up to 45 years. Over 5, it has to be minimum 5, but anywhere up to 45 years. What if she did such a good job and you convict Jose of all this stuff? What if she gets 10? What if she gets probation?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be overruled. Ladies and gentlemen, this is closing arguments. You may proceed.
Thank you. Ron. My final words to you. Nobody protected that child, that beautiful little child. She was alive. Nobody vindicated her death. It's up to you to do that.
Right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court? Adjourned. Mercedes Lozoya was 5 years old. She was a 5-year-old little girl. Now, unfortunately, everyone except Katrina that you saw in this trial only knew her from February 7th, 2022 and on. They can only describe her as bruised, missing hair, missing toenails, missing teeth, horrifically injured. So what do we know about her? We get from the little details. We know that the neighbors would hear her talking back. You can tell from that picture she loved her sister. She was a fighter. As Detective Lloyd said, she was a second born. Discipline. Discipline is what Katrina called it. She needed more discipline, so she went to Jose. He said, hey, give her to me. I'll show her discipline. Well, discipline was abuse. But what Jose did took it to a whole other level. That abuse became cruelty. Plain cruelty, torture. And this case has been emotional. It has been trying. It's important. Down to the technicalities. Jury deliberations, you are to select a foreman, go through the evidence. I think we have 111 exhibits. Not everything is in evidence. It's important to understand the police reports. Things that we referred to but didn't actually admit are not going to go back there. But you'll have multiple videos, Jordan's statements, defendants' statements. That charge is enormous. It took us 45 minutes to read it. Don't get lost in the weeds. Don't overthink it. On or about, this is one of the ways that people sometimes get lost. On or about is just that. You'll see a date range from the counts. There's January 23rd, 2022, all the way to February 5th. On or about simply means before the date of indictment. I know that sounds silly, but legally that's all it has to be. Do not get stuck on that. It's been proven. Now, count 1, injury to a child causing serious bodily injury. You all do not have to agree how the serious bodily injury occurred exactly. Only that Jose Ruiz was the cause, acting with Katrina Mendoza. You can say that manner and means unknown. We know he hit her. We know he made her hold heavy things, but we don't know exactly what led to the serious bodily injury. Or paragraph B, failing to seek care. Count 2, we have an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and counts 3 to 8 are injury to a child with bodily injury. Manner and means, you must be unanimous that the actions of the defendant and co-defendant, Katrina Mendoza, as a party, resulted in serious bodily injury to Mercedes. Our serious bodily injury is not one, obviously she has bruises all over her. She's covered in bruises. All of those bruises, either by themselves or in conjunction with the horrendous exertion that they put on this little girl, led to rhabdomyolysis, rhabdo, which led to kidney failure. And you heard that that is a substantial risk of death. And one thing defense counsel said, I'm going to repeat again, we're not here how she died. That day, that horrible day, when for some reason this defendant chose to go from northeast side of town, ignore all the hospitals up there, and drive all the way to Southwest General. We're not here to talk about how she died on that day. We know she had rhabdomyolysis, and we know that she had injuries covering her body. That injury is enough. Law of parties. If you think Katrina Mendoza is the one who did all of these things, but you think that they acted together. Remember, Katrina was the one who invited him to use physical discipline on her. Katrina was the one who would spank her, have him hold her down. They did it together until it got to be a little too much for Katrina. Care, custody, and control. He took custody of Mercedes on January 21st, 2022. We know that even before that, the neighbors overheard Mercedes screaming, "Dad, no." So they called him Dad. They were under his authority. They were under his roof. He assumed care, custody, and control of that child. Like I said, rhabdomyolysis equals death if it is not treated. It is serious bodily injury. Gustavo Cervantes, Dr. Molina, Dr. Cannon all said that. Permanent disfigurement. You look at her. You look at her and see if she had permanent disfigurement. Protracted loss of a body member or organ. Her kidney was failed. Ag assault, deadly weapon. This is referring to the multiple times when Jose would put his hand over her mouth and over her nose. Yes, Katrina Mendoza talked about it, but you have to think too, Katrina Mendoza, as guilty as she is for her part in this, what she said was corroborated by stuff that Jordan said, corroborated by Jose's own cell phone, corroborated by the neighbors who clearly said that Jose, the man, was the one making those pounding noises. Injury to a child, count 3. Striking with the hand. I'm asking you, go back there, that horrible video of them in the car, that was only one of 3 from that day. Go watch those videos. See him hit her. Look at those rings. All of these pictures are in evidence. Look at those rings. Look at the injuries. Or read the medical examiner report. You'll see multiple punctate injuries of 2 to 3 centimeter. They match up to his rings. You see his fingers in the pictures there from when he knocked out her teeth. Injury to a child, pinching with the hand. He actually admitted to this in his statement. He admitted to pinching. This was the first injury that Katrina Mendoza said she saw after that first day. Inserting tacks in the feet of Mercedes. That was from his phone, from when he would watch her on a Ring camera. And that diagram right there is from the medical examiner's report. All of those are holes in the bottom of her feet. Count number 6, striking her with a belt. Jordan and Katrina both talked about it. Pulling her hair. I don't need to show you those pictures again. You remember. She had huge chunks of hair missing. Jordan Jose and Katrina, they all pulled her hair, but mostly Jose. Striking Mercedes with the phone. Now, both of her hands were horribly bruised and injured, and that was from his phone. We had Detective Knox, who we put in the timestamps of the exhibits, and then Katrina came and we gave you the pictures that corresponded it. I'm putting them together here. January 21st, 2022. This is the day that he took Mercedes. This is the day, for some weird reason, he decides to start filming what he's doing to her. 4:44 p.m. She's holding that jug. 5:20, she's got an injury on her lip. 6:54 p.m. is the last of 3 videos where he's forcing her to do this, forcing her under threat, hitting her. Also note, her teeth are intact. January 21st, her teeth are intact, her hair is intact. The only injury you can see on her face is the one that he had just caused. January 22nd, he starts putting urine-soaked underwear in her mouth and filming it. January 25th, her hair. January 31st, 7:21 a.m., he sees her on the Ring video. Maybe she wasn't supposed to be standing up. I don't know why he got mad. But 6 minutes later, you have the picture, and I cut out part of it. It's that horrible picture where she is bound and she is on the floor and she is naked.
5 minutes.
7:28 a.m., there is another shot. We did not enter it into evidence because it was so awful. Up like a crucifix, naked with clothes over her face. All within 7 minutes of each other. February 2nd, 2022, he covers her in bandages, takes a picture of it. February 4th, there goes her tooth. February 5th, Katrina told you this was her final straw. After this is when she finally took the girls and left. Look at her face. In such a short amount of time, she went from smiling to looking distressed. She was sick by this point. She had been overworked. She had been overworked to the point where her body was giving out. Now we know in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, on or about February 2022, did intentionally or knowingly cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child, a 5-year-old child, by manner and means unknown. And what we mean by that is that you get to decide. Was it that time that he had her up like this? Was it the time he made her hold the jug? Was it the countless beatings? Or was it a combination? And that gets you to guilty. Beyond a reasonable doubt, it's not defined in Texas, not required that we prove guilt beyond all doubt. You use your reason and your common sense.
3 minutes.
We know that's a picture of a gun. It's missing some pieces. We don't know everything. We don't know why he filmed it. We don't know why Katrina didn't leave sooner. We don't know everything, but we know that he hit that little girl again and again. And that little girl cried out for help. And unfortunately, she didn't get that help. But we're not here. CPS is not on trial. Police are not on trial. Jose Ruiz is on trial. Do not lose sight of that. That man knew exactly what he was doing. You don't hit a 5-year-old child and not recognize the danger in that, especially someone like Mercedes. Listen to his statement. She was fine. She was fine. She was fine. No, she wasn't. She was dying because of the serious bodily injury that he had given her with those beatings and that overwork. Now, you might have been wondering, why did we go through so much effort to give you that jail call? It didn't play very loud in court, so I wanted to end on it so that you know that he knew exactly that he caused those injuries to Mercedes. If that autopsy comes back while I'm in jail, I'm staying in jail. Because he knew what he did. This is not a reckless act. You don't do things repeatedly recklessly. There's lesser included offenses. No. He hit that girl. He overworked that girl. Him and Katrina worked together in making that little girl's life hell the last 2 weeks. And we ask, just like defense said, let's vindicate her. Please find Jose Ruiz guilty of all counts. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask for you to remain. Defense and state, if you'll meet me over here, please.
Oh.
Well, okay. This doesn't get any worse. I couldn't understand that call. I'm glad she said what it said, because when they played it Friday, I couldn't understand it either. That's the lead attorney, Carmen. She which you will relate to. Friday, her blood sugar, like, I don't know what it went to. She didn't give a number, but it dropped really low. They had to take her out on a stretcher. So she was like refusing all kinds of help. The state was right there trying to give her stuff, and I don't think she was in the right state of mind to take it. She's not done a great job. I know you would. I knew you would. I did too. So, but she's not, despite that. And then whatever happened during jury selection, when she said she got disoriented, the woman obviously has had some health issues. So I don't think this is maybe the thing she should be doing anymore. Because she did not do a good job of defending this guy. There isn't one, really, but I felt like every question she asked just was like, the state was like, thank you. Because she just didn't ask, she asked questions for the state. Especially when they called the defense called the guy that did the deputy medical examiner, and it was just like the state was just kind of sitting over there going, thanks. We didn't need to call him. So I don't know. I don't know how we've all kind of got numbers in. I think 2 hours. I picked an hour and a half. I think Stormy, did you say an hour? Because that's what you want it to be. I want them to go back there and do their due diligence. Because every jury should. I just don't know that it'll be very long. But I've said that before, and juries have taken days. I've said that it should take days, and they've taken less than an hour. So I don't even try to guess. Yeah, there's not any defense for him. There's not any defense for her. And I wonder if the judge is going to go straight into the penalty phase if he's found guilty, because they asked if they had witnesses ready. So it sounds like if they do that, then is the jury deciding his sentence as well? Uh-oh. Did she quit? Yes, she did. Judge. Give me a second. Okay. Well, thanks for coming back and telling us, Judge. Appreciate it. I know. I thought it was gonna be like you said, one of those, well, it's over, it's 4. It's over, we're out. All right, I guess we wait. Karen Reed. Chrissy, if you're still here. Gabby, I'm surprised you don't know about this case. It's in Mass. It's in Massachusetts. You should know about every case in Massachusetts. I don't hang on, sorry. I don't know. I've seen a lot of juries sentence people in Texas, so I don't know if it's across the board. But when she asked that question, it made me think that. So Karen Reed is accused of unaliving her boyfriend, who was a cop at the time, after dropping him off at a friend's house, fellow police officer's house, and she supposedly backed into him with her car and left him in a snowbank. And I have only heard the side of the story from the people that believe she's being framed. So if people have heard the other side of the story, I've not heard that one. I know it's very divided. So she's accused of leaving him in snowbank, driving off, and then if you hear her looking for him on the 911 call with the friend, I think she sounds very distraught and very just, where is he? And the friend had weird Google searches on her phone. The police I'm like trying to tell this from memory. I'm doing a horrible job. I apologize. The injuries on him are not consistent with being hit by a vehicle. It looked like he just had the crap beat out of him. And it looked like he had been bitten by a dog. The police officers in the house that lived at the house, and then the friends that were there, had a dog. All of a sudden, they don't have a dog. And so his injuries aren't lining up, but they're all police officers, and it just doesn't look clean. Now, okay. See, I had not heard that the FBI said she didn't hit him the other day. That's huge. Because they have maintained that she has hit him. And she's been fighting tooth and nail on this. But that's huge. So I know my explanation of it wasn't very good. And I have not kept up on anything here recently. It's worth taking a look at. It'll be a very interesting trial. Well, that's been a day or two, but not maybe as long as I thought. Karen Reed does have really good lawyers, and they are probably worth every single penny. And Gabby, we already know everybody in Mass is crazy. They live in Mass. Carmen coming in to make y'all feel old when the granny lawyer got her license in 1994, and Carmen's like, I wasn't even born yet. Sorry, Brenda. Adair, you're not the only guy in here anymore. Adair, meet DG. DG, meet Adair. You guys are the two only ones that chat. All the rest of you, I don't know what you're doing. No, I didn't like her because I didn't think she did a good job, Adair. Um, the video that we only heard the audio of Friday did it. I mean, I was there before that, but that did it for me. That was awful. And then to hear today about him uh and her putting her arms out and binding her and then bending her over and how that hurt her back and broke a vertebrae or cracked it or whatever. She's 5. The stuff that the state said at the end that, heard we didn't I don't remember hearing about the urine-soaked underwear going in her mouth. I'm glad I didn't hear that before today. That's awful. I remember him saying, uh, Jordan saying he made her lick it up, which is gross and awful. Yeah, because you know what? Kids always yeah, ugh, oh, smeared on her face. It's just disgusting. But Gabby, it was awful. Um, but every kid I know my kids go back for think that the other child is their favorite. I still hear crap from my brother and sister about I'm the baby of the family and I was this, that, and the other. It's like, I can't help it that I was a surprise and I came into the world at a later time in our parents' lives. They were better off and sorry. But I look at them all the time and be like, yeah, well, I didn't get to do this or this or this because you all screwed it up for me. Right, they're not. And I don't, but I've been accused of it. So I'm like, well, if you're both accusing me, then I must do something right. Let's see. You were dating your husband in 1986. I was going into my freshman year of high school in the fall of 1986. Oh, goodness. Those were the days. Stormy, I was a surprise, and I did not come easily, and the doctor came out and told my dad that there will be no more after me, and I was like, "That's because perfection has a r I'm here." Yeah, I wrecked it. There's nobody coming out after me. Yes, all parents are accused of it, and that's normal, but to say it is not. Stormy was going into middle school in '86. You guys were youngins. Alright, now what? I don't really wanna look at his ugly mug. Doesn't look like there's I wanna Huh. I knew there was a hearing on the Delphi case today. That's my state. That case is a mess. So the judge approved unaliving charges, duh, because she would. Dismisses kidnapping charges. Well, that's something. I don't like that trial. I don't like where it's going. Well, it's different. That's very different, Stormy. But I can see where your other child would be feeling left out because it's just natural. 19. Fun times. Oh, I would have been great in the 1950s. I love it. So, all right, I'm just putting back. But so my mom and dad grew up in a very small town, 600 people, and they graduated in 1958. And um, so after my mom died at the end of January in 2020, my aunt was bugging my dad to come out to go to a class reunion there. And so my aunt was married to my mom's brother, and he had passed away about a year and a half before my mom. So I went to the class reunion with my dad. I think that June after my mom had passed away. I had the best time ever. But it was funny because I'm like, Dad, make sure you introduce me as your daughter because people are going to be wondering what you've been doing. And so we went to the class reunion. I got to meet some of their classmates. I mean, their class was 12 or 13 people. So at the time, there was still 8 alive, which is pretty good. And so I got to sit by a woman named Sharon, and her and I just hit it off. But the next day, so my dad and I, we went on because we were out in Nebraska. So then we went back and, excuse me, sorry, I'm gonna joke. Oh, I hate when that happens. But so my dad and I had to go back to the town I was born in. So we left the next day. My aunt called me and said, my gosh, sorry. I don't know. I really swallowed wrong. But anyway, so only one person, yes, asked if I was my dad's girlfriend. And so it was hilarious. But then we went back the next year and I I found all of my mom and dad's high school pictures and thanks. And put them in a binder and took them with us. And so we sat, now I've got tears. I'm not crying, but from gagging and coughing. We went to the class reunion and then we all went back to Sharon's house. And I got to sit around the table with my dad's old classmates. And I had Sherry and Sharon both on either side of me. And because my dad was like, I don't know who these people are. And I wanted to get them identified. And I wish I would have just been able to just sit and have video taken of that night so that I could hear it and watch it again, because those 2 women just sat on either side of me, just marking down stuff, telling stories. My dad and the other guys are talking and telling stories, and it was so fun. So I kept pushing him to go to his class reunions because I had a blast. I've only been to one of mine and I was like, my my husband and I graduated the same school. I was like, "Yep, I'm good." He's never been to one of his, and we will never be back. But his were fun, and I had so much fun sitting around that table. And then, unfortunately, Sharon passed away that following February, and my dad then after that, I think it's just watching too many of his friends pass away, so we didn't go last year, and which was sad because it was a 65th reunion, and but I understood, so we didn't go. But yeah, whoops. I went and I'm like, yeah, some of you haven't changed at all. And then other people don't allow you to change. Like, I'm not the person I was in high school. Like, dang. Oh, I left high school saying I was done. I was never walking back in that place. But I did because my kids ended up graduating from there. Oh, you would not. Maybe just by one teacher. Whatever his name was. Don't say it on here. So that's my story about my high school days. But I would have enjoyed I look back at my parents' pictures, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, you guys were having so much fun." Well, I'm not a fan of this person's, so I don't want her to say the name on here. I don't need that person back in my life. Yeah. Oh boy, to say the least. Yep. That's just I think a lot of people so, like, my dad, since his class was so small and everybody's classes were small, it was a little country school, they all had just a all-class reunion. I don't remember when that school was consolidated into the other small town schools, so it was fun. Oh, there was a woman there. She turned I think she turned 100 right before the 2020 reunion, and she was still there the next year. Um, she got on not the back of a two-wheeled motorcycle, but the back of, like, a trike for her 100th birthday. I was like, "You go, girl." I'm thinking DG and Adair might be the same. One comes in and the other leaves. Suspicious. That sucks, Stormy, because they're so fun. I know it was fun for my dad to go look back through them, and sad. And do not, if you're ever in Massachusetts, ever throw trash on Gabby's yard. She will yell at you, as she's doing now. Yeah, Paula was great. She was, at the nursing home when my dad finally had to put my mom in one for safety reasons for him and her, and that woman was hilarious, and she just knew so much, and it was so fun sitting and talking to her. She asked me my name one time, and I told her, and she asked me my last name, and I told her, and she goes, "Well, that's a good Christian name," and I thought, "Thanks for approving of me, Paula." What if it wasn't? And the phone would ring, and she would be like, "Will somebody get that phone?" Yep, she made it till COVID, and I think COVID got her. Yeah, that would make me mad too, Gabby. But also, I had to give you a bad time. I don't like people that litter. We get people that litter down our road all the time. Like, really? I don't need your McDonald's fries, and neither do the deer or the crows. I also don't want your empty beer cans. Well, I haven't seen those turkeys anymore since they were running down the road in front of me, looking back at me like, what do we do? Turn left, get off the road. Well, if I don't pronounce it correctly, I apologize. I'm not great at things like that. You know why? Because the image is funny. Yeah, my husband does talk to text all the time. I'm like, I can't do it. But then he reads it. I'm like, that's not saving you. Are you just really just trying to prove they're not the same person, Chrissy? All right. Good, because I usually am horrible about things like that. Well, what kind of accent? What kind of phone do you have, Gabby? There's got to be a way to turn it off. Also, why did the judge list iPhone and smartphones as two separate things? Like, maybe does Apple have a deal with the courthouse? Did she say MySpace? Oh, that's hilarious. Well, I don't have a Google Pixel, but I know people that do. I I don't have an Apple phone. I used to, but I made the switch, and I love it. Well, I know people have a Google Pixel and they love them, but I don't know that can't just like I mean, I could text them, but they're probably working and be like, "Why do you wanna know?" Yeah, I don't know. It's just funny. I'm like, "Aren't they all smartphones?" Flip phone. Why don't you say a flip phone? I did not have AOL because we just got high-speed internet. It'll be 2 years ago on my birthday in July. So we definitely did not have internet then. She did not. No smoke signals. Oh, Chrissy. No carrier pigeons. No Pony Express. Hey, I just said that. So just so you guys don't think I'm like Granny, if I tried to go into YouTube Studio and use my emojis, it totally crashes my YouTube Studio. So that's why I don't go use them. I do know how. But the couple times I tried last week and I thought, well, it's just par for the course. But today's been good. And I tried it once today and had to completely pull up a just restart it. So I just don't want to anything happen like where it shuts it down. I don't think it would, but you never can tell. Yeah, well, it isn't going to come from me. Yeah, she didn't tell us, Stormy. She just like turned her stream off. Like, well, we're done. No, I don't know. I don't know. Hey there. You're not that far from me. I mean, you 4 hours, but never. I don't think I've ever actually been to Danville. I've been by it on the interstate on my way to Minnesota. Well, come on, Jerry. Yep, you're on my way to Minnesota. Ah, is it storming or not storming? Stormy. Yeah. Well, hopefully that won't be much longer. I keep trying to get my sister to move. Well, he missed it. Well, it's 35 here and it was snowing this morning. Not anything major, just little fluffy flakes falling from the sky. Actually, I thought they were maybe stuff from trees, but then I realized it was too early. So I'd take your heat. You know, I don't. I do not. Well, maybe if your homeowner's insurance can't pulls out of the state, like lots of them has, and doesn't insure your home anymore, then he'll be forced to move. Well, Carmen, that's good. Really, it is. I know, but not yet. You don't need it yet. I was wiping my nose. Yes, we are waiting for the jury. Yeah, that would probably be enough for me. I'd want to know if the hurricane blew my house down, it was going to be built back. Well, ever since I had that coughing fit there, my nose has been running. Trying not to be rude. So stop it, Gabby. You and I have been in sync all day. Well, if I could sing, I'd sing you a song, but I can't, so I won't. I wasn't that way. I just was wiping my nose. Yeah, they've been kind of going. Are you in the Orlando area? Because they've been kind of going around you. Ha ha. Old Adair and Gabby. Yeah, you guys are funny. They seem to be going around you lately. I mean, I wouldn't complain about it. I've never been in a hurricane, don't want to be. Oh, welcome to my club, Carmen. That generally hits me like right before I try to go to sleep at night. I just start sneezing. Nope. The closest I have ever been to a tornado was last March, from March 31st into April 1st. It came about a mile down the road from us. Was, I think they said 4 football fields wide. It was very wide. Came out of the state park, which is across the street behind us. Like the back of it is across the street from us. Came out of there and destroyed the campgrounds there. They still haven't opened up all the park yet. And it killed 1, if not 2 people there in the park because they didn't get out of their travel trailer. And that wasn't that night, Carmen. Your car wasn't here then. Came through, hit a house. The couple that was in there was a toddler, a dad, and then his mother. And this is 11:30 at night, so it's late. And they went to go grab the daughter, and they both got knocked down. And when they woke up, they were looking at sky. And she slept through the entire thing. Wasn't hurt. Nobody was hurt. The house was gone. It's still gone. They still haven't been able to rebuild. Kept going, went across, and then just went down a road and totally just destroyed everything there. When we couldn't get out, had we needed to get out of the house that night, both of our directions to get to the main road were blocked by trees. We could not have gotten out at all. And when we finally were able to get out the next day or the day after, I don't know when it was, but we saw they took those, like the big, huge metal steel power line, like the great big ones that are always like the monsters in the Disney cartoons or whatever, and just crumpled them over. It threw a combine just all the way over from one side of the street to the other. Horse trailer, the house that was destroyed, all their cars were just tossed in the field across the street. I've never seen anything like it. I don't ever want to again. So I know everybody's going to be super nervous this year. We just had because last week it stormed and we had another tornado warning. And it's just like, I just know everybody's on edge. But that's the closest I've ever been to a tornado. And that's as close as I've ever want to be to a tornado, because we have a basement. So I'm upstairs and we have the main level and we have a basement. But the stairs are open on both sides going down, and 3 dogs will not go down those stairs. our youngest Dane, she'll go down. She's fine. So I was on the main level with the dogs in the laundry room. Oh, and Carmen's cat, who we still had at the time, she came down. So I knew things were getting bad because she came downstairs. She came down off my bed. So her sleep was interrupted. And I'm like, we're in trouble. And my husband, so it just was pitch dark because of course the power immediately just went out. And I'm like, nope, Carmen Rue will not go down the stairs. So I told my husband, I said, you know what? If I die here tonight, people are going to be like, why wasn't she in the basement? So I went in the basement because I wasn't going to leave my dogs. And I said, and a lot of people will think I'm stupid for that, but sorry, there's no way I could do that. But yeah, your dad even carried her down there and she looked around, ran back up, and she's never been back down. So we hope once we get the walls closed in around it that they feel more secure and we'll go down the stairs. But I couldn't leave him. And I know people probably think that's stupid. But my husband was standing by the front door and I can't see anything. And I thought I heard him open the door, but it was because it was a huge thing of wind and just you could just hear crap hitting the house and I couldn't hear him anymore. So I wait for it to die down and trying to find him. I'm like, he just got sucked out of the front door and he's gone. The tornado got him, but though that was just when it apparently went by. So, yep. Don't ever want to do that again. Because you get really dismissive. I don't know if Gabby, I don't know if you have tornadoes in Mass where you're at, but yeah, I'm not going. I won't leave my dogs. I know it's stupid, but I'm just not. If my granddaughter's here, that's a different story. Or if my kids are here, I'll tell them to go to the basement. They won't. They'll go stand outside. Yes. Can't wait. Carmen loves dad jokes. She's really good at telling them. Why was the lobsters so red? I don't know. I can't wait. I don't know. Because he was embarrassed? Because he was sunburned? He had sunscreen on? Oh my gosh. Because I saw the ocean's bottom. I'm sure Carmen's going to whip one out here in just a second. It was a good one. And yes. Well, it's still live. No, Carmen's too tired to think of when. That's disappointing. I am glad nobody has asked me what time the jury's coming back. I don't know. Oh no. What did the mom tomato turn around and say to the baby tomato? Catch up. Oh my gosh. We are telling the cleanest jokes around, folks. Gabby, it does not surprise me. Oh, I told you. I told you she'd come up with one. What did the grape say when it got stepped on? Has to do something with wine. I wouldn't say you missed it, Stormy. Nothing. It just let out a whine. Gabby, I'm pretty sure that you do probably know. Yeah, Stormy, I wouldn't say you missed it. Gabby and Carmen are telling dad jokes. All right, anyone else? I have no dad jokes. I've heard funny dad jokes before that I think I need to remember, and then I never do. Well, I can check the news on that lovely channel 12 down there. They do not. No update. Oh gosh, I missed it. Wait a minute. Why was Cinderella so bad at sports? Ha ha. Because she kept running away from the ball. Why did the coffee file a police report? Because it got mugged. Huh. Well. You guys are the best. Oh my goodness. I'm waiting for the... Oh, here we go. Why did the golfer bring 2 pairs of pants? Oh, the anticipation is killing me. It's not, though, really. It's not unaliving me at all. Oh my gosh. In case he got a hole in one. I would be bad at that game of telling jokes and making me laugh. And me trying not to laugh. Oh my god. Why don't eggs tell jokes? Because I don't want to crack up? Did I get it? They might crack up. I was close. I'm glad I'm not the only one. We looked at baby chickens yesterday. We will not be getting any, but they were really cute. Why couldn't the toilet paper cross the road? Get to get some gross answers that I won't say. Because I got stuck in the crack. Did you hear about the restaurant on the moon? No, I did not. Great food, no atmosphere. Oh gosh. I don't even know what to do with you guys, obviously. Did you hear the rumor about butter? Can't say that I have, ma'am. Well, I'm not gonna spread it. Okay. You wanna hear me write that, Carmen? Well, since you can't hear me write it, I will say it for you. Two sheep walk into a bath. Did you hear? Oh, did you hear the case about butter? It was overturned. Um, if Gabby's anything like Carmen, and I'm gonna bet she is, they're just whipping them out. Ping. Oh, by the way, you guys, I wrote down the stickers that you want, but I'm only allowed so many at a certain time. So as we get more members, then I get more stickers. But right now, I think I am maxed out, so I'd have to take some off. Well, good job, Carmen. I mean, seriously, that was a good one. See you, Stormy. We will still be sitting here probably. Why did Scarecrow win an award? He was outstanding in his field. Well, I would give you an award if I could. Oh my gosh. What concert would only cost 45 cents? Fifty 50 Cent featuring Nickelback. Nickelback, the band everyone loves to hate on, but knows all their songs. What's the difference between the bird flu and the swine flu? One requires treatment and the other an ointment. All right, I'll look and see if there's any news on. Well, I know that's not true. Oh my goodness. I'm afraid for the calendar because its days are numbered. Well, hang on. What's going on here? Judge Boyd meeting room is back up. Carmen, you live in Texas. Does it say anything on? Oh, here we go. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. We have a verdict.
Deputy Lowe. Yeah. Just give us a moment. I'll wait till they come down.
Anybody? What was the time on that? I didn't. Welcome back, Hamilton. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
I don't care about that.
Yeah, and Stormy's not here.
All right, in state
think it took an
defense,
hour.
depending on what the verdict is, I'm assuming y'all are ready to proceed with punishment if there is a second phase?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And do you anticipate witnesses state
Yes, Judge.
Yes. And defense?
Yes.
All right, and everyone has their witnesses present?
Yes. Yeah, I need to.
Brian is handling mitigation now.
Okay. All right, we're ready, Deputy Lord.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the court's understanding that you've reached a verdict in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that verdict unanimous? All right, the foreperson, if you'd hand the verdict form to Deputy Laura, please. All right, if the defendant will please rise. It states, count one. We, the jury, find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count one of the indictment. Count two reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as charged in count two of the indictment. Count three reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count three of the indictment. Count four reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count four of the indictment. Count five reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count five of the indictment. Count 6 reads, we the jury find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 6 of the indictment. Count 7 reads, we the jury find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 7 of the indictment. Count 8 reads, we the jury find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 8 of the indictment. You may be seated. Would anyone wish to have the juror hold?
No, Your Honor.
Right. All right, we're now starting with the second phase of the trial. State, do you have any opening statements?
I'll give a brief opening now.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you for your verdict. Thank you for your verdict. I know it was a hard thing to look through. And like I said in my closing, you know, it's unfortunate that you really only heard people that heard or saw Mercedes from the day she died. In punishment, you will hear from Uncle Rodney, and you'll hear how Jordan's doing. And you'll hear what an impact this has had on Jordan and family. And at the end of it, we will be asking for life.
All right, defense, any opening?
Yes, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm Lorraine Ephron. I'm one of Jose's attorneys. You have heard chapter 2 of his story. Now I'm going to give you chapter 1 of his story. And I just ask that you stay with me, stay with us as you hear part 1 of Jose Ruiz's life. Thank you.
All right, state, call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Rodney Edwards.
All right, so if you're just joining us, he was found guilty on all counts, and the jury is getting ready to hear witnesses to
If
decide.
you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can have a seat and lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up for members of the jury and the court reporter. Please state your name for the record.
Rodney Williams.
All right. State.
All right, good afternoon, Rodney. How were you related to Mercedes Lozoya?
I am married to Katrina's adopted sister, and Alec Edwards is my wife. So Katrina used to stay with us on and off with the kids.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you repeat? You were married to
Angelica Edwards.
Angelica Edwards, and Angelica is the daughter of Katrina's godfather, Homer, correct? Okay. Now, how long had you known Mercedes?
Pretty much ever since she was born. She's been staying with us on and off. I saw her grow up, took care of her, bought her stuff, treated her pretty much like she was my own.
Did you know Jordan?
Correct, same as well. It was pretty much two peas in the pots. It made me mad, but then it also made me smile at the same time. So it's a child life that I was looking forward to, seeing them grow.
Okay. Now, how close were you to Mercedes?
Pretty close. If she ever needed anything, she knew to come to me and her and my wife, because we'll pretty much give it to her. So, like I said, she's like real close, pretty much like one of my daughters. I'll give her anything, try to bend over backwards to make her happy, make her smile. I hate to see her sad.
So back in 2022, where were you living?
With my father, and still at the same location of the Caspian Point.
Okay. And who else was living in the home?
My wife, Katrina, and the two kids, and my wife's two brothers, and my father-in-law.
How long had the living situation been that way, where everyone was under the same roof?
It's been on and off. Katrina would leave with her boyfriends, sometimes move in with her boyfriends, and then move back in. when she felt on, I guess, when they weren't working it out or they broke up. But she always knew she could come back home, especially with the kids. We make sure we take care of the kids. They had their own, I guess, bedroom to share with their mom. They had their pretty much own stuff. They played with their brother-in-laws, which is brother-in-laws. So I mean, it was just basically a family life. You know, we went out on weekends, go out to what is it, flea market, stuff like that, because they love going to the flea market with little kids and stuff like that. Flea market pizza, just having a fun time, family time.
Okay. What other children were in the household?
There's only Katrina, Mercedes, and the only two children was, I guess you could say, her brothers. They're like the 10, 8 and 10 now.
Rodney, would Mercedes sometimes steal your phone?
More than sometimes, that's for sure. She loved taking pictures of herself. I'm pretty sure she was gonna think she was gonna be a model. She was a fan of the camera. I guarantee you that. She just loves being herself. She's very, very outspoken too, very talkative. You couldn't tell her no without a reason why, and it has to be legit, no matter what.
Yeah. How would you describe her personality?
Fun, very questioning, like I said, loving, always happy, playful. She wants to know more than she's supposed to as a kid, put it like that. And I kept on telling her, be a kid. It's not gonna last long. You'll be the adult soon. Just be a kid and have fun. She's always talking, always joking around, has a great, great humor, and just love life.
Did Katrina ever mention giving up her rights to Mercedes?
A couple of times to my wife. I knew it was a play that she was just playing along. She would never do it, but my wife always thought she would. So that's why we always did as much as we can. Pretty much for Katrina as well, because if we help Katrina, we're helping out the kids as well. So, yes.
And so did you and your wife want to adopt Mercedes?
100%. My wife wanted to. I don't know, but I don't think my wife could get pregnant. I've been trying. So, that was the next best thing. I mean, she loved us. We loved her. We gave her anything. She was pretty much our second kid anyways. So.
Between Jordan and Mercedes, were you closer to one of them than the other?
Mercedes. Jordan's much more closer to her mom. Mercedes, she's I guess you would say quote unquote rebel. I wouldn't say rebel. She's, like I said, very questioning. You have to give her a point to reason why it makes sense to her. Otherwise, she's not gonna understand it and not gonna follow it. That's the way she was. But that's what a kid was. Her mind was still growing, developing. She was a kid. She wanted to know everything and wanted to know why.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been marked States Exhibits 112 through 117. And you'll forgive me, I accidentally printed pictures double-sided.
Okay.
But I'll. Yeah.
We don't have to stretch. No objection, Judge.
All right, then States Exhibits 112 through 117 is admitted without objection.
And if I haven't officially, I am gonna. What are those?
These are pictures of Mercedes.
Now, let's see. 112 and 113. Did you take those pictures?
I took this one. I think somebody else took this one.
Okay. Now 116 through 114 through 117.
Oh, she was the photo. She was the camera lady. She took pictures of me and her. I did take a picture of this one. 115, I think my wife took a picture of this one. I did take a picture of this
And
one.
who's in the picture with her in one?
Her sister, Jordan, they're just sitting on the bench, smiling, loving life,
And
letting the wind blow through their hairs.
I see she's got a hand.
Oh, hands on the hips, like I said, she is. I'm sorry.
In States Exhibit 115, how are her hands positioned?
Her hands are positioned on her hips, like she's ready to tell somebody, and you can't tell her nothing.
States Exhibit 116, who's in that picture?
It is three. It is herself, her sister, and my brother-in-law, the youngest one, Jeremiah. That's his name. He's sticking out his tongue, and they're both smiling in the camera.
And 117.
And 117, she picked it up herself.
Just make sure you cannot talk over to each other. Okay, so that's okay.
117, she took a picture of herself, sticking her tongue out with a laugh.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Oh. Actually. Is that how you remember her when she was 5 years old?
Very, very much, yes.
All right, I'll switch it.
She's 5 years old?
Very, very much, yes.
Do you know how old she was there?
I can't tell you how old. I know we went camping though because of the background.
Did you go camping a lot with her?
We went camping quite a lot. I love going camping. I try to go at least once a quarter.
This photo, where was this taken?
This was at the zoo. Oh wait, yeah, I believe it's at the zoo. Correct, at San Antonio Zoo.
Okay.
This
Who took this photo?
Mercedes took that photo of me, and she made sure to take a picture. She said, "Look, we're gonna take a picture." And I turned around, she took the picture.
Okay, now this is the photo 115 that we talked about before, with her hands on her hip.
That's how I notice her mostly a lot. Like I said, you can't tell her without a good reason, and she loves to be in charge. And so we like to make sure she's in charge because it makes her happy.
And then 116, you testified this is her brother-in-law?
Correct. Well, my brother-in-law, but yes, correct. And that was when they went camping.
Okay. And so, is that Jordan?
That is correct.
Mercedes. And then, last but not least, so this is 117.
Like I said, she did that a lot. And there's about 50 plus photos of her holding my phone, taking pictures like this. She really loved the camera.
And then whose puppy is that?
That is my dog. Her name is Indica. That's when she was a baby. She's 5 years old now.
Does Mercedes like dogs?
Love dogs.
Well, I mean, when did you find out that Mercedes passed?
I think it was 2 or 3 days after it happened. I'm not for sure. We got told by her ex-boyfriend who came to the door because he was real nice.
All right, that'll be sustained. But you can't answer. All right, ask your next question.
Who told you that Mercedes had passed?
I don't know his name, but it's Katrina's ex before the subject at hand.
It was the boyfriend before Jose?
Correct.
Had you ever met Jose Ruiz?
Personally, not really. I have met him though, but not met. Only reason I met him, he was in the car.
Your Honor, I object to non-response. All right, that'll be sustained.
Okay. Did you know that Mercedes had gone to live with Jose Ruiz in his apartment?
Yes,
Did you have any concerns?
yes. I always have concerns.
What is the relevancy of this?
It goes to the increasing, volatility and emotional state of Mercedes leading up to when they moved into Jose's.
All right, then that's the question that needs to be asked. Your objection is sustained.
From mid-2021 until her death in February of 2022, did Katrina, Mercedes, and Jordan, did they often go and stay with Jose Ruiz?
Yes, on and off.
And was there a time when you felt that Mercedes did not like going to Jose Ruiz's apartment?
I can see a difference from when she comes to when she has to go back. If she comes for a couple of days to then she has to go back over to his house. You can just tell by the emotions in the face.
Okay. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? What is different from?
Well, when she got to the house, which I would say home, she was happy to be back with me, my wife, her brothers, just playing around, stuff like that. But when it was time for her to go back over with her mom and her sister, she wasn't so much happy. She wanted to make sure that she was always with Jordan, but that was it because she wasn't very happy and that she wasn't going to be able to do what she wanted to do, which is be a kid.
How did her death impact you?
Your Honor, I would object to the impact statement. All right, that'll be sustained. I have no questions.
All right, I'm gonna need you to speak up, please.
I have no questions, sir.
You can step down.
Call your next witness.
State College Jose Green.
Raise your right hand. Please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, go ahead and lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice low so that members of the jury and the court reporter can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
State your name for the record.
My name is Lupe Torres Morin.
State. You do that.
May I call you Lupe?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Lupe, how do you know Mercedes Lozoya?
I know Mercedes Lozoya because she's my great-great-granddaughter.
On her maternal or paternal side?
Paternal.
Have you met Mercedes Lozoya when she was alive?
I met her when she was around 2 years old, and then no contact until October prior to the incident.
So only a couple months.
Yes.
And tell me, do you have personal knowledge of where Jordan Lozoya is currently?
Yes, Jordan is living with me. I have adopted Jordan.
And you have the adoption is finalized, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is final.
And Did Jordan's name change in that adoption?
Yes, it did. It changed to my name.
And specifically, did any other part of her name change?
Yes, when we asked her if she wanted to choose a second name, she chose her sister Victoria's because she wanted to have that special name in her heart and in her mind. So we named her Jordan Victoria Torres.
And you said her sister Victoria. Did she have another sister?
No, Mercedes' name, I believe, was Mercedes Victoria Lozoya, so she wanted to keep the Victoria. So, yes. She also calls her teddy bear.
How has this affected Jordan, losing her sister?
Very much. At first, when she came to the house, she would cry a lot. She would mention that she missed her sissy. She carried.
All right, that will be overruled. Your objection to narrative will be sustained.
Does she have anything that she uses to remember her sister by?
Yes, she has a little teddy bear that she carries with her and will not sleep without her. That she calls her bear Sissy.
Has Jordan had any negative impacts from losing her sister Mercedes?
Yes, a lot of negative impact, a lot of fears, not trusting to be around men by herself. She couldn't sleep by herself for a long period of time. She did not want to go into the bathroom by herself, not want to shower by herself.
Your Honor, I object to relevance, not responsive, and narrative.
All right, that'll be overruled.
Were there any other negative impacts, Jordan, that affected Jordan?
There's a lot of things that have impacted Jordan. All I can say is that she misses her sister very much.
What is Jordan's favorite color?
Her favorite color was, I believe it was blue, but she chose to be purple now because it was her sister's favorite color.
State, call your next witness.
Judge, if we can have just 1 minute, Brittany, if you're not waiting. He is here though.
All right, you're still under oath.
Yes, Judge.
And if you'll restate your name for the record, please.
My name is Detective Justin Knox.
Good afternoon again, Dr. Knox.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, at this time, I would reoffer all of the evidence from Hilton 6 for the state for child marriage.
Your Honor, and again, re-urging prior objections and asking that the objections previously made be considered running objections here.
All right, that is noted for the record.
So I objected, I'm being overruled.
Yes,
I'm gonna make approach.
yes.
I am going to show you again State's Exhibit 92. Which is 92A and 92B. These were what we previously were going through, guilt innocence. Now, there were a number of items that we did not get to in previously, correct?
Correct.
particular is a photo. If you refer to the photos that were taken on January 31st, 2022. All right, next question. Yes. Are the exhibits? Are they up here? No, not admitted. Okay, there we found it. So I'm going to show you. Let's see. States Exhibit 81 was previously discussed. There was also, I believe, States Exhibit. Here we go. 107. Do you see States Exhibit, this image in there?
Yes.
And what was the timestamp for this one?
January 31st, 2022 at 7:28 a.m.
Okay. And then we had States Exhibit 81, which was not introduced but was described in detail as Miss Lozoya in a crucifix position. What was the timestamp for that one?
That is January 31st, 2022 at 7:27 a.m.
Was there another photo taken directly after that one?
Yes, on 1/31/2022 at 7:29 a.m.
So the one right before it, States Exhibit 81, what was the timestamp for that one? I'm sorry.
It's 1/31/2022 at 7:27 a.m.
7:27 a.m. And then this new picture that we're discussing.
It's at 7:29 a.m.
So 2 minutes later.
Yes.
What does that image appear to show?
It's a close-up of a naked female showing her vagina.
Are there any other photos after that on that day?
Without looking at all the photos, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. But there's nothing in the immediate lineup.
No, not here.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you States Exhibits 118 and 119. Now you had a chance to review the full download of Jose's phone.
Yes.
States 118 and 119, are these pictures consistent with the pictures in his phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer States Exhibit 118 and 119.
I re-urge my objections with regard to these and also object to irrelevance.
It was just when she was picking up the stack of pictures, Chrissy. It just one was facing us. You could see her. You could see her head. You don't trust me. You don't want to see it. And sorry, since we switched feeds, you won't be getting the close-ups to do nose checks for the attorneys. I know you're all disappointed.
And 119 are sustained.
He's facing up to life.
Thank you.
He can get life.
State, call your next witness. All right, defense. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you okay with continuing? All right, so we're gonna take, I'll set a 10-minute break, so I'll have you all back here at 5. You're not to discuss anything related to this phase of the trial. Does everyone understand? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
What's that here, Judge? Does he have tissues? If he's crying for himself. Good. I hope it was the special hot sauce. Deputy's like, hey, buddy, my name's this. You're going to be in prison a lot longer than I'm going to be around at this job because I'll retire before you ever even think about getting out. We're not friends, but this is what we're going to do when we leave. I don't know why she wasn't ready. You kind of had to know this was going to happen. The outcome. I wanted to say come out. I was like, that's not right. The outcome. It was kind of just inevitable. I can't talk today. Or most days. So. But you think she would have just been prepare for the worst, hope for the best. She prepared nothing. I mean, they're going to come back. They're going to talk about his abuse, which is bad. It's horrible. And they're going to that's what I'm assuming they're going to talk about. He talked about it in his police interview. So, I think that's probably where they're going to go to try to get sympathy from the jury. I just don't think that's going to happen. Nothing, Hamilton. They put their 3 witnesses on and then the defense asked for a break. I did call you Abby. I don't know why. Well, because I'm not going to air your guys' stuff. You guys have told probably just a little snippet of some of the stuff that you guys have been through. And you guys stopped that cycle. So you can. You're proof of it. You're living proof of it. You're here every day. I think he took it and upped it. What do you want me to call you, Carmen? Yeah, at least I was just missing a letter. Oh, Carmen didn't give my joke. Yeah, Chrissy, I don't have any sympathy for him either. But that's what they're trying. That's what they're going for. All right, attorney. Hello. Well, if there's any men left in the chat, maybe you're liking that as much as Chrissy liked Viking Cop. Why is the cameraman getting closer? Come on, cameraman. Wait, I didn't see. Carmen, never mind. It was a joke, but you apparently aren't in any mood for those anymore. We got it, Gabby. Oops. Well, yeah. It's you don't want to wear white after Labor Day, Hamilton. You don't want to wear white before Memorial Day. Perfect. You know, I'm having peanut butter and jelly because I'm like a child. No, I just told my husband, like, don't know what today's gonna bring. We're having gourmet peanut butter and jelly for dinner for sandwiches for dinner. Enjoy yours, and I'll enjoy mine when I get done. That's a very good way to put it. Absolutely. That's a very good way to put it. They are almost translucent over there. And they're in Texas. Why don't they have more color? Like they should have a little, whether it's red, sunburn, or a little tan. I mean, what are you gonna do? Put up there when you were a child doing the same things? Ugh, Carmen. We'll call you when I'm done. But send me a text message so I know that you're not doing stuff you shouldn't be doing. Well, we've said that for about 1,000 times a day for the last year and a half, and it's been okay. A little rocky, a little bumpy, but it's been okay. Oh my goodness. She must got called back into work. Did you get called back into work? No, because you wouldn't be telling me to call you. There's the text message. With Carmen, it could be both. You'd think. You would think that. But too often you see where that just doesn't happen in some cases, like this one. But I'm with you. That's what the thought process should be. And he was kind of like, well, it's done to me, so it must be okay. Nope, she's back. She's also still celebrating St. Patrick's Day. All right, Judge. 6:01, 5:01, your time. Let's go. Well, apparently he did, and he did. Oh, yeah, for sure. When she sentences him, I think, because I think she will, because she'll read the sentence off like the verdict. So I don't know that it'll be like the other ones where the judge decides the sentence. I don't know. Man, sorry. My stomach's being super loud because I ate crackers. No, it doesn't. But thank you. Oh, yeah. She's good. If my stomach sounds like anything, it's a growly monster. Oh. She made the camera. She did something to their camera. They did the verdict. He was found guilty on all counts. This is the penalty phase. The state put on their side. They put on 3 witnesses, the brother-in-law of Katrina, I think she said she was a great grandmother who has adopted Jordan, and one of the detectives and the defense needed a break to do something, and they're trying to get that set up, and they're supposed to come back at 5 their time, 6 our time, and they're still not back. So, we are just waiting. Don't oop. It does not. Maybe a little. But that's only because you've heard it before. I agree. They generally handcuff them right away. Right. If you guys can hear it, I'm muting myself. That older troll movie, super low quality. Or- So, they will deliberate. You're welcome, by the way. They'll deliberate and then come back. So I think she will send them out to deliberate. So this should all be wrapped up today. And I don't think it'll take them long. Didn't take them long to get the verdict. Well, if Carmen would answer my text message, then I would know if I need to really mute myself or not. Because my stomach gets really, really loud when I eat food. Well, if your dog sends a strongly worded letter, my dogs will pick up on it and then they will all gang up on me. And I'll be in trouble. Oh, all right. I had to ask Carmen if you could really hear it, and she said they did once. But it gets really loud when I eat. I can't help it. And maybe a sentencing. Whoop. Well, I don't know about you, Felicia, but my dogs, or two of my dogs, well, one is my dog and one is my daughter's dog that's staying here, can tell time like no other. I thought you probably could, and I think I apologized for it. So, if you really want to know what's happening, it's because of my autoimmune disease, and there's narrowing there. And so it's really loud, but it's not narrow enough where I have to have surgery yet. We'll see this year. I'm sure she's never heard that before, Carmen. There's no such thing as thunderstorms in California. That's what my mom said when she lived out there. No seasons, no storms. She probably did. I do not. I don't think there was a thunderstorm the whole entire time they lived out there. See, now I bet you heard that one. All right. See, that's why I don't eat, but it's been almost 8 hours. Nice. Uh-huh. You're gonna feel bad when you have to come up here and take care of me after I have surgery, and then you have to do my stream. Well, that's good, because those people need to learn how to well, those people in California need to learn how to drive in the rain. I know you will, but I won't ask you to because you need to stay there. And I have Hank. Hank takes care of me. Hank is uh my only male, the only male dog. He's my male Great Dane, and uh I swear that dog, he would take care of me if he could. Uh I think it's probably because of my autoimmune stuff. I haven't had it happen in a while, knock on wood, but my knee would just swell up and I couldn't walk. And Hank would sit and stay right beside me as I was coming down the stairs so I could have one hand on the railing and one hand on his back the whole way down. He would never speed up, he just was right there. So nope, he's not like Larry. He's a good dog. And Carmen's dog, she would probably clean my whole entire house for me in 5 seconds if she could, because she needs to burn some energy off, that dog does. Not as much as Hera, her counterpart, but Hera would be like, your actual children and wouldn't want to do anything. Be like Carmen used to do. Tell me she's gonna go clean the bathroom, and then 2 hours later I walk in there and Carmen's asleep on the floor. Well, he is uh, in Boston, so yep. We heard about Fat Tony the other day because she yelled at him. When'd you leave, Stormy? Did you leave after the defense called for a break? And they were supposed to be back 13 minutes ago from the 10-minute break. Okay, well, the defense called a break. I don't know for what. She's over there trying to find stuff on her computer, and uh, like I said, they're supposed to be back at 6 o'clock our time. Obviously, we're 6:15 now. Here comes the judge. Judge like, that's it, time's up, let's go. As long as it's not black outside, like the big, dark, black, scary storm clouds that come in, I'll take gray. It's gray outside my windows. It's snow gray, not storm gray. I wonder if he had to go to the bathroom or something. Maybe they changed him out to his oranges. I don't know. But I would kind of laugh if he came back out dressed in his oranges. Are you ready? Oh my goodness. So Gabby, we have a dog door in the back. You guys have heard me talk about it. And one day I just had walked back into that room. I don't remember what I was going to do, but I could see that Hera was coming up to the door from the outside and I could see a shadow. So I yelled, "Stop!" right when she stuck her nose through the door and dropped a dead squirrel in the house. She was bringing that sucker in. It got in anyway. I was like, "Please be dead." And it was. I can't believe they caught it. But those squirrels sit out there and just torment my poor dogs. So, sorry. Hope you learned. Yes, it was not a crow, and it was deceased, unlike the crow. Oh yeah, he'll look great in orange. So you can tell Fat Tony, behave himself. You know some people. Yeah. Carmen's cat used to bring stuff through the dog door all the time in the middle of the night, and then she was like, here you go. Here's a mouse that's not dead. Or a baby rabbit. Also still alive. So our OG Dane, there was a crow that was teasing her one day, and I'm assuming she could jump, and it was really bad for her because she should not jump. She was too big. But I think the crow probably dive bombed, and she'd had enough and came up probably like a great white and caught that thing. And she brought it in the house, and it was in the kitchen, and it was early in the morning. So I went and I put a box over it in the kitchen so it couldn't go anywhere. And then when my husband finally woke up, it was a weekend day. He was like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "There's a crow in the kitchen." He goes, "There's a what?" I'm like, "There's a crow in the kitchen." He's like, "There is not a crow in the kitchen." I'm like, "There is a crow in the kitchen." So he gets up and I know what he's thinking. He's thinking, I'm thinking a blackbird is in the kitchen. And he goes over and he opens a box and he looks down in it and he goes, "There's a crow in the kitchen." I just told you that. There's a crow in the kitchen. The crow did not. He did not survive. We did put him back outside, but I don't think he probably made it very far. But yeah, he did. I'm like, "You seriously did not believe that I knew what a crow was." He said, "I didn't." I don't want their gift so stormy. And I don't think Hera brought the squirrel as a gift. I think Hera wanted to play with the squirrel, and just like everything else Hera decides to play with, it doesn't last. Unless it's a skunk. Oh, the bat. You said bag. I was like, what? Yeah, the bat was horrible. I didn't see it. Hamilton, I don't know. Maybe my mom's making it thunderstorm out there. More for you, Chrissy. She's like, this state will have seasons and thunderstorms. I suppose when the judge sends a jury out for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, or whatever, they're like, sure. See you in an hour, Judge. Hey. Yes. So the mom is not going to. They said in trial that she would not be sentenced till after this was over. She has applied for probation, but even the prosecutor said, asked her what what they have told her their thoughts are on her getting probation, and she said, you don't like it, so I don't look for that to happen. And I don't know if she'll get the full 45 years, but I think that's what she deserves. I can't say I like it or I don't. I don't know. I've had it before. My dad started eating it again for a while. But I haven't had it in a long time. It's not a thing I think about, I guess. Plus, can you imagine how loud my stomach would be on that? Not even mute could handle it. Are we coming back, Judge? If I wouldn't get a copyright strike, I'd play Adele's Hello. Come back. Do you think it's funny and kind of high schoolish, I guess, that the state all color coordinates every day? Yes. At least 2 of them do. I'd be like, I don't have anything that color. I'll go my own path. Yes. That's what I don't think they are, but it reminds me of that. Hamilton, I'm sorry. Hello. Woo. I mean, they give off that vibe a little bit. Cool kids table. Who are you? You can just tell. Oh, I thought she was, is she already crying? Oh, she's somebody for him. Ugh. Yeah, the little icons on that guy's laptop. Good heavens, that would drive me nuts. Oh, yeah, that's completely fine. So we have just run the whole gamut today, haven't we? He probably does. I would have to if I had that many. I mean, they are all straight, so that's good. All right, here we go. Oh, Gabby, be nice.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Defense, call your witness.
Your Honor, defense calls Katrina Mendoza.
All right. Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record, and please keep your voice up so that members of the jury and the court reporter can hear.
Irene Bruce.
Hi, Irene. Tell this jury how you're related to Jose.
He is my son.
Ooh.
And do you have other children? How many
Yes.
other children do you have?
I have 7.
Okay, you know that he's just been convicted on all 8 counts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to talk to you a little bit about your background in Jose's childhood.
Okay.
Okay. So can you describe to me, or did you witness violence in your home growing up?
Yes.
Can you just briefly describe what you witnessed
My dad would hit my mom.
and how often did that happen?
I saw it maybe like 5-6 times.
Did that upset you?
Yes.
Did it upset you?
Yes.
Okay. At what age did you leave the home?
I left when I was 14.
After you left at age 14, did you ever return?
Sometimes in and out of the home.
Would that be in your teenage years or later?
My teenage years.
So there was, may I approach? Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna put up a family tree just to help talk about. Okay. Can you see that?
Yes.
Who are Estella and Alvarado Ruiz?
My parents.
And who is Senator Ray?
Jose's father.
At what age did you become pregnant with your first child?
17.
With your first child?
Yes.
And how many children did you have with Senator?
3.
Okay, can you tell us their names and ages for purpose?
It's Samantha, Zenaida, and Jose.
And Did you raise Samantha, Samantha, and Jose?
Yes.
And where is his father? Where's Samantha?
He's in prison.
Do you know what he's in prison for?
Not really, no.
Do you know how long he's in prison for?
No.
Has he been in prison? Did he go into prison before or after Jose was born?
Before.
And has he remained in prison throughout Jose's life?
Yes.
And how old is Jose?
Let me think. 30,
Maybe
27, 28. Gonna be 28.
So throughout Jose's life, has Zenato Ray remained in prison the entire time?
Yes.
And what was your life like with Zenato? What kind of, did you marry him?
No.
Were you, did you live together?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did y'all live together?
On and off, 5 years.
Okay. And can you describe what that was like for you?
It was an abusive relationship.
Can you describe what kind of abuse you're talking about?
He would beat me.
Did that include during times when you were pregnant?
Yes.
Did Jose witness that? Oh, no, I guess he
No.
didn't because he was born after. He was in utero.
Mhm.
I apologize for telling you that. Okay. Was there anything that, what was your reaction when you found out you were pregnant with Jose?
Scared.
Did you seek to do anything during your pregnancy with Jose?
No object to relevance of this pregnancy, that'll be sustained.
Why were you scared?
Because I already had 2 children and I was by myself.
And what kind of work were you doing?
I didn't work.
So you had concern about how you were going to support a third child.
Yes.
Did that cause you to consider alternatives?
No object to relevance, sustained.
How was Jose a normal pregnancy?
Yes.
And was there a time after Jose was born that you moved back in with your mother?
Yes.
And what happened? Did she say you can stay as long as you want?
We would stay there and sometimes I felt like we weren't wanted.
What happened when, the last time you moved out with your mom, what did you do? How old were you?
When I moved out of my mom's house, or
Yeah, for the last time.
for the last time, I was 19. I had my own place, but I would still go back and forth, back and forth.
Okay. And again, 3 children.
Correct.
Did there come a time when you became involved in another relationship?
Yes.
And who was that relationship with?
Ruben,
And what's Ruben's last name?
Medina.
Okay, so on our chart here, we have Irene Ruiz and Zenaida Ray to the left. Now we have Ruben Medina to the right. Correct?
Yeah.
How long were you with Ruben Medina?
About 15 years.
Okay. How many children did you have with Ruben Medina?
4.
Can you just tell us their names and ages? As best you can.
Ruben, Olivia, Hannah, and Rocco.
I'm sorry.
Rocco.
How was it with, how soon after you got with Ruben did you have your first child?
I think it was like a year, maybe.
So approximately, you were approximately age 20.
Mm-hmm.
So at age 20, you had 4 children.
Correct.
And what was life like with Ruben at the beginning?
At the beginning, everything was good.
And to be clear, did your Jose, Zenaida, and Samantha also live there with you?
Yes.
And so, was there some change that changed the environment of your relationship in your home? Some change with Ruben?
I don't believe there was a change. I was always working.
Okay. Was there a time when you were together that he was injured at work, or did that happen before you were together?
No, it was when we were together.
Okay. So, not long after you got together, he became injured at work?
No, it was like a couple of years later that he got injured.
Okay. And how many children did you have at that time?
When I first moved in, it was my 3 kids, and a year later, I was pregnant with Ruben. So it was a total of 4.
Okay. And then how far apart are Rocco, Olivia, and Hannah? Are they pretty close in ages?
A year.
They're each a year apart?
Yes.
Okay. So was there a change in Ruben once he became injured?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
He wouldn't want to do anything. He was very abusive towards the kids. And he started abusing me verbally at first.
Okay. So after his injury, did he ever become employed again after that? During the time y'all were together?
He was employed one time.
For how long?
For, I think, a week.
So, and what kind of work did you do?
I worked at McDonald's first, and then after that, I did taxes.
Okay, now during this time period, the 15 years that you were with Ruben, senior, what's the most hourly rate of pay that you were paid, that if you remember?
No object to relevance, Your Honor. That'll be sustained.
Can you describe the circumstances of your home? Were you the sole provider?
Yes, we were poor.
And did that sometimes result in hunger in the home?
Sometimes,
And you mentioned that Ruben Senior was abusive to the kids.
yes.
Were there some particular circumstances with regard to Jose?
Yes.
What What was Ruben Senior and Jose's relationship like?
When I saw it, it was fine. I saw it was fine, but then
Well, was there a time when Jose was hospitalized as a toddler?
yes,
And how long was he in the hospital for?
about 2 to 3 months.
Were his injuries internal injuries?
Yes,
Did Ruben give you some explanation for how that happened?
he told me that he had.
Did Ruben give you an explanation at the time as to how that happened? Yes. Yes.
He fell off the bed.
Okay. Just yes or no. Did you later discover that there was actually something else that caused those injuries by Ruben?
Correct.
And what was the severity of his injuries? Were they life-threatening?
Yes,
And you were working at this time?
yes.
How many hours a week do you think you were working?
And object to relevance, Your Honor. Succinct.
Did your time you spent at work impact your time with your children?
Yes,
Did Jose ever have any head injuries that you recall?
yes, he fell off a bike and he hit his head.
Okay. Did that result in a concussion?
Correct.
And did it require him to go to the hospital?
Yes,
And that was at age 12?
yes.
And how many times did you observe Ruben, if you did, hit Jose in the head?
A couple of times.
And did you observe that to be a hard hit?
Yes,
And is it fair to say Ruben was hitting Jose in the head all through his childhood?
yes.
Did you move around a lot?
Yes, we did.
Do you recall what school district you went to school in?
SAISD.
Just if you do, can you tell us the schools you remember him attending?
And object to relevance. None be overruled.
Do you remember an elementary school?
Yes, it was Carroll.
Do you remember a middle school?
It was Martin Luther King and Davis.
Okay, and what about high school?
He went to John Jay.
Did he graduate high school?
Yes,
He walked the stage?
yes.
What was your relationship like with Jose?
You're my rock. Just a lot of love. A lot of hugging and caring. Always looking out for me. Always a jokester too.
interaction with his brothers and sisters?
He loves them. Of course, there was always bickering, but playing around.
Well, how many bedrooms did you have in your home?
We had 3.
And how many bathrooms?
2.
And that was for 9 people.
Correct.
At the time that Jose was hospitalized as a toddler with internal injuries, do you remember if CPS was called?
Yes.
Do you remember if CPS responded?
Yes.
All right, could you repeat the question, please?
Do you remember when CPS responded?
Yes.
All right, that'd be overruled.
Were your children removed?
From Ruben, yes.
As a result of that investigation?
Correct.
And did he, like, Ruben later come back into the picture?
Correct.
You know this jury has convicted him on 8 counts of horrific acts.
Yes.
Do you know another side of Jose?
Yes.
Do you think the violence and abuse he experienced as a child has had an impact on him?
I'm going to reject speculation and lack of personal knowledge and lack of expertise. That'll be sustained.
He witnessed and was a victim of a lot of abuse.
Correct.
And did Ruben have particular feelings towards Jose?
I don't think he cared for it.
Did you observe Ruben to be especially hard on Jose?
Yes.
I pass it to Mr. Sanchez.
Let's see. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mrs. Ruiz. I'm just going to ask you a few questions. If I speak too fast, please let me know, or if you don't understand the question, please let me know as well, okay? You have a good relationship with Jose, correct?
Correct.
Would you say that he knows the difference between right and wrong?
Sometimes.
Okay, but he's a loving son, he gets along with his siblings and with you?
Yes.
Okay. What do you mean by sometimes he knows the difference between right and wrong?
Doesn't everybody know the difference between right and wrong?
Okay, so he does know the difference between right and wrong. You said that you were a victim of violence yourself, correct?
Yes.
Did you beat your children?
No. It was discipline, but not beating.
What did you see Ruben do to Jose specifically?
Hit him with the cane on his head.
What else?
Spank him.
So these are life, and he did have life-threatening injuries at some point, correct?
When he was a child, yes.
Okay. As a result of Ruben?
Correct.
What would you, I know you got back with him eventually, but what would you have wanted to see happen to somebody who had given your child life-sustaining injuries or life-threatening injuries?
How that'd be overruled.
I thought it can change him the same way my son thought he can change Katrina.
Was Jose ever violent with his siblings?
No,
Did you ever see Ruben put thumbtacks in Jose's feet?
no,
Do you know why Jose would put thumbtacks in a 5-year-old child's feet and take pictures of it?
I don't know if he did that.
Okay, it has been, he's been convicted of it, ma'am, and there was evidence that on his phone.
Everybody has their own opinion, ma'am.
Okay. Did Ruben ever put urine in Jose's mouth?
No, that I
Did
know.
Ruben ever smear dog feces on his face?
I don't know.
Did he ever make him kneel in a corner bound to a pole with his arms tied to it?
That I don't know. He would make him kneel.
Did he ever make him kneel on rice?
I believe so.
Ask the witness.
I'll pass the witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Defense, call your next witness.
Your Honor, defense calls Samantha Ray.
Take a seat here, please. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so members of the jury and court reporter can hear.
Yes,
You'll
ma'am.
state your name for the record.
Samantha Ray,
Defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Samantha. And how old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay. And what is your relationship to Jose?
He's my brother.
And obviously your younger brother.
Yes.
Okay. And we had a family tree up earlier. You have 2 full siblings, Jose and Samantha.
Yes.
And then you have some half siblings.
Yes.
Ruben, Rocco, Anna, and Olivia.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Did you have a particular kind of relationship with Jose?
Yes, we were close. We are close.
And what kind of brother was he?
He's a good brother.
And you lived in the home that your mom described?
Yes, ma'am.
Siblings and Ruben, correct?
Correct.
Was Ruben abusive?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe things that he used to hit you with?
I'm gonna check her relevance as to her.
Sister.
Can you describe things that Ruben used to hit Jose in the head with?
With his cane, his fist, his sandal, just anything he had, he would.
Did you ever observe Jose to have a kind of a physical reaction to that?
He would get dizzy.
Do you remember if he ever passed out?
I think a couple times we all did.
And how often did you see that happen?
A lot.
Like daily, weekly?
It was daily.
And so can you describe what Ruben was he a stay-at-home parent, if you will?
Pretty much, yeah.
And what, was he under the influences of drugs or alcohol?
A minute.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna object to that.
That'll be open. You can answer.
I know he was on medication. So
Do you remember what he was on medication for?
for his back.
Did you see bruises on Jose?
Yes.
particular thing he did with your hair, with Jose's hair?
With mine or my brother's?
Well, let's talk about Jose's.
Not my brother, no.
Do you remember him shaving their heads forcefully?
Yeah, that I do.
And were there stairs in your home or in your apartment complex? Where were stairs?
In our house?
And did Ruben do anything with the stairs?
Yes, he would push us down.
And did Ruben act a particular way to Jose?
Yes.
In what way?
He didn't like him. It was with all of us, but he would constantly, like I said, hit all of us. Yeah.
Well, did he, compared to what everyone else got, what did Jose get?
We pretty much got all the same thing, but it was always towards my brother. Always got more of it. Yeah.
Jose got more.
Yeah.
And what kinds of discipline, if you will, that Ruben used on Jose?
He would put him in the corner.
Can you describe what that was like?
He was sitting in the corner for hours. I don't know.
In a chair?
No, on our knees.
And was there anything on the floor when he was in the corner on his knees?
Not that I can remember.
Did he put pillows down to make it more comfortable?
No, ma'am.
Did he put things down to make it less comfortable?
No, it was just the knees.
Okay. And what else would he have Jose do in the corner?
Sometimes I had to carry things. He had to carry things.
Like what?
Like just heavy stuff, like like a weight, if I can remember.
And what would Ruben do if, say, for example, Jose tries to put something down?
He sometimes wasn't there. He would just leave us in the corner and he would just go off back to sleep. So really when we got up, we got up, but if not, if we got caught, we'll get hit. He'll get hit.
What about food? Did Ruben deprive you? Well, your mom, what hours did your mom work? Do you remember?
She was at work like day and night. She was always at work. I don't remember the exact times, but it was just always work.
Okay. So when your mom was at work, Ruben was the only person watching y'all?
Yes.
And did Ruben, what did Ruben do about food in the home?
He would keep food from us. He would hide food if we got in trouble for it.
Did he ever eat in front of you or in Jose without letting you eat anything?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you remember if he walked the food away from you and your brother and sisters?
If he what?
If he locked food away?
Locked food away?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And Ruben hit Jose with a cane or other objects almost every day.
Correct.
And it addition to seeing times when Jose got dizzy or passed out, were there other physical indications of the abuse on Jose's head?
I don't understand.
Well, did you, when he hit, for example, hit Jose in the head, did something happen to his head that you remember?
And they get big old knots.
Do you remember an incident with Ruben, a senior, and Jose in the bathtub?
No, but they heard the story.
I'm gonna object to anything on, but she doesn't have personal knowledge.
You ask your next question.
Thank you. Did you observe Ruben to be violent towards your mother?
Yes.
And what about your mother? What was your mother's mental state during these years?
I'm gonna object to speculation irrelevant.
Do you remember seeing violence, Ruben, towards your mom?
Yes.
And what about your mom towards Ruben?
No.
How bad would that violence between Ruben and your mom been?
It was bad.
Do you feel like your mom did enough to protect Jose?
I'm gonna object to relevant.
Was CPS ever called?
Yes.
Family? How many times that you recall CPS being called?
I remember about 3 times.
And do you remember what happened when CPS was involved? Like, did you stay in the home or were you moved from the home?
We stayed in the home.
On all 3 of those times.
Yes.
And your relationship with Jose, have y'all remained close?
Yeah, we have our arguments like every sibling does, but yeah.
Well, did you have particular feelings about his relationship with Katrina?
Yes.
How many times did you see Mercedes?
I only saw her. I hardly ever saw her. I lived on my own with my husband. I saw her one time on New Year's. After New Year's, I saw her about 2 more times. That was about it.
And were your brothers close with Jose?
Yes.
And do you have children of your own?
Yes, Mom, I do.
3?
Yes. Mhm.
And what is your children's interaction with Jose that you have observed?
They love him.
I pass witness at this time, Judge.
Yes, Judge. Samantha, you just mentioned that the couple times that you saw Mercedes, you said that you saw her after New Year's.
I saw her on New Year's.
On New Year's.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry. What year was that?
Last year, I believe it was last year. Or no, not, I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know.
Okay, so if she died on February 7th of 2022, was it the New Year's right before that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you didn't see her after New Year's Day or Eve?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that you have 3 kids of your own?
Yes, I do.
Just what are their age ranges?
7, 5, and 4.
And do you treat your kids the way Ruben treated you and your siblings?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Sister. Pass the witness.
Did Katrina ever say to you what her connection with Mercedes
I'm gonna
was?
object to hearsay.
Ask your question.
Did you have conversations with Katrina? Do you have conversations with Katrina about Mercedes?
Sometimes I would ask her, where is she?
All right, the answer to that question is either yes or no.
Sorry.
You need to listen to the question and only answer what's asked. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ask your question.
Do you remember having conversations with Katrina about Mercedes?
Yes.
Do you remember whether Katrina expressed having a close bond with Mercedes or not having any bond?
No bond.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna object to leading and hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you remember the kind of relationship that Katrina described to you between her and Mercedes?
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
That's either yes or no.
Yes.
Ask your next question.
Did Katrina express to you that different feelings towards Mercedes than Jordan?
Yes.
Excuse me. When an objection is raised, you need to stop talking.
Yes.
And then I'll make a ruling on that.
Yes.
Your objection is sustained. Next question.
Okay. Did you observe Katrina to interact with Mercedes?
No.
With Jordan?
Sometimes.
This time, Your Honor.
I have no further questions.
All right, you may step down. Call your next witness. Jurors, are you all okay with continuing? All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, call your other
All right, and your other witness is by Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Can we take this in? All right.
Seriously, how many people are these people going to call? Oh my gosh. The sister sitting up there and crying about things that happened to them when they were children doesn't help him. And she's not doing them to their children. And I know it takes the defense off every time the state asks, but it's a good question. It was a good question to ask his mom. And they're going to ask every person they put up there that's related to him or lived with him in the house. Just go. Just. I just. They're not helping him in any way, shape, or form. Sorry. You're welcome. I love hanging out with you guys. But they're not helping. Oh, no. And they take forever. And she just had a half an hour to get her crap together, and now they've got to dismiss him again. I would be furious if I was the jury at this point. Oh, great. The judge is stepping down. Well, there goes detective. They're out. I mean, I don't even know what to say. They had 30 minutes. They had to just be prepared. They should have just been prepared. They weren't prepared. And now they got to go out again. I don't know how long she gave him this time. She even had the jury come in early, I think, today at 9 o'clock their time. So it's been a long day for them as well. Gabby. You guys want to hear something funny? So I don't know what happened, Stormy. They finished with the sister. She stepped down, and they're like, "We need a moment to prepare for the next witness," which you've had the gazillion moments. And then the state asked for a sidebar, and then they dismissed the freaking jury again. And there's no sound coming from the court. I just had to look down, make sure I wasn't on mute. So when you guys post the emoji with the face palm on, like that, like you guys do a lot, in StreamYard, it comes up blonde. I thought you guys were all blondes. But then I looked over and I was like, Gabby's a brunette. I thought I was the only brunette here. Because I was thinking about the other day, I was like, wait a minute, they're all blonde. Everybody's blonde. Oh. I'm sorry. I am getting to Gabby's status. I'm malfunctioning. No, I know that's data. Your little person that you put on your little emoji, not your icon thingy. Your profile pic. I know that's data. I like Star Trek: The Next Generation. But you, Hampton, Stormy, Chrissy, I think even yours is blonde. That was my favorite. I love Captain Picard. Yep, Chrissy's is blonde. But not really. Chrissy's brunette too. Seriously? I bet he was cool. I like him a lot. Oh, Brett Spiner. I thought you meant Captain Picard. Jean-Luc. My husband and I always joke about the early episodes of that because they were kind of cheesy and funny. Well, Hamilton, you had to post a picture of your little person, your little head slap person. But in the first episodes, I mean, Riker was quite the player. And Jean-Luc, everything was always Dom, Dom, Dom. And Troy's, she's like in pain all the time. Pain, oh, the pain. He certainly was. I would call him something else, but I shouldn't say it on YouTube. It would be a man with the next word would begin with a W. I did. I dropped you one. Talking about Star Trek: The Next Generation. That Jean-Luc, what is his name in real life? Patrick Stewart. I figured that was easy. Patrick Stewart was Jean-Luc Picard on there. Yeah, I like him. Is that who you were talking about? Your son likes Hamilton? It's scary. It is scary today. Uh, I don't know that that's true, Hamilton. Don't know that that's true. Oh, Patrick from SpongeBob. One of these things. Yes, Earl Grey tea, hot. Yeah, I don't think it was. I think it was during your time. I think it was during your time. It's not that old. I cannot believe it. We are taking another break. Nope, one before your time. Right during your time. And how many more? I hope this is our last witness. My gosh. Then we got to do closings. Well, I don't know. I have to look when it first aired. Now she's wanting to rack my brain. Oh, Judge is back. Thank goodness. You were 5, Hamilton, when it started. But it went till 94, and then it's been in reruns forever. I wouldn't have watched it the first time around either. You actually don't have to watch sci-fi to I like that Star Trek, and I'm not a big sci-fi person. Did he have his contacts in, Gabby? Oh, come back, feed. That's actually not me. I know it's hard to believe. Come back, feed. You're switching to version? What the heck? Did Channel 12 give up and go home? We might have to go back to Judge Boyd. If we do, then I can't help. We won't see pictures. Oh, there it is. They didn't want to see. That must have been bringing them back in or something. Yeah. These guys thought it was me. It wasn't me this time. Are you sad? Are you a sad man? I don't care. Thanks for covering your cough. Don't kill your defense attorneys. They probably couldn't handle it. Well, that's fine. Dad and I will be empty nesters on our phone plan finally. I just hope you talk to your dad first, because I don't think what you said earlier is true. That's what I responded back to you. Well, you need to, please. Well, probably shouldn't say that, but sorry. Well, in her defense, Gabby, she was paying it on her own, but the last year and a half, she's had a lot of medical stuff going on, so she wasn't able to. Dude, if you could just quit with the BS of your witnesses, that'd be great. I'd like to eat my dinner. Have an appointment early in the morning. You have no appointments ever again. Yep, I'm tired too, bud. Thank you. Hamilton, I assumed you were talking about him, not me. I've only let my gangster come out one time. Carmen and Brandon saw it. It was short-lived. Yeah, Gabby, if it only wasn't true, it would be funny. It wasn't Hamilton, I promise. I think I made my kids proud, though. For a minute. Yeah, how many people, like, can you guys just parade? It's just, you're just delaying the inevitable, and you're pissing the jury off, I have no doubt. You weren't going to scold me. That I am sure of. I would hope not, because why do you want to tick the people off that are they've already convicted your client. Now they've got to sentence him. He's like, hi, new best friend, deputy, whatever your name is. Well, I guess if I ever end up in prison, I'll put some sunglasses on and that will be my entrance music. That's very true. Very true, Chrissy. I just want them to be done. Hamilton. Maybe not Bubba, because that's what I call Hank, so let's come up with something else. It could just be Fat Tony's cousin. Clarence. Fat Clarence. I don't want to know. That is Hank's nickname. He answers to that probably more than he answers to Hank. No, you're not. Oh, my goodness, they're standing up. Yeah, even the middle defense attorneys are yawning. Shut him down, dude. Carmen, I'm not looking at your comments
Please be
anymore.
seated. And defense, you wanted to recall a witness?
Yes, Irene Ruiz, Your Honor.
All right, you're still under oath, defense.
Ms. Ruiz, has Jose ever been convicted of a felony before?
No.
I have nothing further.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Defense, call your next witness.
Your Honor, defense calls Dr. John Matthew Fabian.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
All right, you can lower your hand. State, any objections to this witness appearing by Zoom?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense, any objections to this witness appearing by Zoom?
No, Your Honor.
Any
Mr. Ruiz, any
objections
objection to this witness appearing by
to this
Zoom?
witness appearing?
All right, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Sure, it's a John Matthew Fabian.
State. I'm sorry, defense.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Fabian, what do you do for a living?
I practice as a forensic psychologist and neuropsychologist.
Do you regularly practice in San Antonio?
I do.
In your practice as a psychologist, can you be a little bit more specific about what you do and what your specialties are?
Sure, so I was trained as a clinical psychologist to assess and treat psychiatric and mental disorders, and I have specialized training in forensic psychology, in which I assess folks and their mental health issues, psychiatric disorders, and then apply the assessments to legal questions for the courts. And then as a neuropsychologist, I evaluate individuals who may have neurological disorders in addition to psychiatric disorders.
Okay, your specialties in psychology and neuropsychology are clinical and forensic. Is that correct?
That is correct. As a psychologist and a neuropsychologist, yes.
Have you ever treated Jose Ruiz?
I do occasionally, more when I was in training. It's more assessment though.
Okay. But you're not, in this case, you're not a treating psychologist, correct?
No, I'm not.
And are there any further specialties within those fields that you described?
No, I've worked with children, adolescents, and adults, typically for court systems, and it is usually within criminal courts. Also, I do a fair amount of civil litigation and then family law as well. And I work a lot with the FAA, so I evaluate pilots and air traffic control for psychological and neuropsychological examinations.
What is your educational background?
Briefly, I have a bachelor's degree in political science, psychology, and that's from the University of Cincinnati. I have a master's degree in general psychology from the same university. Master's degree in clinical psychology and a doctorate in clinical psychology from Chicago School of Professional Psychology. I have a Juris Doctorate from Cleveland Marshall College of Law, and I have postdoctorate certification in clinical neuropsychology through the Fielding Graduate Institute, and then fellowship training in clinical neuropsychology from the University of New Mexico School of Medicine.
You don't practice, do you practice law?
No, I tortured myself through law school, and I had the degree. I had specialized in training in psychiatry and law through Case Western Reserve Law School during my law school.
Can you summarize for us your work experience related to forensic in clinical psychology?
Sure. So in graduate school, I really learned how to assess and treat mental health and psychiatric disorders through Cook County Jail, and then the Federal Bureau of Prisons, in both in Chicago. And then I'm originally from Ohio, so I did a residency through one of the court psychiatric clinics that was affiliated with the medical school there. It was called a Court Diagnostic and Treatment Center. And that's where I learned how to really assess defendants, not only pertaining to mental illness, but relevant to legal and forensic issues that courts, judges, lawyers may ask me to do. After that, then I had a number of years. I had been licensed as a psychologist for about 24 years, and I can briefly run through my work experience if you wish.
Well, in the last 10 years, well, did you have early training in forensic psychology?
Yeah, so I did, and I'm board certified in forensic psychology, and essentially I was the director of a court psychiatric clinic in Ohio, and I worked with 4 of them. So 3 were adult and 1 was a juvenile facility. And then I worked at I was a staff forensic psychologist at the Minnesota Security Hospital, which is the state's maximum security forensic state hospital. And that's when I then shifted gears a bit to train to become a neuropsychologist as well. In the last 9 or 10 years, I've been residing and doing most of my work, I would say between Austin and San Antonio and Houston, working within the criminal justice system, and essentially as a court psychologist and a neuropsychologist doing examinations for pre-trial and pre-sentence purposes.
So you have testified on behalf of defendants in criminal proceedings, yes?
Yes.
Have you ever testified for the state of Texas in criminal proceedings?
Yes, and for the courts as well.
What do you mean for the courts as well?
Well, the court may order a hearing on a particular issue, and I'll testify. Typically, the evaluations I do, a lot of them, or majority of them, are referred by the courts or judges and the court coordinators.
And has the Barrett County District Attorney's Office engaged you as an expert in the past?
Yes, they have.
In your, as, you have more than one board certification, or can you just?
Yes. See, I'm board certified in clinical and forensic psychology, fellowship trained in clinical neuropsychology.
Is it?
Your Honor, at this point, the state will stipulate as to his expertise in forensic psychology.
Okay.
Oh, that's so stipulated.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Do you know this man sitting next to me?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Jose Ruiz, yes.
And have you had a chance to meet with him?
Yes, I evaluate him on a few different
I know that.
occasions, yes.
And was that?
Thank you, everyone.
My request?
It was, yes.
And without telling us what they are, we're going to go into that more, but do you have some opinions that you're going to be offering today?
I'm sorry, you say do I have opinions in this case?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, I do. I heard much of the testimony and tried to follow the trial when I could.
Were you able to listen to the testimony this afternoon from Mr. Ruiz's family members?
Yes, that I was.
And what were the kinds of evaluations you did in this case?
Well, I conducted psychological and neuropsychological evaluations with your client.
And was the purpose of that for mitigation and punishment?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit about what mitigation is?
Sure. We're looking at any information about, the defendant, his history, that could be relevant to the jury when they deliberate as to not only the nature of his offense, but his life, his makeup, anything really about him. So, that could be any type of fact that they find would be relevant, to consider when they're sentencing him. Now, mitigating evidence may, could affect their sentencing, but really my job here is to, based on your referral question, forensic legal referral question, is to assess him, to provide as much information to you and, try to fact the jury in best understanding him when they do, consider punishment ranges.
Were there some points or bright line points that stood out to you with regard to Mr. Ruiz?
Yeah, I would agree. This interesting case. I'm looking at, I guess, the dichotomy of nature and nurture in this case. The facts of his biological father, his stepfather, the way he was raised, some of his mental health and neuropsychological issues that are, innate to him, and how he functions, and how all that may lead us here, with the tragedy in this case.
And you're not an advocate for Mr. Ruiz, are you?
No, I'm an advocate for my assessing my data, and I'm trying to be objective in this case and try to answer as much any questions that I have from your side. You're really his advocate in this case.
So how many times did you meet with Mr. Ruiz?
3 times.
Okay. And was I guess that was at the Bear County Jail, correct?
Yeah.
And what did you? Well, what did you do on your? Okay, what kind of testing, just overall, in your 3 visits? What kind of testing did you do on Mr. Ruiz?
Well, I spent a lot of time interviewing him and just talking about his background history, any psychiatric symptoms he may have. And then, I did a number of tests regarding, how he functions psychologically, cognitively. And the cognitive tests, the neuropsychological tests were done more so as to, concerns he wasn't all that verbal with me. There wasn't a lot of depth of conversation. And also some concussions he's had as well.
Okay, so what did you do on your first meeting with Mr. Ruiz?
Well, we spent a lot of time talking about his history, and he shared with me information about his life.
Did you?
I can, and then we did some testing.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the first time you met with him was interview and some testing.
Yeah.
Did you?
And basically most of the evaluations would be a combination of that.
Excuse me, just a moment. Could I have defense approach briefly, please? And say.
I hope the judge says this is pointless. Well, she scared me that she was going to send everybody home. I'm like, well, this far, just go.
And ladies and gentlemen, just one moment. There was another witness, and I'm trying to make sure that things are still running.
Seriously? It's going to be tomorrow. Can't do multitask, Judge. Can you just ask the jurors if any of this matters?
I'm so sorry. Thank you.
No, you're not.
Okay, I think I was about to ask you, did you interview anybody else in connection with your evaluations and assessments?
Yes, I did. I interviewed his mother, his sister, and his brother as well.
And can you tell us the names of the testing that you gave him? And just very briefly and generally what that testing was for?
Sure. So, yeah, briefly, I administered him some different cognitive tests. So, academic achievement was basically reading, writing, spelling. He was reading around the 7th grade level. Mathematics was low at 5th grade, and spelling was around the 10th grade level. His full scale IQ was an 89, which places him right at the below average range. And the concern I had was more of a verbal comprehension language issue within score of 80 versus perceptual reasoning, a score of 105. So it's a 25-point difference between verbal skills and perceptual reasoning skills.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Let me just stop you there because it's a lot of information. So you did, if I may summarize, you tell me if I'm correct. You did some testing with regard to IQ and intellectual function.
Yes.
Right. You did some testing with regard to reading, mathematics, and comprehension.
Academic testing, yes.
Academic testing. And that's what we're talking about right now. So what is this 25-point thing you're talking about?
Well, right. So we look at intelligence in much part as verbal comprehension, and as a way of our world, language skills, verbal abstract reasoning skills, social comprehension, judgment, vocabulary, knowledge of words, meanings, and he struggled in some of those areas, and actually all of them. So he, had deficits with verbal skills and comprehension. That's part of our IQ. When we're doing spatial relations, perceptual reasoning, that's more about how he can, perceive his environment, work through blocks, designs, puzzles with no verbal component. So sometimes we often see gaps with lower verbal, higher perceptual reasoning skills. Now that may indicate a language-based learning disorder. Now I did not see a learning disability by history in the records, but I didn't see school testing that was done. So, but with me, that came to be, a concern.
Okay, so the concern would be with regard to comprehension, oral comprehension, and reading comprehension.
Well, no, more verbal comprehension again, verbal abstract reasoning abilities, and in what way are an enemy and a friend like, let's say. Knowledge of general information, kind of, of Jeopardy knowledge, who was the president of the United States during the Civil War, let's say, that's one of the questions. And also just social judgment, comprehension. I'll give you some reasons why it's important to enjoy your job or study history or explore outer space. So there were some verbal comprehension deficits that I saw.
Okay, and did you do some other testing to assist you in making some diagnoses here?
I did. And some of the neuropsychological testing and cognitive testing in different areas of functioning were a bit inconsistent, but I would say that he had some deficits with processing and reaction time in some of his testing, and that could be related to different conditions. But he also demonstrated some executive functioning deficits that were based on, I would say, disinhibition or impulse control or impulsive decision making. And those were some other findings that I had. And then there was also, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. He also had some, he was given psychological testing, and I found that there were symptoms related to depression and PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay, so with regard to the verbal comprehension and neuropsychological things, what kinds of concerns did you have there?
It was,
Related to his functioning now.
well, yeah, right. I'm assessing his functioning now, not 2 or 10 years ago. And so I told you, the impairments were in verbal comprehension. Some of it was in reaction time, processing speed, and executive functioning related to impulsivity, we call disinhibition.
And with regard to the mental health diagnoses, can you tell us what you found?
Sure. So it is my opinion that there was evidence of another specified trauma and stressor related disorder, and that means he has evidence of some symptoms of PTSD. In my opinion, doesn't fully qualify because there's a numbing and avoidance effect with him, meaning he avoids the thoughts and feelings related to prior traumatic events. And when people do that, often males, they're not endorsing a number of the PTSD symptoms. But in my opinion, there was enough to warrant a other specified trauma and stress-related disorder. And similarly with depression, so I had depressive disorder, also, in my opinion, called an unspecified neurodevelopmental disorder. I think there are language, verbal comprehension deficits, but I don't have special education records with a history of that. And then also, there's evidence of an unspecified neurocognitive disorder, which means he has some neurocognitive deficits that could be due to concussions. All I'm saying is that they're valid impairments that were found in testing, and that his brain doesn't function correctly in all the areas of testing. And the executive functioning has to do at times, with problem solving, planning, impulse control, let's say. And then he has cannabis and Xanax use disorders as well. So there's a chemical dependency condition.
Okay. Tell us, in addition to the testing you conducted and the results you saw from that, and the interviews you conducted with family members, what were the other things you reviewed in connection with this case?
Well, I reviewed some appellate case law that had to do with his father, biological father. And I interviewed family members. I reviewed some of the CPS records of different family members. I reviewed his medical records as a newborn, young child, toddler.
Did you review, for example, the arrest warrant in this case?
Yes, I did. I'm aware of what the jury convicted Mr. Ruiz on.
So, can we talk about this nature versus nurture thing? Can you explain to the jury what we mean when we talk about nature?
Yes. So essentially, we're looking at some genetic foundation, which we get traits from both parents, physical, mental traits, predispositions. We may, predispositions for good conditions or bad, diseases, psychiatric conditions. So really, our genetic makeup is our nature from, our parents. And so that's how, in part, we're formed, right? And then nurture is really our environment. And I think, you know, there's a combination of those and how they impact an individual. So the environmental factors, social, cultural, neighborhood, you know, they really are also involved with shaping one's, you know, cognitive, emotional, social being, their personality, and much how they function. So it is a fusion of nature and nurture. And in this case, I would, you know, agree that there are certainly relevant factors that I became aware of.
Well,
that-
with regard
Yeah.
factors you became aware of with regard to the nature, the genetic predisposition, the familial tree, biological tree, correct?
Right.
And then nurture with regard to home environment and childhood experiences, correct? Interactions within the home, that's with regard to the nurture. You had a chance to see both of these at play here. Would you say that?
Yeah, there were certainly concerns.
What were the concerns with regard to nature?
Well, it's my understanding his biological father, Sinead Ray, was involved in sexual homicide and was convicted of murder. And he really did not have an interaction with him. And then his adopted father, there was profound physical, emotional abuse, as you heard,
You're
with
talking
Ruben.
Ruben, so now we're talking about the environmental or nurture
Yes.
part of it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Then there were,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
right, and there was also, you know, we have, I believe his sister Shania had major CPS involvement with abuse and child abuse.
And with that sort of substantiates that there were concerns under the nature column and concerns under the nurture column, correct?
Yes, I would agree, and I know with mother, there was, can't say that there was abuse, but I had concerns there of neglect to, you know, Jose in this case. There was more evidence of physical, emotional abuse by, you know, Ruben's stepfather.
The abuse with regard to Ruben, the stepfather, did it give you minor concerns or major concerns?
Major concerns. I mean, in psychology, you know, we have social learning therapy, and it's, you know, we do what we see. And, you know, the research in our field, social science research, will, you know, demonstrate that individuals who have been abused in offspring are more likely to perpetrate abuse when they become older. Now, it's not everyone, and it's correlated, but not always causative, because there are certain people that, you know, may be abused that don't abuse or perpetrate when they get older. Your risk is elevated, and so in part that's what we're talking about today. Is risk in this case, and then really a lack of protection. I don't think it was really until I evaluated him that he ever had a mental health evaluation.
Did it seem like Jose was well protected from the abuse in his childhood?
Can you repeat that?
Did it seem like Jose was well protected from abuse during his childhood?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think that mom was working or couldn't police it somehow. He had mentioned to me that he saw his mother, I think, attempt suicide when he was age 15. she didn't get through this unscathed. So I think there's a combination of the physical, emotional abuse, chaos, even low socioeconomic status, and mom's difficulties with relationships and protecting her kids, certainly.
So would you describe what's going on here with Jose somewhat generational? You see it through generations, correct?
Yeah, I heard the mother talk about, some of her childhood. So yeah, it is. But we also, I think, have his brother Ruben has, criminal history as well. And so there's CPS involved in criminal history. There's a lot of that in the family. And my opinion, certainly it's due to combination of nature and nurture.
And you said you diagnosed him with PTSD?
Symptoms of, yes.
Okay, what caused you to feel that applied here?
Sure. Well, I have, let's say, medical records from when he was, I think, 1.5 years of age that describe some major injuries. There's burning and major injuries, different areas of his body, shoulder, and I don't exactly be able to remember that. Okay, or I think mom talked about him being in the hospital for 2 or 3 months during this period, but he's been told about it certainly. And then, he witnessed domestic violence to his mom and to his sister, and he experienced it. So we're looking at what we call polytrauma or polyvictimization, meaning now we've got a couple different types of trauma within the family. And really the rule of thumb is the more the worse. And so, and the earlier the worse. So when we're looking at PTSD, that's a psychiatric diagnosis where a person needs to have been exposed, witnessed, experienced, heard about traumatic events. And then that person will have psychological symptoms from that trauma or traumatic experiences. And in this case, like many males I evaluate, they don't deal with it. And that's where you get in more in that self-medication where he really was using cannabis and Xanax just to kind of numb himself. And that's where what I saw with him, where he was not on substances, but there was just an emotional numbness to him where he was not too in depth with his emotions or feelings, despite this type of childhood. And that's normal, certainly in the criminal justice system, and especially when I'm the first person that's, I think, ever evaluated him.
When you talk about polytrauma and polyvictimization, is that complex trauma? Am I getting those confused, or are they interchangeable?
That's a good question. So complex trauma is really more evidence of severe trauma, and that's often within the family, interpersonal, mom, dad, child, and it could be sexual, physical, emotional abuse, or a combination, and it can affect the child in that often it's severe or it's severe intense, but it's also often happens early, and it can be chronic, frequent, and chronic, lasting a long period. But it's also close, and that's the interpersonal piece where it's your parent, okay, and it can have a number of effects on the person, psychologically, emotionally, even socially, and is how far even interpersonal relationships impulse control, how they view the world. So it's certainly a negative factor, adverse childhood experience.
And would you, say that Jose suffered from complex trauma?
I would agree with that, yes.
And you, I think, mentioned something about a numbing effect or a flat affect. Is that something, so we're talking about emotional distance, emotional disconnect?
Yes, we are. So one of the symptoms of PTSD is avoidance of thoughts, feelings, or avoidance of people, places, situations, events, anything that is reminiscent or may remind you of your traumatic experiences. And it makes sense, right? Like, who wants to deal with their trauma or their skeletons? But when you don't, it festers, and nobody wants to feel it, so they repress it. Substances help a lot with that, but it becomes more like a symptom of just emotional numbing and avoidance. And that's really what I saw. It's become very normalized. And I think that's how then we get into what happened here.
So that was something you observed with other family members as well? This numbing,
Yeah.
flat affect.
I would agree. There's often a lack of insight into it, a lack of understanding. That comes with often in low socioeconomic households. It's also, like you said, intergenerational. So folks, they may experience it. It may be awful, but it's really what they know, and it's normalized.
Okay, so if you experience abuse and neglect in your home, that can become normalized to you, correct?
Yeah, and you often don't know how dysfunctional, harmful it is.
Because it's all.
And that's where, and by the way, that's where the social learning theory is, where we're more likely to model, our parents. We are, again, more likely to copy what they do, even if it's dysfunctional.
And how does the concussions, do you think concussions in childhood and a developing brain, do you think that has some significance on adult neurological functioning?
I think that, the childhood concussions, yes, pediatric head injuries, especially before 13 years of age, can have more of a significant effect. The trauma, just the emotional trauma, the abuse, also neglect, can have, certainly can have a significant effect on brain development.
So with regard to Jose, with regard to neurological development, what were the things that you viewed as significant in impacting his neurological development?
Well,
Oh, darn. He's frozen. Bye. Bye. Go away now. Judge, just call it. Call it. Time of death, 7:10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Can't get him back up. He's done.
Y'all back here at 7:25. Is everyone okay?
7:25, my left foot. It won't happen. It won't happen. Oh, gosh, Channel 12's even done. Their cameraman's out. No, just going back for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. No, 7:25. They're an hour behind. It's only 7:11 there. I wouldn't want her cat butt either. Ha ha, Gabby. I'm tired, so. I just read, Carmen, I don't want your cat butt. Hey, I didn't want her cat either, and she left it here. Not the one she's talking about now. Yeah, they're taking another break because old Dr. froze. He's on. Ugh. You did too, leave her here. I told you not to ever bring her home, and you did anyway. And then you left her. And then I had to do the hard part 13 years later. Because you left here. Because you left. Well, she was happy. Oh, no shots for Carmen. No, 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 no. Carmen is not allowed to have liquor. She can have a shot of beer. We're conferencing like, all right, who's got to stay here longer? Because I was off 6 hours ago, and he's guilty, and I've aged 20 years, and I'm ready to go home. So which one of y'all is staying? Everybody's like, all right, draw straws. Oh, there's the story is Stormy. She gets not very nice. They all picked paper. He's like, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't do it, deputy. Don't. Go home. Run. Y'all get the chance. Run, don't walk to your cars. Yep, dude, it's late. Carmen, you need to go to bed. You do have to get up early. We haven't heard anything out of the Granny Ethel for a while. She might be sleeping. I just covered her up with a blankie. I hope she's not in a sugar coma. This is the first one that they haven't. I mean, I shouldn't complain because they didn't wait till tomorrow when I can't be here. But dang, can we just move on? Well, she's kind of tiny, so she could probably sleep in there. We're all done, Hamilton. We are all done. I wish I could tell everybody that they just went out to deliberate, but I can't. That would be a lie. Who knew? I told you I'm having, well, I don't know I'm going to have anything, but uh, that was what my husband had. He said it was okay, but everything's just okay to him. It really has to be like really good to wow him. Legit, probably, I don't know, maybe like a half a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Because by the time I get done, I won't be hungry. And then when I go lay down, then I'll be hungry. But that place he was at has really good flatbread pizza. So good. Bad thing is it's like an hour away from here, so it's not like the go-to place. Who's that big dude? You could just run and jump on him. Case over. He's smashed. Oh, I bet they have some regulars. I just don't live there. But yeah, our friend is becoming quite complainy, I guess. I don't think they're probably going to put up with him very much longer. I don't know who that was, Hamilton. I just figured if he accidentally tripped and fell on Jose, then oopsies. It's nothing to sentence. No, he's not becoming clingy. He's becoming a complainer. Quite the complainer. If they don't, which this is just so stupid because it's not a beer like a Guinness that would need to be, there's a certain way to pour a Guinness. It's not anything like that. It's Mick Ultra. So if you drink Mick Ultra, no offense, but it's barely beer. It's not, like I said, it doesn't need a special pour. Just pour it, it's fine. But if they don't pour it just how he wants it, first he would just complain. But now I guess he started sending it back. I'm like, that's not going to go over well at all. I can't drink it, it gives me a headache. Anything, and I know like it's anything light beer gives me a headache. I wish I didn't. But I cannot drink it. And it makes me really full. But he complains. I guess he's been complaining about how they pour his beer out of the tap, and it's ridiculous. Like, where are you gonna go? This is close to your house, and I just go through phases, Stormy. There is only one way to pour liquor. That's true. But I just go through phases, and I've been just phasing it all out. That's where I've been trying to get to. And now that Brandon's going to be busy, it should be very easy for me to do because I won't have the temptation of him being like, I'm right here. There's a lot of people that I see do that when it's available on tap, and I don't get that because I like it better. I like a draft beer better. But some people just don't. Oh, they're frozen again. All right, they got 4 minutes. I don't know what happens if they're not back in 4 minutes. We'll just complain some more. So, Stormy, so are you talking about, so like if you're typing in YouTube and you would put at and then start typing out Gabrielle's name, it should pop her name up and you click on it and then it when it comes out to her, I don't know if you'll see it, but she'll see it highlighted. But we won't see it highlighted. Oh, well then I don't know. That's the only way I know how to do it. Well, that's weird. You just won't see it, but the person that you do it to should see it. So like, does that make sense? I hope. So Hamilton, start typing. Yeah, start typing Gabby's name, and then it should pop up above her name and click her name should pop up above what you're typing and click it. All right, if they can't keep going, we're going to watch a different feed. Maybe. I don't even see. All right, I've got Judge Boyd's feed pulled up. If we need to go there, we can. So, Gabby, you should be able to see it, but Hamilton shouldn't see it. I'm really I well they keep freezing. I don't know if they had trouble with their Zoom. I have no idea. All I know is they're supposed to be back right now and nobody's here. And they're not moving like anybody's coming. Nope, I think my husband's back home. He's going to be like, "Are you kidding me?" Tell all the jokes you want. I'll probably have to mute anybody in a second. Because if he's here, the dogs will be like, somebody's here. Oh no, he's not here in here. He's, I think, maybe just got home from Brandon and Bree's house. Yep. He sure did. All right. All right, we're going. We're switching. Because Judge Boyd's feed is up. Well, you're going to hear him. I agree. I really would have never thought this would be over a 10-hour stream. Yeah. And then we've got at least one more. I hope the judge just said no. This is dumb and pointless. John Fabian, we were looking at you. I am that, Stormy. I will say that. I don't have $10. And your dog is the only one that's barking right now. The one in that picture of yours. Old satellite ears herself. Oh my gosh, are we back?
All right, to the people who are in the courtroom, I am going to give you this instruction, and everyone had better listen to me very closely. 1, I know that emotions can run high because of the nature of this offense, and usually in criminal courts, emotions run high. But this court will always make sure that everyone is secure. So there is not to be any mad dogging from either side at either person. That's why we have a legal system. We don't have people who are in the street handling things their way. That's why we're in this courtroom. So the deputies, of course, they don't need my permission because they're in charge of security. But if there's anyone who is mad dogging or staring someone down, you're going to be escorted out the building and you will not be allowed back in the building unless you have a criminal charge pending. Is there anyone here who does not understand my instructions? Deputy, is there anyone you want to have escorted out? Need anybody escorted out? All right, who do you need escorted out? If you get a tap on your shoulder, that means that you need to leave the courtroom and leave the courthouse.
Ooh, embarrassing. One. All that.
Is there anyone else who needs to be tapped on the shoulder to leave the courtroom? All right. Does everyone understand my instructions? And if anyone feels as though you cannot follow that, you need to leave now. Because if not, you're either going to be escorted out or you may be escorted back to the Bexar County Jail. And I don't think anybody wants that. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
Yikes. I think mad dogging means staring down. That's what she said. I have no idea. Okay.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And defense, it's your witness.
May I pull forward, just, can you read back the last question, if you don't mind, if the court will allow?
Yes, please, because we all didn't care.
In regards to impact or neurological function, that was something you also saw in your testing answer. Well, yes, I mean, the physiological testing or like the psychological testing. Yes, there was some, strengths and there were impairments.
Thank you.
All right, you may continue.
Okay, hi, Dr. Fabian. So what are some of the specific instances of abuse that led to the post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosis in Jose?
Well, as you'd heard from the other witnesses, there was witnessing a domestic violence by stepfather to mother, but there was also physical abuse. He had shared with me that there was beatings about every day. There was use of belts, tree branches, a lot of verbal abuse. He disclosed being drowned in his head stuck under the water in the bathtub by Ruben. And kneeling on rice, I think holding objects in his arms and certainly keeping his arms up, or he'd get beaten if he let them down. So those are specific examples of abuse that Jose shared with me.
And would those be the kinds of things that you would expect to see post-traumatic stress disorder result from?
Certainly.
And you mentioned the term sexual homicide with regard to Jose's biological father. What did you mean by that?
His father was involved in a gang rape of a 15-year-old girl that lost her life in a murder. He was convicted of murder, sentenced to prison.
I figured it was bad, but I didn't know it was that bad.
If his parents, father and mother, were in a loving relationship and a stable home, would this have happened?
Object to speculation.
Sustained.
Do you hypothetically, do you believe that a loving and nurturing home environment would have produced a different Jose Ruiz?
Object to speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
Are you surprised we're here today based on what you know about Jose?
Object to relevance.
All right, that'll be sustained.
Can you tell us if, based on what you know about Jose, through interview, review of records, and test, what was his risk of being here today?
Was it high, low, moderate? Can you speak to that?
Well, his risk was certainly elevated, and well, we know that being abused as a child raises your chance of being a perpetrator probably 2.5, 3 times than someone that was not abused in childhood. So these factors contributed cumulatively to place him at risk. And again, we look at the risk, but there weren't really protective factors. So he was never assessed or treated for mental health issues, for traumatic stress as a child or adolescent. And again, he wasn't evaluated by a mental health professional until I did for his court case.
I'll pass the witness at this.
Mercedes' side of the family is done.
Yes,
They're just
Dr.
filing out.
Fabian. Okay, first, I want to clarify something. I believe when you first were talking about PTSD, you initially came short of saying he was actually diagnosed with PTSD. So was he specifically diagnosed with PTSD, or is it that he just had symptoms of
No, I
PTSD?
said he has what we call other specified trauma and stressor related disorder, meaning he has symptoms of PTSD and not the complete diagnosis, in much part because of the avoidance of them.
Okay. And you said there was no record of a learning disability, but you are aware that he did graduate high school, correct?
Yes.
You use the term disinhibition. That is a medical term, correct? It's a medically recognized term.
I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah. It's recognized as an orientation towards immediate gratification, leading to impulsive behavior driven by current thoughts, feelings, external stimuli.
Excuse me, you need to slow down.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is a medically recognized term defined as an orientation towards immediate gratification, leading to impulsive behavior driven by current thoughts, feelings, and external stimuli without regard for past learning or consideration for future consequences. Would you agree with that definition?
Where did you get that?
I found it online. Do you agree with that definition?
Webster's?
Where online?
I'm asking the question, sir. Do you agree with that definition?
Well, yeah, I don't know what, well, I'm not sure what reference you're using,
I'm
but
just asking if you agree with it. Do you agree with that definition? That it is basically a lack of impulse control.
yeah,
without-
lack of impulse control, yes.
Are you aware that neighbors in the complex described Jose as having a bad temper and that they could hear him yelling and banging?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. Are you aware that he would photograph Mercedes while he was abusing her?
I was, yes.
Thank you, Felicia. I really appreciate it.
What, if anything, does that say about somebody?
Your Honor, I object to speculation.
That'll be overruled. You can answer the question if you can.
Sure, yeah. I'm not exactly certain of the I guess of the context of and whether he had explained that behavior, but it could be, related to I guess gratuitous violence and wanting to have some type of record or proof of that.
Okay. So in one image, he actually has Mercedes nude and bound with her arms up in a crucifix with clothes over her head, and he has multiple images of that. Are you saying that that is most likely some kind of gratuitous type of trophy?
Your Honor, I would object because there's never been any link that he.
I'm sorry, if you could speak into the microphone.
Your Honor, I would object in addition to my previously raised objections that there's no link to Jose other than being found on his own. So I would object to violence.
All right, that'll be overruled.
It kind of goes blends with what I've said before. We're more at risk to, model what we see. Okay, so it's my
I'll cut you off there. Did Jose ever say that his stepfather would take photos of him?
Well, good, because I think you fit right in.
No, I don't recall that.
Then where is he modeling that from?
Well, it's sadistic punishment both ways.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Does, you talked about experiencing this kind of trauma and abuse in childhood with lack of protective intervention. Does that have an impact on Jose with regard to whether it's normalized in his worldview?
Yeah, absolutely. The ability to, we become used to that, and certainly even if it's horrific trauma and it's condoned, and we're taught that that's what we do, and we're more likely then to do it when we get older, even as an adult. And so there are a number of factors here, a number of traumatic events, certainly, and he had never been assessed or treated. And that goes, I think, for some of his siblings that have had difficulties as well. So it is a shame that this forensic examination is the first time he's ever been assessed or treated, and he would have needed that years ago, ideally.
And if CPS had been involved and do nothing, would that send some sort of a message to Jose as to what they thought about what was going on?
Yes, but it would also really relay that he would continue living in an unsafe, chaotic environment. And when people live in that type of environment, they're more likely to then engage in unstable relationships and then have the cycle repeat itself. And that's sadly what we see in this case.
No further questions.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Dr. Fabian.
Thank you, Judge Boyd. Take care.
Go away now.
All right, defense.
Defense rests, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State closes.
Defense, do you close?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you the charge of the court on punishment. Again, you don't have to memorize this. You will have a copy with you. Charge of the court on punishment. Members of the jury, by your verdict in count 1, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 1 of the indictment. By your verdict in count 2, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as charged in count 2 of the indictment. By your verdict in count 3, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 3 of the indictment. By your verdict in count 4, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 4 of the indictment. By your verdict in count 5, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 5 of the indictment. By your verdict in count 6, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 6 of the indictment. By your verdict in count 7, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 7 of the indictment. By your verdict in count 8, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 8 of the indictment. It is necessary that the jury assess the punishment for these offenses. You are instructed that the punishment for the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 1 in the indictment is imprisonment in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for life or for any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant at life or any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years in count 1. You are instructed that the punishment for the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as charged in count 2 of the indictment is imprisonment in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for any term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant at any term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years in count 2. You are instructed that the punishment for the offense of injury to a child as charged in counts 3 through 8 of the indictment is imprisonment in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for any term of not more than 10 years or less than 2 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant at any term of not more than 10 years or less than 2 years in counts 3 through 8. In addition to imprisonment, an individual found guilty of these offenses may be punished by a fine not to exceed $10,000. And if you choose to assess a fine, in addition to imprisonment, you will assess such fine and so state in each verdict. If you assess a fine, it is not paid to the victim or victims, if any, but is paid into the registry of the court. The defendant in this case has applied on written sworn motion for community supervision, stating among other things that he has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state. Our statutes provide that where a defendant is found guilty of the offenses of injury to a child and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and the jury assesses the punishment at not more than 10 years, and they further find that the defendant has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, the jury may, within its discretion, recommend community supervision during the good behavior of the defendant. If the jury does recommend community supervision, it will be granted by the court. If there is any evidence before you that the defendant may have committed any offense or act of misconduct other than the offense of which you have convicted him, you are instructed that you may use that evidence, if any, in assessing punishment in this case, but only if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such other offense or act of misconduct, if any. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to whether any such other offense or act of misconduct was committed, or as to whether the defendant was involved in such other offense or act of misconduct, then you will wholly disregard the evidence, if any, which may relate to any such matter. You are instructed that the defendant may testify in his own behalf if he chooses to do so. But if he elects not to do so, that fact cannot be taken by you as a circumstance against him, nor prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in this punishment phase of trial, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever. In your deliberations, you may consider evidence introduced during the guilt phase of the trial, as well as any evidence introduced at the punishment phase of the trial.
Thank you.
Under the instructions herein given, it will not be proper for you in determining the penalty to be assessed to fix the same by lot, chance, any system of averages, or any other method than by a full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors under the evidence admitted before you. The length of time for which the defendant is imprisoned may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable to counts 1 and 2 in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not be eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. If the defendant is sentenced to a term of less than 4 years, the defendant must serve at least 2 years before the defendant is eligible for parole. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of that law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Under the law applicable to counts 3 through 8, in this case, the defendant, if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, may earn early parole eligibility through the reward of good conduct time. Prison authorities may award good conduct time to a prisoner who exhibits good behavior, diligence in carrying out prison work assignments, and attempts at rehabilitation. If a prisoner engages in misconduct, prison authorities may also take away all or part of any good conduct time earned by the prisoner. Under the law applicable to counts 3 through 8 in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served plus any good time conduct time earned equals 1/4 of the sentence imposed. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law and good conduct time might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of these laws will depend on decisions made by prison and parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law and good conduct time. However, you are not to consider the extent to which good conduct time may be awarded to or forfeited by this particular defendant. You are not to consider the manner in which parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Suitable forms are attached hereto for your verdicts, if you should care to use them. However, such forms are not intended to influence you in any way in arriving at your verdict. In any event, each verdict must be unanimous in writing and signed by your presiding juror. Respectfully submitted, Judge Stephanie Boyd, 187 Judicial District. Say, are you prepared to proceed?
Judge, I'd like to reserve my time for rebuttal, please.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Jen.
Ah, dang it. They tricked
Chapter
us.
2 of this case, you returned 8 guilty verdicts. And I asked you when we started to stay with me if you can, please, to hear chapter 1. Chapter 1 of Jose Ruiz's life, because I know when you heard the evidence on guilt, innocence, you said, how can this be? How can this happen? How in this world can this happen? And I hope that through the testimony of my witnesses, what you've heard today, I hope you can help to understand some of the context that brought us here today, because it's important. Jose had the curse of a double whammy. And what I mean by that is Dr. Fabian talked about nurture and nature. And Jose was cursed by nature with a genetic predisposition towards horrific violence committed by his biological father, who he's never met in person. And then Jose was cursed with horrific trauma within the home that tended to normalize that abuse in his life experience. What was modeled for him was abuse, trauma, chaos, lack of attachment, physical pain related to discipline. These were things that were modeled for him and he experienced as a young child. As early as approximately age 1.5 to 2 years, he was in the hospital with internal injuries, having been beaten by his stepfather. So it is no small thing I'm talking about here when I say to you that this cycle of abuse rolls on. And it is not an excuse here, but it is a way to maybe put some context on it. And I think that's important when you go back to consider punishment. What is the context here? And what are the kinds of things that I ask that you think about, which are how this intergenerational abuse occurred in his life. Dr. Fabian said, the more the worse, the earlier the worse. And that's what Jose experienced. He experienced more, and that created the worst possible situation. He experienced it early, which contributed to the worst possible situation. And what do I mean? That his risk of committing the same behavior was higher and was elevated due to what he experienced in his life. Again, it's not an excuse. We know we've applied for probation, but you have a large range of punishment to consider in front of you and on many counts. And we're asking that you please go back, and when you consider the range of punishment, consider the story of his whole life. Consider the abuse that he experienced at the hands of his stepfather,
2 minutes.
hitting him in the head daily, becoming dizzy at times and losing consciousness or passing out because his stepfather hit him in the head with a cane or a fist or a shoe. That was his life on a daily basis. What else did he experience in terms of head injury and trauma and concussion at age 12? And these all contributed to neurological difficulties that he experienced. Dr. Fabian talked to you about complex trauma, polytrauma, concussions, hit in the head daily, and those things had a terrible impact on Jose's worldview, and on his ability to assess appropriate punishment, his ability to assess what's right or wrong, because he learned what was modeled for him. No one intervened on his behalf. No one acted in a protective way towards Jose. It happened and it happened and it happened again, day after day, and no one did anything. What is the message that sends to him? Well, I guess it's normal. It's normalized in my world. No one's doing anything about it. I guess I just have to suffer, and that's the way we do. And that is part one of Jose's life that brings him here today. And we're asking you to consider those things. And when you consider punishment for Jose, to please take into account the mitigating circumstances of his life and return a punishment on the low end, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabby. I appreciate it.
You know who doesn't get a chapter 2? Mercedes Lozoya. She didn't even get to finish chapter 1. I'm going to talk about some housekeeping issues first. Judge mentioned this in the charge. The fine doesn't matter. It doesn't go to Mercedes' family. It doesn't go to Jordan. It goes to the court system. Do what you want to with the fine. We're not going to ask you to assess any fine, but if you want to, go right ahead. Punishment on each of these 8 counts does not stack. It does not run.
Your Honor, I object to that being stated to the jury.
Sustained.
I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're instructed to disregard.
Your Honor, based on the fact that I believe that creates a constitutional violation against my client's rights for fair trial due process, I have to
All right, that'll be denied. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're to ignore that. Does everyone understand?
Okay.
All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. Let's talk about some things that defense counsel brought up. They're asking you to consider Jose's whole life, the story of his whole life. I'm asking you to consider Mercedes' life and the life that she did not get to live. The life of torture and abuse that this man did to her. And defense wants you to believe that it's not his fault because this is what happened to him. This is learned behavior. Well, you know what? Jose himself told y'all when he was talking to Detective Size that no way would he have ever done those things to Mercedes Lozoya because he knows how it feels. He knew how it felt. The things that he did to that little girl, he knew what he was doing. And his mother got up here and told you he knows right from wrong. And that jail call tells you he knew what he was doing was wrong. I'm not going to show you the horrible pictures again. I am going to show you one slide that's connected. If not, Brittany brought up in her closing the timeline of the day of that thumbtack picture. And that shortly thereafter, that ring camera picture of the thumbtacks were the bound crucifix nude photos of Mercedes. And now you've learned that 2 minutes later, He's taking a picture of her vagina.
Your Honor, I object. That's not in evidence at all.
It was the testimony. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll remember the evidence as you've heard it.
You've now heard from people who loved Mercedes. You've heard about Jordan, how Jordan carries a bear and she likes to sleep with a bear that she calls Sissy because she misses her sister. But she's now changed her name to carry on her sister's name. Her favorite color is purple because that was her Sissy's favorite color. You've heard from Uncle Rodney, who wanted this little girl. They wanted her. They could have taken good care of her. And he took that from them.
1 minute.
Thank you, Judge. The prior abuse is no excuse. Somebody has to end the cycle. People who are abused go on to not abuse other people every day. People who are below average or unintelligent or on cannabis or have symptoms of PTSD go on to not beat and torture little girls. This is not an excuse. Did he show mercy to Mercedes when he put thumbtacks in her feet? Did he show mercy to Mercedes when he beat her repeatedly, locked her in a closet, put dog feces, urine in her mouth? Absolutely not. That little girl was a happy, feisty little girl who deserved to live her life and not be tortured at the hands of Jose Ruiz. I ask that you not show him any mercy, just like he did not show Mercedes any mercy, and sentence him to the max punishment allowed on each count.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Laura will take you to the back, and the previous 4 that I've talked to before, she'll take you to a separate room. Everyone, please rise for the jurors.
I have a feeling this won't take long. All right, I'm going to click on something. So if something happens, sorry. All right, nothing happened. I didn't know. But Gabby, I didn't realize that was your very first super chat on a live. So thank you. I appreciate that. No, I don't think she was talking to you, Hamilton. I think she was talking to that. Oh, thank you. Again, I don't think this is going to take long. I got to make sure she doesn't shut down her stream, though, like she did last time. We'll go back over and see if the news channel got theirs up and going. All right, hang on, they do. We can at least watch what they're doing. She's like, oh, you're awake now. They're getting their second wind. Please don't have anything else to do on your computer. Oh my gosh. Well, that everybody that is still here and has hung out for 10 and a half hours, I appreciate it. This has been a very long, unexpectedly long day. Who would have guessed? Judge Boyd, like, we're just getting things done. We're moving along. That's it. They did all their jury stuff without us, except for the little bit they had to go over. She's good. She's just efficient. I like it. I'd never heard mad dogging before, and apparently I wasn't the only one. But I noticed the one person that they made leave, she got up and left. And then I noticed that a bunch of them filed out while that doctor continued to speak. And once he was done, all but the one that was asked to leave filed back in. They just didn't want to hear him. I don't blame him at all. Well, I had not heard of mad dogging. I've heard of mad dog, the gross alcoholic beverage stuff. But yeah, I wonder who told on him. Did the deputy see something happening? Because the defense isn't looking at him. Did somebody on the defense team see something somebody looking at them funny? Like, are you talking from personal experience, ma'am? I have a feeling that her and Gabby might have the same definition. Well, oh, they should know all about it then, shouldn't they? Because I don't know. Well, you are more well-versed in it than we are. I had never heard that term, and then she said staring down, so I didn't know if that's what it meant. Chrissy, I thought you went to bed, but I'll believe you because I have no idea. I thought you went to bed. You know, Chrissy, I think about our time difference here, and sometimes I'm going to bed. I'm like, I wonder if Chrissy's even off work yet. Because I know it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon sometimes, and I'm in bed by 5 your time. I'd say they'll keep an eye on Hamilton. They may not let them go out together, would be my guess. Yeah, well, I'm usually in bed an hour ago, if not longer. I went to bed before 8 o'clock last night because I was tired. I know, I'm sad. Don't make fun. Well, that side's sporting the green. That's a green purse. Where are you at, Felicia? You're 2 hours behind me. Oh, you're in Colorado. That's right. Because I used to live in Nebraska. We used to go to Denver all the time for like little family weekend getaway things. Plus, I was closest airport. But yes, you were correct. Denver is not what it used to be. Nothing interesting happened at all, Chrissy. Just the doctor. Well, Chrissy, I hope you get feeling better. Get rid of that virus. So, Felicia, the people in Colorado used to come to my little town every summer and fill up our lake. Like, you're taking over our town. I told you to go to bed, Carmen. You can watch it in the morning. Or you might be able to still tune in live. I hope not. If I'm still on and it's 1 o'clock and you're getting up to go to work, that's not going to be good. It was. So I lived very close to the Colorado, like Wyoming, where they kind of all three came together, Colorado, Nebraska, Wyoming. I don't know where they came from. I just know I saw a lot of, that's back when they had the green plates with like the white mountains in the background. I don't know what they look like now, so maybe they still look the same. But every summer, our town would turn green with those license plates. I really, really, really will be shocked if this takes very long. Gabby, we never hold you accountable for anything you type on at any time. But now that you've turned your talk to text off, well, that won't be as fun. But I don't blame you. Well, the defense found something funny. Do they keep taking the defendant back to the back? Are they like getting him booked in and ready to be back there forever? You're welcome. Now there's limits, but to nothing that you say on here. Okay. Well, see, that was back in the 80s, so I don't think they had much. I don't think anybody had many variations back then. I saw one here the other day that I had never seen before. Whoops. It was like, put down your phone on the back on the license plate, and I had never seen that one here before. And I told my dad, I was like, well, the sad thing is the person that needs to see that will have to put down their phone and look up in order to see it, and they're never going to see it. Well, I got what you mean. I love the 80s. I'd go back. Yes, please do that. What did you eat? I've been there. I was there during a thunderstorm, and I was pretty sure I was going to get fried by lightning because it seemed so close. But it was fun. And then I was with my parents because I was a little kid. The friend's house that we were staying at, their back porch looked out to Pikes Peak. So they would eat out on the porch every morning. It was very pretty. Well, Carmen, I don't do what you need to do. I wondered what. I was just wondering. I was just letting you go. It. Yeah, it's this crazy time of year. It snowed here, but not anything that stuck around. And it's been cloudy all day, and it's been like 30. We were 70 last week. Oh, he's coming back with stuff. You know? That's just Gabby. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. But do better so you don't do this. I don't like it. Watch out for her, big man. Let me buy an auto cucumber. I don't know. That'd be hilarious. Are you in Colorado too, Brenda? Are you here? Are they back? I'm in Indiana, in case I just said here, like you know where here is. Ooh. Oh, yeah. You and Gabby. Hang on. Got a booster.
All right, is there a plan for victim impact?
Yes, Your Honor, we have one family member who wants to speak on behalf of everyone.
Okay, just one.
She's gonna read it.
I don't think it's looking good for you, buddy, if they came back that fast. That was pretty fast.
There's no order.
I can call the attorney tomorrow, or I can
Okay. Oh, you can call him tomorrow.
Probably getting his last smiles in.
And this is gonna be paired with trial, I think, unless they want to hear it.
Never leads to good things, Carmen. Gabby, if you only knew how funny that is to me and Carmen. I hope he's only smiling at his family, Hamilton.
We are ready. Just one moment. So it's the court's understanding that a verdict has been reached as far as punishment is concerned. There are not to be any outbursts in the courtroom. If there are outbursts, you will be removed. Does everyone understand? All right, we're ready.
All right, for the jury.
everyone please be seated? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the court's understanding is that you've reached a verdict as it relates to punishment. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is that verdict unanimous?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you'll pass the verdict form to Deputy Laura, please. All right, with regards to count one, we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of life and no fine. Count two, we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 20 years, no fine. Count three, we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 10 years, no fine. Count four, we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 10 years, no fine. Count five, we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 10 years, no fine. Count six, we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice System for a term of 10 years, no fine. Count seven, we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 10 years, no fine. Count eight, we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 10 years, no fine. Would anyone wish to have the jury poll? State?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to let Deputy Laura take you back to the jury room, and I'll meet you there shortly. Everyone, please rise for the jurors. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, Mr. Ruiz, having been found guilty and the punishment been assessed by the jury, as to count one, the court will sentence you to life in prison, give you credit for any time served. I'm unable to stack these sentences, therefore the sentences will run concurrently. Count 1 through 8 will run concurrent. Count 2, your punishment is to be assessed at 20 years in the prison. Count 3 through 8, your punishment is to be assessed at 10 years in the prison. In each cause number, you will receive credit for any time served. Is there anything else from either side with regards to punishment? State. All right, defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ruiz, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendants' Rights to Appeals with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is not a plea. You do have a right to an appeal. Do you understand?
Yes,
All right. Is there a victim impact?
Yes, sir.
I didn't realize that was the Grim Reaper thingy, a scythe or a scythe or whatever
You
that
want to
is.
proceed, and you'll have to
Tattooed
give it
behind
from
his
back where you're
ears.
seated.
I'm writing the statement with a heavy heart as an attempt to convey the profound impact of the very tragic loss of our beloved 5-year-old niece, Mercedes. On February 7th, 2022, Mercedes Victoria Lozoya was taken from us by Jose Ruiz, who tortured Mercedes for weeks with no remorse. Instead, my family and I sit here and watch him as he grins in his photos and sits in his chair with no remorse, no signs of emotion. The physical injuries sustained during the weeks leading to her death have left our family in pain, anger, and pure disgust. Mercedes' passing has left a void in our lives, one that cannot be adequately described with mere words. From the moment of her birth, Emily, my sister, has been a constant presence in Mercedes' life as her aunt from her paternal side, offering her unwavering love, support, and encouragement. She always made it a point to check in on her regularly, offering assistance in any way that she could, whether it be financial support or just helping Katrina with her children, especially on December the 8th, 2021, when she offered to take Mercedes without judgment or expectation of anything in return. Over the years, Emily and a few other members of the family and community witnessed Mercedes' struggle and her unwavering desire to be loved by particularly her mother. Despite the love and support she received from Emily and her children and some of our other family members, there was always a lingering sense of longing for the maternal love she never fully received. Regardless of her being an unfit mother, Jose is the one who found thrill in some sort of torture and hitting a 5-year-old little girl, and then taking pictures and photos and videos of his beatings as if they was bragging moments. The past week has been a harrowing ordeal for our family. The trauma of watching the heartbreaking video of Mercedes crying and pleading for her life haunts us. Sleep eludes us as we are haunted by flashbacks of those devastating images that we are forced to live with. The pain is unsolvable, and the loss of Mercedes has left an irreparable void in our hearts. But it is nothing compared to what Mercedes had to live through. In addition to the grief and anguish caused by the loss of our beloved niece Mercedes, there is a burden of guilt and frustration that also weighs heavily on our hearts. Many outsiders have questioned why no one intervened to help Mercedes in her time of need. We want to express that we tried everything in our legal power to protect Mercedes from harm. Repeatedly, we reached out to authorities to share reports of concerns about Mercedes' well-being. Emily would beg Katrina, her mother, to allow her to care for Mercedes and her sister Jordan, especially after witnessing Mercedes' plea that she was treated differently. Each time, her efforts were met with the same response: nothing is found, nothing is wrong, nothing can be done. Despite her persistent efforts to advocate for Mercedes' safety, she was met with hurdles and indifferences. It is a source of deep regret and anguish that these pleas for help went unanswered, and the tragic consequences of this failure are impossible to bear. Our children, Mercedes' cousin and Jordan, her sister, who were particularly close. Her cousins and her sister had a transcendent mirror. They were best friends, confidants, and playmates. The thought of our children growing up without their beloved cousin Mercedes is a devastating reality that we struggle to comprehend. Their innocence was shattered by the cruel hand of fate, and the loss of their companionship weighs heavily on their hearts. Your Honor, I urge you to consider the full extent of harm caused by the defendant's actions when determining the appropriate sentence. No amount of punishment can undo the pain and suffering inflicted upon Mercedes and our family. But justice demands accountability and recognition of the harm done. In closing, I plead once again for Mercedes. Her life was tragically cut short, leaving behind shattered dreams and broken hearts. As we grapple with the pain of her absence, we seek hope that her memory will be honored and her voice and the voice of other children who are in similar situations will be heard. Thank you for allowing us to share our statement with the court.
All right, we can go back. Do y'all need anything else from Mr. Ruiz?
I'm not sure, Gabby. I couldn't hear him.
I'm just explaining to him the housekeeping matter that we had discussed, and that will be taking place.
Yes, as soon as y'all hand that to me.
Right, the sound is horrible. Thank you. That sound was awful. Well, we didn't get what I wanted. And I am kind of surprised by it. But I thought Judge Boyd, maybe she's tired. I don't blame her. And I really thought she might not let them all leave at the same time. And maybe that's what's happening there. They're not letting them all leave at the same time. I thought Judge Boyd may have a lot of... No, the jury sentenced him, and then she read it off to him. So she read the jury verdict, and then she read, you've been sentenced to life, you've been sentenced to 10 years, whatever all the other ones were, and they all have to run consecutively, I thought she said. So even without that, he would be, if he just had the other ones, he would be pushing 70. Yeah, he's life plus more. Excuse me. She did not make a speech. I was surprised, but it's been a long day and she may just be. Yeah, she just didn't say anything else. All right, guys, that looks like it's it. It's been a long day. Thank you, everyone that has hung out all day. All day. I appreciate it. So please, if you haven't, please hit that like button on your way out. This was a good verdict, just verdict. I think he deserves everything he's going to get. And yeah, she can't stack sentences. So maybe I took that wrong. Yeah, I don't know, Felicia. Yeah, I can't excuse him. Regardless of what anybody says, I understand he had a horrible childhood, but he chose to do it to somebody else and worse. So he doesn't need to be anywhere around children ever. All right, I will be back Wednesday morning, 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. We will pick back up with the Haley Brown trial and finish that up this week, and then we'll see what next week's going to hold for us. Unless something weird like this pops up again, because that tends to happen. So y'all have a good night, and I will see you guys all Wednesday morning, and we will get back to Haley Brown. So see you guys later.